A quiet facade hid the truth of a world poised on the brink, where one man, reborn from despair, would redefine humanity's salvation. The chime of a bell sliced through the silence, beckoning a crucial arrival. Then, a figure stepped forth from the shadows, shrouded in mystery and the whisper of rustling fabric. Xiao Qiu found his place amidst the lively hum of patrons, an empty stage awaiting an unseen performance. His gloved hand instinctively found the familiar hilt of his great sword, a silent promise of precision and power. The friendly barista Xiao, ever the conversationalist, inquired about the day's harvest. Xiao Qiu smirked, dismissing his latest exploit as merely raiding a low-level secret realm with novices, only the fanged wolf's skin and fangs truly valuable. He took a contemplative sip from his mug, his gaze sharp with anticipation as he asked if it was finally beginning. A quiet affirmative confirmed the unfolding events as Xiao Qiu's eyes fixated on the large screen. The announcement boomed that the manslaughter had begun, the empty stage illuminated by a glowing, ominous emblem. Another voice declared the voting complete, witnessed by a silent assembly of stern-faced figures. A man with glasses dramatically proclaimed a unanimous vote, 325 in favor and none against, as President Xiao calmly observed. He then shouted the official passing of Issue 001, concerning the deprivation of mask in the 7th year of the new calendar. President Xiao, the head of the parliament, began his accusatory address, detailing Xiao Qiu's alleged massacres and the wrongful imprisonment of thousands during the war. President Xiao continued, listing further transgressions, from attacking allies to causing devastating food shortages, stating the Supreme Council should have sentenced him for these crimes. The final, damning verdict hung in the air, the death penalty. Yet, President Xiao acknowledged Xiao Qiu's invaluable service in expelling alien invaders. As such, he would retain his special title as a hero. But with that title came an absolute condition: as the Commonwealth's sole special hero, he must return to battle unconditionally should crisis strike. Back in the bar, barista Xiao lamented Xiao Qiu's plight, recalling his solitary fight against foreign enemies and mutated beasts, convinced humanity would be extinct without him. A white-haired friend angrily dismissed the notion of Xiao Qiu fighting alone, asserting shared credit and wishing such garbage would be swept away. Xiao Qiu's black-haired friend passionately argued otherwise, recounting how Xiao Qiu alone saved humanity from an apocalyptic disaster when all other heroes had given up, yet still believed in lingering threats. He further explained Xiao Qiu's controversial belief that some Commonwealth heroes were corrupted by unnamable forces, threatening to plunge them back into dark times. With a cynical smirk, the black-haired friend concluded that Xiao Qiu was either mad, or simply craved his past days of unchallenged power. Barista Xiao sadly shook his head, attempting to offer a more nuanced perspective on Xiao Qiu's true motivations. President Xiao dismissively granted Xiao Qiu permission to leave, acknowledging his past heroism as if it were a begrudging concession. He added that such lenient treatment was, out of legal means, a generous exception granted despite Xiao Qiu's extensive list of past crimes. Behind his mask, Xiao Qiu's intense blue eye betrayed a depth of unspoken thoughts. President Xiao remained isolated in his harsh spotlight, an island of authority in the darkening hall. Then, his eyes shifted to a piercing violet, reflecting an inner world of potent, supernatural energy. Xiao Qiu looked out at the silhouetted audience, a perplexing question forming in his mind: what was truly happening? He struggled to recall, certain he had died under the Lord of the Weaving Night's sneak attack. A melancholic thought surfaced: this was the very place where he had been judged and betrayed by those he once called companions. He wondered if this was merely a final, fading flashback before the true end. Suddenly, a shocking realization jolted him awake, illuminated by a brilliant, ethereal glow. A holographic screen materialized before him, declaring a main task to rebuild humanity as completed, and now offered a critical choice with branching rewards. The first branch, the hero's path, laid out a lonely vigil, protecting an uncomprehending humanity from a new crisis in the dark. The second, monster's path, cynically declared that saving humanity had nothing to do with humanity itself, and since mankind had already killed its hero, a bloodless monster would enact vengeance in the darkness. A stark warning appeared: failure to choose within 20 minutes would result in being randomly sent to an F-level environment. A profound realization settled upon him: he had been reborn. And once more, he stood at a historical crossroads, the fractured path before him mirroring his monumental choice. A confident smirk played on his lips as he made his final, decisive choice. With fierce resolve, Xiao Qiu declared his choice: the monster's path. President Xiao, misinterpreting Xiao Qiu's silence, first questioned his satisfaction with the verdict, then begrudgingly acknowledged his incomparable existence as a hero. However, he quickly pivoted to criticism, condemning Xiao Qiu's lack of emotion and political wisdom, claiming his very presence blocked the interests of many. He accused Xiao Qiu of becoming a stumbling stone, an obsolete relic whose past heroism now hindered humanity's progress, his prestige systematically ruined by the Commonwealth. This trial, President Xiao declared, was designed to exile Xiao Qiu completely. Xiao Qiu would become a harmless statue, President Xiao announced, while congressmen mockingly dared him to disagree, labeling him an old-time vermin, clinging to power. With calm resolve, Xiao Qiu finally broke his silence, voicing a simple objection. A sudden, impactful shift rattled the solemn hall. President Xiao smirked, clearly relishing the challenge. In the bar, Xiao Qiu's black-haired friend smugly reiterated his belief that the bold man, President Xiao, refused to yield power, hindering everyone else. The friend's rage intensified as he declared Xiao deserved to be hanged for sacrificing countless lives on his quest for power. On the grand screen, Xiao Qiu's serene image declared his forfeiture of the special hero title. A collective gasp swept through the bar as patrons reacted to the unexpected declaration. A furious hand slammed down, echoing through the tense silence. President Xiao reacted with furious disbelief, demanding clarification. Xiao Qiu calmly repeated his statement, walking forward with unwavering confidence. His hand resting on his chest, he quietly asserted his weariness of being a hero. President Xiao, enraged, accused Xiao Qiu of expressing petty dissatisfaction with the parliamentary resolution. Xiao Qiu questioned the president's accusation, dismissing it as he walked away. With a confident smirk, Xiao Qiu clarified that he felt no dissatisfaction, only an unprecedented sense of relaxation. President Xiao, visibly distressed, ranted that Xiao Qiu should meekly embrace his role as a silent hero, supporting humanity without question. He furiously demanded if Xiao Qiu intended to turn his power against the Commonwealth. As President Xiao bellowed that Xiao Qiu couldn't simply leave, Xiao Qiu calmly asked if anything else remained to be discussed. President Xiao stated that since Xiao Qiu had already relinquished his special hero status, a further consequence awaited. He furiously declared that Xiao Qiu's immense strength must also be taken from him. Xiao Qiu's black-haired friend questioned the council president's words, met with a sarcastic retort about his lack of understanding. The white-haired friend clarified, President Xiao wanted to abolish Xiao Qiu's actual strength, not just his title, leaving the black-haired friend stunned. A female patron mused about Xiao Qiu's hero rank, recalling it was rank 13. Barista Qiao gravely confirmed Xiao Qiu's rank 13, a staggering 4 levels above President Xiao's rank 9, noting that only Xiao Qiu had ever surpassed the 10th level. He added with somber finality that he doubted anyone ever would again. President Xiao, veins bulging, screamed that Xiao Qiu's power was a collective investment and sacrifice of the Commonwealth, and he could not simply abandon it, it was a disgrace to them all. With an intense, threatening gaze, President Xiao began to outline the ultimate condition for Xiao Qiu's departure. He slammed his fist down, a burst of energy surrounding him as he demanded Xiao Qiu surrender all of his inherent power. Xiao Qiu echoed the demand, blue energy swirling ominously around him. President Xiao remained frozen in silence, while a wave of tension and concern washed over both the assembly hall and the bar. Amidst the shimmering blue energy, Xiao Qiu smirked and calmly agreed. He raised his hand, eyes closed, as intense blue energy swirled around him, declaring his relinquishment. Sizzling blue energy enveloped Xiao Qiu, surging upwards with potent force. A terrifying boom echoed, and the bearded man in the audience reacted with sheer terror. A colossal column of blue energy erupted from Xiao Qiu's hand, blasting through the ceiling to reveal the sky above. Xiao Qiu stood at the destructive core of a massive, sizzling blue energy vortex, leaving shattered debris in its wake. Congressmen cowered in fear, some fallen to their desks as the overwhelming power consumed the hall. A terrified congressman desperately pleaded for help amidst the chaos. President Xiao strained against an unseen force, terrified by the sheer, unimaginable strength. He, a rank 9 hero, found himself forced to exert every ounce of his power. All to resist the primal urge to kneel before Xiao Qiu's dominating power. Calmly, Xiao Qiu declared his intention to return the power they so eagerly demanded. With devastating force, a massive blue energy beam erupted from the ground. The ground rumbled as the colossal blue energy beam surged ever higher. The massive blue beam whooshed skyward from the building's roof, piercing the dark, cloudy heavens. On the streets below, confused onlookers gazed at the mysterious blue light, questioning the strange phenomenon. Panic erupted as a man screamed about a descending, king-class monster, urging everyone to take refuge. A colossal bolt of blue lightning struck the city, delivering a devastating impact. The earth groaned and shattered as the blue lightning violently ripped it apart. Amidst debris, 2 figures lay helpless, one cowering and foaming, the other unconscious, victims of the terrifying blast. A brilliant blue vertical line pulsed within a dark, fractured wall, radiating otherworldly power. And above, the same ethereal blue light extended into the dark, distant sky. Amidst the destruction, Xiao Qiu stood resolute, his left hand now wielding a glowing blue sword forged from the very energy he had released. President Xiao, leaning on broken debris, was shocked that he had only endured 10 minutes before Xiao Qiu's power finally dispersed. A smug smirk spread across his face, Xiao Qiu was now just an ordinary human. With triumphant malice, President Xiao declared there was no longer any need to fear him. A soft sizzling sound accompanied the fading blue energy around Xiao Qiu as his immense power dissipated. Surrounded by lingering particles of blue light, Xiao Qiu calmly walked towards a massive, dark doorway. President Xiao, with a smug, mocking expression, dismissively waved him away. Xiao Qiu paused, his hand near his face, his expression unreadable. With a decisive flick, Xiao Qiu discarded his white mask, letting it sail into the darkness. President Xiao's voice, laced with furious threat, promised death for Xiao Qiu should he truly leave. Xiao Qiu walked through the doorway, enveloped by a faint, ominous red glow. Vertical red lines pulsed and swirled, signaling a mysterious transition to an unknown realm. A swirling blue portal shimmered within the jagged stone archway, beckoning adventurers into a secret realm. Inside the cavernous, blue-lit dungeon, their leader confidently briefed his steel-cutting squad on the level 3 secret realm's relatively easy level 1 and 2 demons, with a final boss of level 3 spider guards. He then added a playful warning, asking if anyone in the squad was afraid of human-sized spiders. One female squad member attempted to comfort the other, who defiantly insisted she was not afraid. The male squad members expressed their eagerness to begin, motivated by the promise of financial gain. They discussed the ongoing Masks trial, lamenting their inability to watch it live and suggesting streaming it later. The female squad member acknowledged that the realm was less crowded due to other professionals attending Masks trial, a sentiment the male archer agreed with. The squad leader grinned, signaling it was time to move forward. All of us must work together and raid the whole secret realm as quickly as possible, their leader declared, and the squad affirmed their commitment to teamwork as they advanced into the shadowy depths. The vibrant blue portal swirled with potent energy, a gateway to the unknown. A sudden, inexplicable presence caused the squad members to halt, their expressions shifting to surprise as one female member realized someone was approaching. A foot, clad in blue and white, decisively stepped out of the glowing portal, indicating a new arrival. A female squad member reacted with a sharp, startled gasp of surprise. Xiao Qiu emerged from the ethereal blue portal, radiating an unsettling confidence. Two squad members mocked the newcomer, incredulous that he would enter such a dangerous realm without equipment or even a weapon. Xiao Qiu remained calm and composed despite the unexpected audience. Looking around the familiar yet distant environment, Xiao Qiu mused aloud about his unfamiliarity with lower-level secret realms. A faint smile touched his lips as he reminisced about his first experience in a secret realm, back when he had just awakened as a professional. He remembered facing realms that would become real, places even monsters feared, culminating in confrontations with unnameable demon gods. Xiao Qiu explained how, after losing all his power and dropping to level 1, the system had sent him here, displaying his current status as a normal human with undecided monster status. He continued to scrutinize his holographic status screen, deep in thought. Xiao Qiu reflected on the unknown outcome of his current path, disillusioned by how the so-called hero's journey had failed to save humanity in his past life. Anticipation sparked in Xiao Qiu's eyes, becoming a cold-blooded monster was something he truly looked forward to. The squad leader greeted Xiao Qiu with a smile, inquiring if he intended to raid the secret realm. He then questioned Xiao Qiu's lack of a weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. Xiao Qiu simply presented his clenched fist, declaring it his weapon. The squad leader playfully identified Xiao Qiu as a martial artist, making a light-hearted remark about their cost-effective approach to combat. He then cautiously wondered about Xiao Qiu's professional level, calculating the potential impact on his squad's rewards if the newcomer was a high-level rival. Xiao Qiu's expression remained serious as he revealed his professional level was level 1. A collective gasp of shock and disbelief rippled through the squad as they heard Xiao Qiu's level 1 status. Still unable to believe it, the squad leader placed a serious hand on Xiao Qiu's shoulder, asking if he was joking. Frustration edged the leader's voice as he concluded Xiao Qiu was a reckless madman, intent on a suicidal mission. The squad leader's hand quickly pulled away from Xiao Qiu's arm, signifying his disdain. Xiao Qiu confidently asserted his sole purpose, to crush the monster. One muscular squad member sternly rebuked Xiao Qiu for his hubris, warning that his level 1 strength wouldn't even match their healers and that he would surely die if he didn't wait at the entrance. Xiao Qiu calmly dismissed their concerns, assuring them he would not become a burden. The squad leader, turning away, stated he wouldn't stop Xiao Qiu from seeking his own death but warned him against expecting their help when danger inevitably struck. He explicitly declared that they would offer no assistance should Xiao Qiu find himself in peril. With that, the squad leader led his team deeper into the secret realm, leaving Xiao Qiu standing alone at the entrance. One female squad member glanced back at Xiao Qiu, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Combat erupted as a female squad member unleashed an explosive attack. A monstrous spider-like creature recoiled, engulfed by the fiery explosion. An archer shouted a warning to his captain, simultaneously loosing an arrow with focused precision. The squad leader fended off the spider monster, which had been momentarily staggered by an arrow embedded in its body. The squad leader thanked his teammate for the well-timed assistance. Two male squad members fiercely engaged the spider monsters, their weapons moving with deadly intent. Xiao Qiu remained calmly observant, assessing the chaotic battle from a safe distance. A female squad member approached Xiao Qiu, expressing concern about Captain Song's unfriendly attitude. She quickly reassured him that the captain meant well, explaining his harshness was simply concern for a newcomer in such a dangerous place. The female squad member sternly emphasized the fatal consequences of carelessness in the realm. Xiao Qiu noted that modern professionals were indeed more progressive and cautious than in the old days, a gratifying evolution born from blood and tears. The female squad member expressed surprise, remarking that Xiao Qiu spoke with the wisdom of the Commonwealth's elders despite his youth. She continued, explaining that hero masks policies had significantly reduced low-level death rates and fostered more talented professionals. A sudden realization dawned on her, and she regretfully noted she had forgotten to introduce herself. Yan Qianqian then formally introduced herself as a level 2 healer. Xiao Qiu shook her hand and calmly stated his name, adding that he was a level 1 professional who had yet to choose a career path. Yan Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise at his lack of a chosen profession. Xiao Qiu nonchalantly claimed he was still thinking because he had, in fact, created all the professional paths humans now followed. Yan Qianqian, seemingly unfazed by his bold claim, thoughtfully advised him that his physique was unsuited for close-range DPS and suggested he test his spirituality to become a less exposed spellcaster. Her gaze sharpened, intently focused on Xiao Qiu. Yan Qianqian then apologized, wondering if she had been too talkative. A jagged, unseen force suddenly sliced through the air. Yan Qianqian gasped in surprise as Xiao Qiu swiftly pulled her out of the way. A powerful streak of glowing purple energy tore through the jagged cavern. Xiao Qiu shielded Yan Qianqian just as a sharp, purple energy claw violently struck the ground beside them. One male squad member cried out in terror, identifying the assailant as a shadow spider. An enormous shadow spider, eyes glowing with malevolent purple energy, loomed menacingly over the surprisingly calm Xiao Qiu and a worried Yan Qianqian. Dark, swirling energy pulsed around his clenched hand, gathering for a decisive strike. With brutal efficiency, Xiao Qiu seized a sharp, monstrous limb from the shadow spider. He violently twisted the limb, shattering it with a sickening crunch as purple energy and ichor splattered. Xiao Qiu now stood protectively before a stunned Yan Qianqian, wielding the broken limb as his new, fearsome weapon. He positioned the monstrous limb like a spear, poised for a lethal thrust. In a brutal, decisive strike, Xiao Qiu impaled the shadow spider through its head with its own broken limb. With a violent shriek, the monstrous spider's head erupted in a chaotic burst of purple energy and debris. Amidst the faint purple glow, Xiao Qiu and a worried Yan Qianqian remained tense and watchful, surveying the brutal aftermath. One male squad member stammered in disbelief, wondering if he had just witnessed otherworldly mastery on the path of a martial artist, while Yan Qianqian simply declared it was too much to comprehend. He emphasized that even professional martial artists he had seen could not replicate such an impossible feat. With a sharp crack, Xiao Qiu had precisely crushed the spider's most vulnerable joint before thrusting it into the eyeball, all in a single, brutal moment. He possessed a clear understanding of the monster's structure and profound mastery of his own body, allowing him to rely entirely on skill to fight above his level. Xiao Qiu asked with a slight, teasing smile if she could let go now that the danger had passed. Yan Qianqian, still clinging tightly, then blurted out that she was about to be strangled by him. "Ah! I'm sorry," she cried, releasing him instantly and covering her face in an explosion of embarrassment. Xiao Qiu observed a game interface notification confirming that choosing the monster's path had not impacted the leveling system, granting him 500 experience points for killing the shadow spider. He reflected on how the leveling system had enabled him to bypass barriers and rapidly raise his rank as a hero in his previous life simply by slaying monsters. Now, with this function and his accumulated fighting experience, he believed he could grow even faster, radiating a powerful blue energy of pure resolve. A male squad member acknowledged his prior misjudgment, admitting that Xiao Qiu was truly extraordinary for daring to challenge the secret realm alone. He thanked Xiao Qiu for saving Yan Qianqian, promising him a share of the mission's reward. Xiao Qiu, with a modest expression, simply replied that it was merely a gesture, the right thing to do to help each other in the secret realm. "Why yeah," the male squad member stammered, internally suspecting the brat was being humble on purpose. A swift energy burst sliced through the air. A male squad member delivered a powerful, purple energy-infused strike with his massive sword. The squad surveyed the grim, debris-strewn aftermath of the battle, standing victorious among the defeated spider monsters. "Up ahead should be the boss," the male squad member declared, his gaze fixed on the path forward. He briefed his team, stating that after this fight, they would return to the real world, reminding them of the plan. He would take aggro while they dealt damage. Knowing the enemy was a spider, he instructed Yan Qian to prepare her fire technique to burn its silk, to which she confidently replied, "Leave it to me." Another female squad member optimistically noted their fast progress, hoping to catch the end of the trial of the century, but the male squad member scoffed, predicting that the hypocrite Mask would surely be found guilty. The female squad member expressed her curiosity about Mask's true appearance, which no one had ever seen, while Yan Qian added that rumor suggested Mask was actually a woman. Yan Qian, looking down in disappointment, revealed that she had once been Mask's supporter, seeing him as humanity's savior, until he unexpectedly massacred everyone in the city of Tuga. The other female squad member tried to diffuse the awkward tension, suggesting there was no need to speak so grimly. She earnestly defended Mask, explaining that she heard an infectious demon had descended upon the city, transforming everyone into monsters, and Mask had acted only as a last resort. The male squad member smirked, accusing her of still taking his side and asking if she was one of those paid actors on the internet, which she vehemently denied. Enough, the male squad member interjected, waving his hand, declaring an end to the touchy topic. He then sarcastically asked if they intended to put on a comedy show for Xiao Qiu with their arguments. "Let's go," the male squad member commanded, leading the group deeper into the cave. "It's time to challenge the boss." The passage ahead was eerily silent, heavily draped in thick, ghostly white cobwebs, setting a foreboding atmosphere. A soft crunch echoed as a foot landed on the sticky, cobweb-covered ground. The male squad member commented on the strong boss atmosphere of their surroundings, wondering aloud if the boss would drop any valuable materials upon its demise. Another male squad member eagerly anticipated the goodies in the treasure chest the boss guarded, while Yan Qian added that even a boss's corpse fetched a high price, making monster anatomists as well paid as professionals like themselves. A terrifying cacophony of clicks and scuttles announced the ominous approach of monstrous, clawed legs from the deep darkness. "It's coming," the male squad member shouted, as the team braced themselves for the boss. With a ferocious hiss, the enormous spider boss, emanating an orange glow, charged forward into confrontation. "I'm taking aggro, all of you deal damage," the male squad member roared, charging forward with his sword, an indestructible force of will. His massive sword struck the monster with a powerful thrum, a violent impact against its tough hide. Another male squad member leaped onto the spider monster, landing a quick, impactful strike with a smaller blade. Green energy blasts rapidly shot from his spear, impacting the monster in quick succession. Xiao Qiu analytically observed the battle, noting that the monsters in this low-level secret realm possessed almost no intelligence. He knew that with the right countermatch, any situation could be resolved. Then, with a powerful, decisive strike, Xiao Qiu punched the spider monster's leg, causing it to crack and shatter instantly. A stream of fire whistled from Yan Qian's hands as another male squad member drew his bow. The spider monster crackled loudly as it became completely engulfed in roaring, destructive flames. Another female squad member unleashed a burst of impactful green magical energy at the flaming creature. The monster recoiled with a pained hiss, roaring in agony as the flames consumed it. "Ha! See, as long as we cooperate properly," the male squad member crowed triumphantly, "we can completely raid the level 3 secret realm without any injuries." He announced he would distribute the final rewards in the same proportions as before, adding that they certainly couldn't forget about little brother Xiao. Xiao Qiu, looking thoughtful and slightly confused, questioned internally why the squad leader called it a level 3 secret realm when his system clearly indicated it was a level 4. "And what's even stranger is," Xiao Qiu began, just as a male squad member cried out that the secret treasure chest hadn't appeared, while Yan Qian sensed something ahead as faint whooshing sounds drifted through the air. More faint whooshing sounds followed as Yan Qian, in surprise, whispered if they were seeing a girl. Yan Qian gasped in concerned shock, her gaze fixed on the girl's head. A male squad member echoed the puzzle, wondering why she wore an astronaut helmet. The male squad member, now serious, began to theorize that the secret treasure chest hadn't appeared until now because of this new development. He then dramatically exclaimed that the girl was, in fact, the secret realm's true boss. "She is the secret realm's boss," he repeated, yet he expressed disappointment that she wasn't even scary, saying the previous monster's pressure had been far more oppressive. Within the helmet's dark visor, two menacing, glowing red eyes suddenly became visible. The girl slumped against the rock wall, one red eye still glowing, appearing vulnerable yet eerily unnerving. With a sudden rush, the girl stood dynamically, her arms outstretched, emanating dark purple energy as her red eyes burned with newfound power. The girl lunged forward swiftly, a dangerous blur of motion, as the male squad member braced himself with his spear. With intense focus, the male squad member launched his spear attack. "Idiot! Such a direct attack will surely be avoided," shouted the male squad member in frustration. With a wet thud, the girl in the astronaut helmet was violently struck in the chest, blood splattering as her red eyes still glowed. The male squad member drove his spear deep, impaling the monstrous creature disguised as a girl. The squad watched with a shared, grave concern as the battle unfolded before them. The male squad member smirked, confident that the creature was easily dealt with, holding his spear through its body. "Now die," he roared, delivering a decisive final thrust. An unsettling dark, rippling hole began to form where the spear had entered its body. Jagged, glowing white energy strings suddenly burst forth from the wound, extending outward like eerie tendrils. "How come?" he questioned in shock as the white energy strings swiftly bound his arms. Hold on." he gasped, struggling against the strings as the now floating creature sent more tendrils his way. He screamed in agony as the white energy strings tightened brutally around his body. The bowman shouted a desperate warning for his struggling comrade. The squad leader urgently declared that the thick spider silk was immune to physical attacks and commanded, "Mage, use a flame attack." Yan Qianqian focused, channeling her magic as glowing sigils began to materialize before her hands. The magical symbols flashed and glowed with intense power, signaling a potent spell's release. A roaring column of fire erupted, instantly engulfing the spider-like creature. The squad leader urgently cried out to save his comrade from the encroaching flames. The bowman could only gasp, utterly astonished by the immense flame attack. The roaring inferno intensified, completely consuming the creature in its destructive embrace. Despite the inferno, the creature's monstrous legs began to defiantly emerge from the blazing flames. Pure horror gripped the male squad member as the creature defied the searing heat. The monstrous spider-like creature squeaked, then fully emerged from the residual flames, revealing its terrifying, multi-legged form. "I've never seen a boss like this," the squad leader uttered in disbelief, a palpable dread settling upon them all. The male squad member screamed in terror as the white energy strings violently dragged him toward the monstrous creature. A brutal appendage struck his side, contorting his face in searing pain. His arm snapped with a sickening sound, crushed beneath the monstrous foot as blood welled up. The injured squad member lay bleeding, held captive by the creature's thick silk as it ominously loomed over him in the smoky cavern. "Lao Chi," the bowman roared, enraged, aiming his weapon and vowing, "You be *tch, I'll kill you." Xiao Qiu calmly warned the enraged bowman, "Don't act rashly," knowing the monster's power meant he would fare no better than the fallen lancer. The bowman seethed in fury, but the squad leader agreed, "What he says is right. There is absolutely no chance of victory in a rash attack." The squad leader urgently asked how long the secret realm portal would take to open, and Yan Qianqian responded grimly, Three hours. He devised a desperate plan, "Then we can only fight while retreating, slowly making our way to the entrance, and once the portal opens, we'll immediately escape." "Watch out. She's coming," the bowman shouted, as the monstrous creature swiftly approached, leaving the injured squad member behind. The monstrous spider-like creature rustled, crouching low and poised to strike with predatory intent. With a swift motion, the monstrous creature unleashed a deadly barrage of white energy strings across the cavern. The squad leader braced himself, grimacing as he deflected the incoming energy strings with his arm guard. "Captain," the bowman yelled, letting loose multiple glowing blue arrows toward the creature. The monstrous creature was struck by the glowing arrows, creating a bright, forceful impact. His arrows whizzed through the air, but the bowman was startled as white energy strings suddenly bound him. The squad leader cried out, "Tulse," in alarm as the bowman was helplessly pulled back by the creature's silk. The bowman struggled futilely, pulled helplessly closer to the monstrous creature looming ominously above him. The monstrous creature's mouth snapped open with a tearing sound, revealing a terrifying array of sharp, organic spikes emerging from within. "No!" the bound bowman shrieked, his face contorted in utter horror. A violent, bloody impact ripped through the air. Both female squad members recoiled, gasping in horrified shock at the brutal sight before them. With a sickening crunch, the monstrous creature brutally impaled the bowman with its spiked mouth, splattering blood. The bowman lay impaled and bleeding on the ground, surrounded by the creature's looming legs. "Damn it!" the squad leader roared, enveloped in fierce red energy as he prepared a desperate counterattack. He unleashed a powerful energy attack, striking the monstrous creature with crushing force. A powerful blow connected with a sharp, cracking sound. Impossible," he stammered, utterly shocked by the attack's profound ineffectiveness. He cried out, incredulous, as a level 3 swordsman, "How could a level 4 monster be unharmed after I used all my strength," as the creature swiftly bound him. The squad leader struggled with desperate futility against the energy strings that completely ensnared him. The monstrous creature loomed over him and declared with chilling finality, "It's over." "Give me the sword," the squad leader desperately pleaded, his bound arm reaching out. Xiao Qiu extended his hand, stating with stark resolve, "The only way to live now is to cut off your arm. If you want to live, give me the sword." Terror widened the squad leader's eyes as he hesitated, confronted with an unimaginable choice. He closed his eyes, jaw clenched, a painful resignation settling over him. The squad leader's bound hand released its grip, allowing his large sword to fall toward the ground. With swift, decisive precision, Xiao Qiu caught the falling sword. A foot landed forcefully on the ground, signaling a sudden movement. Xiao Qiu adopted a powerful stance, surrounded by an aura of energy, ready to unleash the sword. With a brutal slash, Xiao Qiu swiftly cut off the bound male squad member's arm. The squad leader screamed in excruciating agony as blood splattered across him. A monstrous spider-like creature thrashed in pain, surrounded by dark purple energy that ripped and tore around its injured form, while a young man lay unconscious nearby in the ominous cavern. Amidst the grim and perilous cave, the young man supported his injured squad member as they slowly moved through the smoky interior. With a sudden rush of energy, the female squad member, Ch1, and another male squad member activated their powers, both surrounded by green energy, though the male visibly struggled. Engulfed in ominous dark energy, Ch1 expressed her sheer terror, crying out that she didn't want to. Desperate and urgent, Ch1 ran, yelling that she refused to die in such a place. Another squad member questioned Xiao Qiu, who remained calm and observing, asking why he wasn't running. Xiao Qiu gravely explained that running was futile, the creature deliberately allowed escape because the fear it released made a more satisfying meal. He continued, revealing that these God-chosen beasts savored negative human emotions, fear, jealousy, and resentment were all delicacies in their eyes. The other female squad member reacted with surprise and confusion, questioning the meaning of fear and God-chosen. Xiao Qiu elaborated on the terrifying origins of the monsters, describing them as beings chosen by the outer gods of the void, blessed with immense growth and bizarre appearances beyond human comprehension. Casually, Xiao Qiu dismissed the concept of God-chosen, claiming to have killed countless outer gods himself even when powerless, and quipped that the system truly had bad taste for giving him such assignments. The spider-like creature thrashed in immense pain, dark purple energy ripping and tearing as if it underwent an extreme, agonizing struggle. A powerful burst of purple energy suddenly erupted from the creature, dramatically obscuring its thrashing body. The female squad member reacted with alarm, her green energy flaring amidst the chaotic, ominous purple energy. She desperately cast a poison-repelling spell, attempting to shield herself, Xiao Qiu, and the injured squad member from the pervasive, tense purple spiritual force. Ch1 struggled intensely against the sudden, impactful rush of purple energy surrounding her. Corrupted by the purple energy, Ch1 appeared unnervingly affected, her eyes rolled back and an unsettling smile twisting her features as she lost consciousness. The female squad member realized with distress that the purple energy wasn't mere poison gas, but a formidable spiritual pressure. The monstrous spider-like creature became entirely enveloped by the dense, swirling purple energy. Its menacing head, with glowing red eyes and sharp claws, was shown up close amidst the violent purple energy. Xiao Qiu taunted an unseen entity, implying its confusion at his resilience and refusal to fall like its other foods. Confidently, Xiao Qiu declared that though he currently lacked power, his spirit and soul remained at level 14, unyielding amidst the swirling purple energy. With a defiant smirk and glowing red eyes, Xiao Qiu challenged the creature, noting that its spiritual pressure had significantly weakened. He emphasized the precise timing, stating that the weakening had occurred just a moment ago. Empowered, Xiao Qiu stood as a monster status notification appeared, boldly announcing that he had acquired a brand new ability. Transformed into Mask, a large, horned, demonic creature glowing with red energy, he arrogantly claimed that without his intervention, his allies would never have gained such godly fighting force and that the god-chosen creature should feel proud to witness his existence. The monstrous spider-like creature recoiled in pain as something violently ripped through its abdomen amidst a chaotic surge of purple energy. The transformed Mask crouched, radiating immense power and ready for action in the cavernous space. Mask emitted a guttural sound, signifying his heightened, formidable state. A powerful, slashing attack streaked through the air with extreme speed and force, leaving trails of red and black energy. The spider-like creature was flung violently into the air, still surrounded by purple energy. With frantic energy, the spider-like creature moved rapidly, its red eyes glowing in the intense darkness. The spider-like creature was struck and injured again, red energy piercing its body with a ripping sound. The creature's glowing red eyes reacted, surrounded by chaotic energy, as it anticipated or endured another attack. The transformed Mask stood with his back partially to the viewer, looking over his shoulder, still radiating menacing dark energy. The spider-like creature suffered further attacks, its body pierced and splattered with red energy amidst the violent chaos. Holding up a severed limb, the transformed Mask remarked with casual brutality that despite its length, it was a good leg. The creature's head was struck with immense force, causing cracks and radiating purple energy with a loud smash. A powerful impact shattered something unseen, sending fragments and energy flying in a destructive burst. Mask taunted the creature, calling it a complete failure as a god-chosen being for its simple moves. Dismissively, Mask held up the severed leg, concluding he had had too high hopes for a mere level 4 god chosen, suggesting a higher level might have offered a different outcome. With ruthless determination, Mask declared his intention to finish off the creature before it could grow any stronger. The transformed Mask launched a fierce, rapid attack, streaking through the space with powerful intent. The spider-like creature was repeatedly slashed and injured by multiple ripping and tearing blows. The transformed Mask delivered a powerful blow to the struggling spider-like creature. The spider-like creature was further overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks, bursts of energy exploding around it. Resting his arm on a severed leg, the transformed Mask remarked that only one part remained, urging himself to finish it quickly. The monstrous spider-like creature, now with a prominent wound on its stomach, found itself caught in an energy net. The spider-like creature attempted a desperate escape or counterattack as the transformed Mask approached from the background. With a sudden impact, the spider-like creature made a desperate, swift movement. The spider-like creature was violently struck down, landing on the ground with a powerful smash. Defeated, the spider-like creature lay on the ground, struggling to move its injured form. Its glowing red eyes were visible as the defeated creature lay helplessly on the ground, one hand reaching out. Standing triumphantly over the fallen creature, Mask taunted it, questioning if it had ever imagined its own turn to be tormented would come so soon. Mask raised a glowing claw, delivering a single, decisive command for the creature to die. Mask delivered a devastating final blow, obliterating the creature in a powerful strike that caused an explosion of red and purple energy. System notifications appeared, announcing the completion of the Level 4 Secret Realm Mother Spider Hatching Nest Raid, the reward of a spider's foot, and the automatic transportation of all survivors out of the realm. The scene transitioned to a clear blue sky, signifying the emergence from the grim secret realm. People walked through a bustling, vibrant modern city street, marking a return to the normal world. The female squad member reflected thoughtfully on the teleportation, feeling that despite 2 hours having passed, the recent events felt like a dream. She narrated the aftermath. After waking from a coma induced by spiritual pressure, all survivors were transported out, and the seriously injured captain was rushed to the hospital, while she and her sister, being unharmed, simply left. With wide-eyed worry, she then voiced her concern for Xiao Qiu, who had been nowhere to be seen since the start, questioning if he was truly dead. She let out a sudden exclamation of surprise, turning her head as if noticing something. In disbelief and relief, the female squad member then called out Xiao Qiu's name upon spotting him on the city sidewalk. A vibrant day city skyline, a testament to resilience and progress, gleamed under a bright, clear sky. Xiao Qiu, newly emerged from the secret realm, wondered about finding a home to settle in this unfamiliar city where the system had placed him. His hopeful plans quickly deflated at the shocking sight of a 3,000 Union dollar monthly rent for a single room. He mused on his previous existence, where others had handled such mundane details, leaving him free to battle monsters without a thought for money. As Xiao Qiu worried about his ability to navigate human society, a familiar, excited voice cut through his thoughts, calling out, "Xiao Qiu." He turned his head, a faint sound of surprise escaping him. "You're that healer from the secret realm?" Yan Cece asked, her voice tinged with recognition. Yan Cece pouted internally, questioning the casual title of that healer. "My name is Yan Cece, the she that has 3 strokes on top," she asserted, insisting he remember it this time. Her face brightened with heartfelt relief as she declared, "But, it's great that you're okay." Yan Cece then noticed his interest in rental information, inquiring if he was seeking accommodation, and seemed surprised when he confirmed he had no connections in Day City. She processed the revelation, her expression growing thoughtful. Narration revealed Day City's relatively recent origin, having been established only 40 years prior, after a great disaster. The city's rapid urbanization had transformed its original central district into what was now known as an urban village, as the two walked along the streets. Yan Cece paused before a house, announcing, "This is my house." She reassured him, promising a separate room and no inconvenience, a generous offer for a new acquaintance. When Xiao Qiu pointed to a metal plaque, Yan Cece identified it as her father's retirement award. She proudly recounted her father's heroic deeds as a level 5 melee professional, recalling his participation in battles like Snow Howl and the defense of Yongmen Pass, far surpassing her own level 2 status. Yan Cece excitedly shared her father's claim of having fought side by side with Mask, even camping and eating from the same pot. She paused, a shadow of doubt crossing her face, wondering if the stories he had told since childhood were truly accurate. Yan Cece then chuckled, concluding that his tales were likely drunken fabrications, as Mask would never have shared such intimacy with a low-ranking officer. When Xiao Qiu asked about her father's whereabouts, Yan Cece solemnly replied, "He's gone." She explained that the prolonged war had taken a toll far beyond physical wounds, as he had lost too much vitality and passed away shortly after his discharge. He then inquired about her mother, and Yan Cece revealed she had tragically died giving birth to her sister. Xiao Qiu remained silent, absorbing the weight of her family's losses. Yan Cece quickly put on a bright smile, reassuring him that such events were long past and she was living well now, trying to dispel his sympathy. With a renewed cheer, Yan Cece gestured for Xiao Qiu to follow her inside the house. She informed him she would retrieve a quilt, but he would need to provide his own personal clothing. Yan Cece directed him to an empty room in the left wing, assuring him its age meant he shouldn't worry about it. Xiao Qiu silently resolved to earn enough money from secret realms to pay for rent, finding his new circumstances a significant improvement from the front lines. A wheelchair rolled across the floor with a distinct sound. A young woman in a wheelchair confronted them, demanding to know who the stranger was. Yan Cece introduced Xiao Qiu as a companion from a secret realm, explaining his temporary stay, but Qianlu, her sister, skeptically questioned their new acquaintance. Qianlu made a dry, sarcastic comment about Yan Cece bringing home people she had just met, clearly disapproving. Qianlu then turned her back, expressing her displeasure wordlessly. Yan Cece quickly apologized for Qianliu's behavior, explaining her sister's agitation stemmed from a fear of strangers. She further clarified Qianliu's heightened state was due to Mask's Judgment Day, a significant event for her. Xiao Qiu, listening to the explanation, expressed a slight surprise at Mask's extensive fan base. Qianlu sat engrossed in her computer, the bright screen illuminating her focused face in the dim room. The computer screen displayed a torrent of online comments, fiercely criticizing Mask for giving up his power, accusing him of wasting resources, and even calling him a selfish hypocrite who had absconded from his responsibilities. What bullsh***t? Qianlu fumed, her eyes wide with rage as she passionately defended Mask, asserting humanity's survival was owed to him, not the other way around. Fools, fools! Qianlu cried, her fingers flying across the keyboard in a furious flurry of typing. Yan Cece's voice called from outside Qianliu's room, announcing that it was time to eat. I'm busy. I'm not eating. Qianlu defiantly retorted, rejecting the idea of joining for dinner. How is he a guest? Qianlu raged, scornfully demanding why she should welcome someone who was not Mask. Yan Cece sighed, a soft sound of resignation escaping her as she accepted her sister's refusal. It'll only be the two of us today, Yan Cece told Xiao Qiu, apologizing for the meal's humble simplicity. Xiao Qiu, savoring the food, genuinely declared, it's already very good. He reflected on his past at the border, where he ate unseasoned monster meat that tasted like metal, a stark contrast to the meal before him. In those harsh times, he had believed that as long as he fought for mankind, even unpalatable food became tolerable. As they ate, a news program on the television in the background began discussing Mask's recent disappearance. The news anchor pressed Professor Zhang for his opinion on Mask's disappearance, and the man with glasses responded by mentioning a popular internet hypothesis. Professor Zhang elaborated on the online theory, suggesting Mask's disappearance was merely a ruse to abscond from his responsibilities, as no one could truly vanish from the public eye without power. He then dismissed the theory as untrue, to which the anchor acknowledged his point. The anchor expressed concern over the public's pessimistic views, wondering if Mask's disappearance would threaten mankind's peace, noting some even feared self-destruction. Professor Zhang emphatically rejected the notion of mankind being self-destructive, crediting humanity's past victories to the collective leadership of Parliament, not the efforts of any single individual. The professor sternly declared that any excessive mythologizing of a single person was not only undesirable but also wrong and utterly baseless. The narration echoed the sentiment of the broadcast, proclaiming that just as the sun rotated without the earth, humanity could also move forward gloriously without Mask. Yan Cece, chopsticks paused mid-air, pondered the news report with confusion and doubt, wondering if Mask truly had absconded. Xiao Qiu, what do you think, so fast, she exclaimed, noticing his rapid eating, isn't that your fourth bowl? Xiao Qiu, still eating, responded with indifference to her question about Mask, simply reiterating the negative portrayals on television. Yan Cece passionately insisted there had to be a deeper reason, firmly believing Mask had his own justifications. Maybe, Xiao Qiu conceded, his indifference exasperating Yan Cece, who then asked if he cared at all about Mask, to which he simply replied, I don't. Yan Cece worried aloud that if Qianlu saw the program, she would likely smash the television. An angry shout from outside, followed by loud knocking and banging sounds, startled both of them. Yan Cece, eyes wide with shock, identified the aggressors as being from the Kaijiang Investment Company, prompting a curious question from Xiao Qiu. An unseen assailant threatened to burn the house down, accompanying the menacing words with violent, repeated assaults on the door. Yan Cece moved with determined urgency, a blur against the bright sky. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a startling brightness beyond. A man in a suit, leading his group, sarcastically welcomed Yan Cece, implying a difficult chase. Yan Cece stood firm against Mr. Zai and Mr. Tujing, declaring her unwavering refusal to sell her home. The man in suit, smirking, tried to leverage her team's recent misfortunes to break her resolve. Yan Cici's shock confirmed the man's deep knowledge, which he brazenly attributed to Ch1 Investment Company's powerful connections. He pressed further, trying to convince her that her vulnerability left her without options. Yan Cici absorbed the painful truth of his words, simmering with silent frustration. With 5 fingers raised, he delivered an ultimatum, promising trouble if she continued to resist. He then offered a paltry $100,000 federal dollars, a blatant attempt to buy her out. Yan Cici, despite her refusal to sell, couldn't help but question the absurd drop in price from $3 million to a mere $100,000. He mockingly dismissed her concern, explaining that real estate market prices could fluctuate wildly, even overnight. Then, in a truly chilling move, he exposed his intimate knowledge of her sister's medical expenses and her dwindling savings. Just as he pressed his advantage, the man's gaze shifted, noticing Xiao Qiu standing calmly behind Yan Cici. He quickly recovered, making a snide, misinformed remark about Xiao Qiu being her younger boyfriend. With a smile, he offered a handshake, a gesture veiled in hidden intent. The man introduced himself as Tujing Kenzo, the chief of Kaijiang Investment Company Security Department, extending a hand to Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu, calm and unwavering, mirrored the gesture, ready to engage. Their hands met, a seemingly innocuous greeting. Yan Cici's frantic warning cut through the air. Tujing was a mage, and his specialty was mental attacks. Yet, the handshake continued, a silent, unseen battle already underway. Tujing, his eyes glowing red with sinister energy, smirked in triumph, believing his mental assault had landed. Purple energy surged around their clasped hands, a visible manifestation of the psychic struggle. Xiao Qiu, however, remained utterly calm, an unnerving stillness radiating from him. A faint pink glow emanated from Xiao Qiu's unblinking eye, betraying an impossible power. Tujing, now seemingly within Xiao Qiu's mental world, crowed with overconfidence, believing he was on the verge of shattering his opponent's mind. He cackled maniacally, declaring his intent to leave Xiao Qiu concussed and incapacitated for weeks. But Tujing's triumph quickly turned to confusion, as the mental world he expected failed to materialize. Tujing suddenly found himself adrift in a vast, dark, turbulent ocean of a mental landscape, his voice a bewildered whisper. Disbelief contorted his face as the sheer scale of Xiao Qiu's mental power threatened to overwhelm him. Panic clawed at Tujing, compelling him to flee from the mental depths he had so arrogantly breached. His face contorted, a mask of pure terror. He tumbled through an impossibly vast, frozen landscape of jagged, icy mountains and crashing waves. A titanic wave crashed over him, swallowing him into its icy depths. Tujing struggled for air, the horrifying realization dawning that Xiao Qiu was operating on an entirely different plane of power. Trapped and submerged, he cried out, knowing he was drowning in Xiao Qiu's raw mental power. His wide eyes reflected sheer, unadulterated panic. As he plummeted further into the darkness, a pair of enormous, glowing red eyes manifested, watching him. With a final, guttural scream, Tujing recognized the monstrous presence lurking in the depths of Xiao Qiu's mind. Back in reality, one of the men desperately shook the unconscious Tujing, trying to rouse him from his catatonic state. Yan Cici watched, bewildered, wondering if this was merely a new tactic of blackmail after their initial failure. Another man rounded on Xiao Qiu, accusing him of maliciously harming Tujing. Xiao, holding back his enraged subordinate, warned him to consider Xiao Qiu's power, questioning if he believed himself stronger than Tujing. Xiao speculated that Xiao Qiu might not just be a level 2, but a formidable level 3 spiritual professional, a revelation that shocked his men. Xiao acknowledged Yan Cici's unexpected backer, but warned that this was far from over. He then issued a direct threat: any attack on his people would be met with severe repercussions. Yan Cici, still reeling from the sudden display of power, asked Xiao Qiu if he had been responsible for Tujing's unconscious state. Xiao Qiu calmly clarified that Tujing's condition was self-inflicted, a consequence of his insistence on invading Xiao Qiu's mental domain. Xiao Qiu then inquired about the duration of the harassment, and Yan Cici explained it began 4 years ago, shortly after her father's death. Back then, they didn't need to sell, but the company's persistent banging and threats escalated, even extending to her vulnerable sister when Yan Cici was away. Yan Cici found temporary respite by joining Captain Song's team as a level 2 professional, whose threats kept the company at bay, but now circumstances had changed. She lamented the company's predatory nature, resuming their harassment the moment Captain Song suffered his accident. Xiao Qiu questioned the government's preferential treatment policy for military families, subtly hinting at his own past involvement in promoting it. Yan Cici responded with exasperated sarcasm, pointing out the obvious failure of any supposed preferential treatment. She critically observed that the government seemed to prioritize wealthy entities like Kaijiang Investment Company over military families, a truth underlined as the harassers walked away. Xiao Qiu listened thoughtfully, the cynicism of her words echoing in his mind. "You don't have to do this," Yan Cici said, as Xiao Qiu took to washing the dishes. Xiao Qiu, scrubbing diligently, explained his philosophy of gratitude, believing it right to help with chores after living and eating in her home. Yan Cixi smiled with genuine relief, acknowledging that she wouldn't have known what to do without his help against the harassers. Yan Cixi asked about his future plans, particularly raiding secret realms, a question he promptly returned to her. She expressed a deep hope for Captain Song's recovery, yet resignedly admitted she would have to find a new, reliable party if he remained incapacitated. Yan Cixi soberly detailed the treacherous nature of secret realm parties, rife with competition and even dangerous backstabbing. Xiao Qiu pointed out the ironic loophole in the federal law, which forbade killing in secret realms, yet offered no oversight within them. With a warm smile, Yan Cixi promised to recommend a reliable party to Xiao Qiu if she found one. Xiao Qiu calmly agreed, though his inner thoughts revealed a deep, somber understanding of the solitary path he embraced as a monster. He knew that for a monster like him, true companionship in battle was an impossibility. Xiao Qiu suddenly broke from his thoughts, his eyes widening in surprise at an unseen stimulus. A new task materialized: infiltrate the Night Dweller Level 4 secret realm alone within 12 hours, promising unexpected benefits despite the seemingly low challenge. A mystical hiss filled the desolate Gothic hall as a thin streak of blue energy materialized. The blue light intensified, expanding rapidly into a swirling vortex that charged the very air. Xiao Qiu stepped from the churning magical energy, perfectly composed as he entered the ancient hall. Xiao Qiu reflected on the immense convenience of his system's teleport gate, allowing him unrestricted access to any dungeon. The dungeon's theme was distinctly European medieval, Xiao Qiu mused, observing the weathered stone statue. With an air of readiness, Xiao Qiu confidently ventured deeper into the expansive, quiet dungeon. He paused abruptly, a note of surprise escaping him as he discovered two menacing gargoyle statues. Xiao Qiu recognized the stone guardians, a question lingering in his tone. The stone gargoyles began to crack and growl, their forms shifting from inert statues into something aggressive. A scarlet gargoyle roared to life, revealing its menacing level 3 power, notorious for high defense and dangerous fangs once activated. Xiao Qiu analytically considered the gargoyles' inherent resilience, noting their resistance to both physical and magical attacks. He felt a pang of concern, imagining the heavy casualties Yan Cixi's team would suffer against such formidable monsters. He met the charging scarlet gargoyles head-on, their snarls echoing as he prepared for the clash. Such a pity, Mask declared, his voice menacing as he transformed, acknowledging the gargoyles' unfortunate fate against him. "You guys have encountered me," Mask announced with a powerful whoosh, unleashing his formidable energy. Mask stood with terrifying majesty, his demonic form radiating foreboding power within the grand hall. This was the relentless path, the story of how he must become a monster. No narration for this panel. No narration for this panel. A monstrous, clawed hand dripped crimson, the grim evidence of a violent encounter. Mask surveyed the vast, empty cathedral, its majestic scale and awe-inspiring new challenge. A chilling shriek echoed as a group of gargoyles burst forth from the swirling white mist. Mask stood ready for battle, confronting the swarm of scarlet gargoyles advancing through the hazy Gothic hall. Mask issued a defiant challenge to the approaching enemies, daring them to attack him all at once. The scarlet gargoyles unleashed a rumbling, chaotic assault, shattering pillars and parts of the floor in their fury. Mask stood at the overwhelmed center, surrounded by a menacing circular formation of various gargoyles poised to strike. No narration for this panel. With a chaotic swish, a multitude of winged gargoyles swarmed forward, filling the air with their aggressive intent. Mask moved with blinding speed, stabbing two scarlet gargoyles in mid-air with shadowy precision. With a decisive slash, Mask cleaved a scarlet gargoyle in two, a brutal display of his power. A scarlet gargoyle roared in its final, agony-filled moments as it succumbed to defeat. The battle ended with a heavy thud, leaving the Gothic hall floor littered with shattered stone and glowing embers. Mask stood calmly amidst the aftermath, his demonic form still active, contemplating the vast, ethereal hall. One scarlet gargoyle, clearly terrified and wounded, displayed undeniable signs of fear and pain. Mask taunted the gargoyle, mocking its fear before seizing it with a forceful grab, questioning why a creature of stone would feel anything. A powerful whoosh of dark energy erupted around Mask, indicating a surge in his already formidable power. A massive stone fist crashed down with a deafening thump, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. No narration for this panel. Mask remained calm, observing a new development with focused, glowing red eyes. A monumental Lux stone statue, level 4 and intricately crafted over a vast amount of time, appeared as a new leader-class threat, challenging any who would dare destroy such a figure. Mask's voice was sharp with taunt, noting the demon's human appearance despite its monstrous nature. The Lux stone statue, now revealed as sentient and hostile, declared its murderous intent towards Mask. Die, the Lux stone statue roared, charging at Mask as their battle instantly ignited. A grand, ornate Gothic doorway, bathed in ethereal blue light, promised further mysteries beyond its closed form. A powerful kick violently burst open the ornate Gothic doors, forcing entry into the chamber beyond. A squad of adventurers, including 2 female members, a male leader, and a young man, stood ready for combat, illuminated by the doorway's radiant energy. The squad observed the grand hall, now shrouded in dust and debris, a clear sign of a recent, intense battle. The young man questioned his leader, expressing concern that the dungeon, supposedly newly appeared, had clearly been entered by someone else. The male squad member, now confused, insisted that the inspection bureau had assured him the dungeon's entrance was sealed. The female squad member frantically informed her leader that someone, a crazy bastard, had definitely been there before them. The male squad member prompted her discovery, as she pointed to curious, cracked stone fragments on the ground. The female squad member meticulously analyzed the damage, concluding that only close combat with extraordinary force could have caused such uneven textures and large fragments. Wide-eyed with horror, the female squad member concluded that the stone statue had been ripped apart by bare hands. The male squad member reacted with utter disbelief, sweating profusely at the impossibility of such a feat. "No, leader," the young man stated with grave certainty, pointing upward, "I think what she said is true." "Look," the young man urged, directing the squad's attention to a massive, shattered hole high in one of the Gothic windows. The massive Lux stone statue stood majestically, its back to a wall of shattered stone that resembled formidable wings. The Secret Realm Inspection Bureau, a beacon of order in Day City, stood with clear, professional lines against the open sky. Frustration slammed down with the documents, demanding to know why such a significant mistake still yielded no results. The man in the suit, his voice intense and accusatory, reported that 7 teams had found all monsters in the Secret Realm already neutralized upon their entry. He called it a serious neglect of duty, accusing some teams or individuals of evading inspection and illegally entering secret realms without official registration. Xiao Qiu, the young man, calmly questioned if early clearing of such dangerous places wasn't actually a good thing, given they'd need to be cleared eventually. The man in the suit sharply rebutted, asserting that such dereliction of duty on a smaller scale could endanger the Federation and all humanity on a larger one. He grimly pondered the grave possibilities if an unregistered person were to ambush an expedition team within a secret realm rather than just clear out monsters. Reflecting seriously on history, the man warned the new generation that in the barbaric years before the Bureau, humans were the biggest cause of casualties, not monsters. A pained expression crossed his face as he sorrowfully declared that humans should not perish in such unnecessary internal conflicts. Shifting to a more analytical and strategic tone, the man guided the discussion back, detailing the infiltration of 7 secret realms and estimating the infiltrator's strength to be level 4 or 5. He analytically explained that the consistent, brutal destruction marks on all the monsters indicated a single individual was responsible, not a diverse group. The man, with a strategic glint in his eye, deduced that one individual couldn't possibly use all the spoils from so many cleared secret realms. He then issued decisive, authoritative orders for the squad members to closely monitor trading markets in Day City for loot matching the 7 infiltrated realms, demanding immediate reports. The bustling, architectural expanse of the professional trading market in Day City came into view, a hub of commerce and exchange. A muscular male squad member, with a friendly smile, handed over payment, asking Xiao Qiu to seek him out for future sales. Xiao Qiu accepted the money with a simple, quick, sure. He reflected with slight regret that he might have sold items too cheaply again, but dismissed it, as the materials from the secret realms held little personal use. Xiao Qiu's focus hardened as he inwardly resolved that completing his system's tasks would be his path to continuous growth, with a task like political strategy of the Night Dweller, promising rewards like light body, wings of gargoyle, and a boost to his body strength. Practicality then took over as Xiao Qiu realized the money would cover his rent at Yan Cici's house. His casual assessment of value emerged as he dismissed a hypothetical 3,200 as simply too low. At a market stall, a female squad member earnestly presented an old long sword, emphasizing its history of slaying countless monsters and its continued sharpness through diligent maintenance. The merchant, shrewd and dismissive, declared the blade worthless due to its scratches and thinness, fit only for scrap. The female squad member looked down, utterly disheartened that her father's treasured blade was being considered mere scrap. The manipulative merchant, smirking, tried to capitalize on her distress, offering a paltry 3,500 for the pitiful blade, making her hesitate. With a pained expression, the female squad member apologized to the sword, Flying Crow, explaining her desperate need to sell it for Qianliu's medical expenses. The merchant, self-assured and cunning from decades in the trade, inwardly confirmed her ignorance, knowing the blade secretly contained valuable forged ember iron. He gloated with greedy triumph, anticipating a profit of over 10,000 once he extracted the precious ember iron, a rare material from exclusive secret realms. Leaning forward, the merchant pressured her, demanding a quick decision or he would retract his 3,500 offer. The female squad member held up a hand, asking for a tense moment of pause. Turning in surprise, she recognized Xiao Qiu, who now held the sword, and he cryptically replied, "Let's talk about that later." Xiao Qiu's eyes narrowed with a resolute intensity, hinting at a decisive internal thought. An overlay revealed the sword's true nature as a level 5 professional long blade, hinting at a mysterious past stained by the blood of a demon god, leaving its ultimate fate as either a blessing or misfortune. With direct purpose, Xiao Qiu declared his intention to purchase the blade, surprising the female squad member. The merchant, angered by the intervention, confronted Xiao Qiu across the counter, deeming his meddling in their negotiation inappropriate. Xiao Qiu produced a substantial stack of money, offering it with calm conviction, shocking both the female squad member and the merchant. The merchant clutched his head in despair and regret, lamenting that he must be going crazy at the missed opportunity. Later, the female squad member and Xiao Qiu sat calmly on a park bench, the transaction complete. She sincerely insisted on charging Xiao Qiu a mere 1,500 for the blade, expressing profound gratitude for him having saved her life multiple times. Xiao Qiu resolutely countered, asserting that her past hospitality had already repaid him, and ordered her as her benefactor to accept the money as accommodation and food expenses for his delicious meals. Holding the sword, Xiao Qiu spoke with mysterious confidence, hinting that the blade was far more complex than she realized and worth well over 10,000, though he couldn't explain why. The female squad member's expression turned reflective and curious, surprised that the blade, like Xiao Qiu himself, harbored such deep secrets. She closed her eyes, offering understanding and reassurance that she wouldn't pry into his secrets, such as his early exit from the spider's secret realm or his sudden wealth, nor would she share them. With an earnest, sentimental plea, she held Xiao Qiu's arm, asking him to care for Flying Crow, the last memento her father left to her and her sister. Xiao Qiu thoughtfully repeated Flying Crow, appreciating the name for its fitting symbolism of a creature that comes and goes freely, hidden in the dark. The female squad member's hands clenched, her thoughts mournful and desperate, as she chastised herself as useless for failing to protect her father's last relic, but knew she had no choice but to sell it to fund Qianliu's care. When Xiao Qiu inquired about Qianliu, the female squad member explained the Great Ghost incident in Day City, confirming it was a level 10 monster that brought chaos. The horrifying image of the Great Ghost's rampage revealed how armies and heroes were instantly overwhelmed, requiring immense sacrifice from professionals and veterans to protect ordinary citizens. The panel showed a desolate street, emphasizing that her father died in that incident, with only Flying Crow recovered from the devastation. The scene shifted to a city skyline tainted by eerie, green radiation, illustrating how the Great Ghost's most deadly emission discolored half the city, turning everything miserable and dangerous. The horrific effects of the radiation were laid bare, showing victims dissolving into flesh and blood, and revealing that Qianliu, standing at its very edge, was gravely afflicted. The female squad member's voice grew mournful and sentimental as she fondly recounted Qianliu's exceptional sword talent, believing her destined for greatness like their father. Her expression became tragic and determined as she explained Qianliu's constant need for expensive, high-level treatment to prevent the radiation from spreading, which had driven her to abandon combat for the safer healer profession. Xiao Qiu, reflecting critically, revealed that he himself had defeated the Great Ghost with a single punch after being transferred to the front lines, yet lamented the profound impact such a weak monster had on ordinary lives over 10 hours. His face hardening with intense resolve, Xiao Qiu declared his deep-seated hatred for monsters. Xiao Qiu then, with an inquisitive tone, questioned why Qianliu's situation wasn't reimbursed by federal funds, a program he remembered arranging after the incident, surprising the female squad member. A relieved smile spread across the female squad member's face as she expressed comfort from confiding in him, suggesting they now return. Playfully, she reminded him of her good cooking and confidently promised to showcase her real level in the kitchen tonight. The female squad member and Xiao Qiu walked away casually, followed discreetly by two men in suits. One of the men in suits voiced his questioning doubt about their chances of truly finding the secret realm thief. The other man in a suit, with confident strategy, reassured him, explaining their director's analysis and how colleagues were already investigating underground trading spots for stolen goods. With determined resolve, the two men in suits set off, intent on finding the elusive, secret realm thief. The scene then shifted to a quiet suburban street, its traditional houses and overcast sky giving it a melancholic atmosphere. Inside, a young woman in a wheelchair angrily poured water, playfully ranting about keyboard warriors. Suddenly, a loud, urgent knocking startled the young woman in the wheelchair, leaving her tense and uncertain about who could be at the door. Her face contorted with alarming shock and fear as she realized the urgent knocking came from people representing the Kaijiang Investment Company. An unseen force violently forced the door open, splintering the wood with a chilling creak. The woman in the wheelchair instinctively turned, a jolt of worry tightening her face at the sound-off panel. Anxious, she gripped her wheelchair, her gaze fixed on the unseen intrusion. Her hands tightened around a wooden sword, a silent preparation for confrontation. She moved outside, planting herself in a defensive stance, wooden sword ready against the encroaching dimness. Then, a man in a purple shirt stomped forward, flanked by two others with metal rods, as the door gave way. I knew someone was in, the man declared, a broad smirk spreading across his face. His smirk turned dismissive as he saw her. It's the little cripple. Little cripple, are you trying to stop me with that toy-like wooden sword? He mocked, laughing, as she gripped her sword, defiant rage in her eyes. You asshole, she shrieked, swinging her wooden sword in a fierce, whistling arc. Wow, that's pretty impressive, he noted calmly, watching her wooden sword swish through the air. But with a sudden impact, she was down, her wheelchair overturning beside her. Bruised and on the ground, she still clutched her wooden sword, her voice raw with rage. Bastard. Asshole. Her eyes widened in shock as a large, dark boot descended towards her. He stood over her, pinning her wooden sword beneath his boot, sneering, want to slash me? I'm standing right here, you little cripple, can you reach? As the woman lay defeated, the man commanded his obedient crew to search the house and see if those two people are at home, adding, I'll let him know what are the consequences of offending our Ch1 company. Inside, furniture crashed and splintered as his men ransacked the house. His subordinates reported, the other two aren't in, prompting a disappointed, how unfortunate. However, we aren't leaving empty-handed, he declared, deciding to kidnap the struggling woman to lure the others out, as she screamed, I'll kill you. Bastard. I'll kill you. His subordinate questioned the wisdom of kidnapping, but the leader, acknowledging the risk, insisted they needed to leave a lasting impression. With a smirk, the leader assigned a special task, and his eager subordinate immediately requested, Leader, give your orders. Here's the truck keys, he said, handing them over, you wait in the truck. When they appear, you drive the truck right into the yard. He grinned, detailing his sinister plan for a minor accident, involving a garbage truck full of gifts, all while ironically claiming, we are law-abiding citizens. A chorus of laughter and understood followed him as he led his men away into the ominous night. A powerful lightning bolt split the dark, stormy sky, presaging further trouble. Heavy rain continued to pour, shrouding the residential buildings in a gloomy, wet haze. As they walked through the cold, grim rain, the female squad member encouraged Xiao Qiu, come on, Xiao Qiu. We're almost home. Suddenly, her eyes widened in profound shock at something unseen. She stood frozen, horrified to see the injured woman lying unconscious beside her overturned wheelchair in the chaotic rain. The injured woman, battered and soaked, managed a pained whisper from the wet ground, bastards. You bastards. The female squad member cried out in distraught recognition, Qnliu. It's those people from Kaijiang Investment Company. Those bastards, she raged, but Xiao Qiu calmly urged, let's head in first. The female squad member, concerned for their belongings, asked Xiao Qiu to help Qianlu inside, to which he simply replied, all right. She walked away to secure their damaged belongings, leaving Xiao Qiu to push Qianlu towards the house. Xiao Qiu watched the chaos with a serious gaze as the rain continued to fall, while Qianlu looked on, worried. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflected the relentless downpour. In the desolate yard, the female squad member stood in the pouring rain, staring at the vast pile of garbage dumped at her home. Covered in mud and rain, her clothes torn, she stood utterly enraged, her fury simmering beneath the surface. A man in a truck leaned out, sneering, Isn't this Ms. Yan's house? Why did I mistake it for the garbage dump? I'm really sorry. He continued his arrogant taunt, suggesting, since it's raining heavily now, you can stand in the rain to clean yourself. This is just the first gift from our Kaijiang company, he declared, amplifying the insult with malicious pride. Qianlu, her face splattered with dirt and distress, cried out, SIS. Let go, I need to go over. Qianlu pleaded, but Xiao Qiu calmly held her back, saying, let her be. He reasoned, if you go over, you'll only make her feel sadder. Xiao Qiu watched the female squad member, who stood silently amidst the heap of trash in the gloom. The female squad member met Xiao Qiu's gaze with a pained expression, while he looked at a sad Qianlu. Despite her dirty and drenched appearance, the female squad member walked away from Xiao Qiu with new, grim determination. Xiao Qiu stood calmly beside a sad Qianlu, who silently clutched her broken wooden sword as the bleak rain continued. Clutching her wooden sword, Qianlu finally broke her silence, asking with profound distress, why is it like this? Can you tell me? Looking up at Xiao Qiu with heavy sorrow, she pleaded, tell me, is there justice in this world? Xiao Qiu's response was grim and definitive, there never was. When Qianlu asked if justice or fairness might exist in the future, Xiao Qiu dismissed her, explaining, the fairness you want is fabricated from injustices. Even the rain, he reasoned, holding the wooden sword, was unequal, even the rain falling on everyone is unequal. He gestured with the wooden sword, observing that it falls on those suffering as well as the unrighteous. His wooden sword pointed forward as he declared, this world is unjust. Hence the rain that falls in this unjust world. He struck the wooden sword with a powerful crack, proclaiming, is also unrighteous. Qianlu sobbed, clutching the now broken wooden sword, the harsh truth of his words echoing in her heart. Xiao Qiu stated with cold detachment that their family's troubles were minor. It's merely ubiquitous misery upon misery, and he would focus his energy on more important things. He lamented, splashing his foot in a puddle, that trouble always comes to me. What a pain. As Xiao Qiu began to walk away, Qianlu asked with concern, where are you going? Looking back with grim determination, Xiao Qiu stated his intent, to eliminate them. Panicked, Qianlu cried out, warning him of Kaijiang's level 3 and 4 professionals and their boss. Said to have reached level 5. She pleaded desperately, didn't you say our family's troubles are minor? Then don't go. If you go, you're finished, as Xiao Qiu continued walking away. Yeah, it's a real hassle, a real bore, Xiao Qiu admitted, but then began to draw his intricately designed sword. Standing calmly in the rain with his drawn sword, Xiao Qiu revealed his philosophy, I've always liked to curb boredom with boredom. His eyes glowing red with menacing resolve, Xiao Qiu concluded, and use violence to eliminate trouble. A heavy, unrelenting rain shrouded the modern cityscape, cloaking it in a gloomy intensity that promised more than just a storm. Amidst the downpour, the cold, glass facade of Kaijiang Investment loomed, an impersonal monolith of power. Inside, insulated from the brewing storm, two men in suits sealed a successful cooperation on a site redevelopment, declaring that money should be earned together, with a chilling lack of concern. The ceaseless whisper of the rain enveloped Xiao Qiu, who stood alone in the downpour, his staff held firm, contemplating the grey skies above. He faced the relentless rain with a determined resolve, each drop a confirmation of the path he had chosen. Back in the bright, grand lobby of Kaijiang Investment, a man in a suit observed the entrance with quiet vigilance. Suddenly, the man with glasses reacted with a surprised "oh," as something unexpected caught his attention. Xiao Qiu calmly walked through the revolving door into the building, his staff an unwavering presence, under the watchful eye of the man with glasses. The man with glasses smirked with annoyance, muttering, damn it, another troublemaker, as another man in suit grumbled about the disturbance occurring during his shift. A man in suit confronted Xiao Qiu in the spacious lobby, shouting, you brat, do you know what place this is, and commanded him to put the weapon away. With a swift, fluid movement, Xiao Qiu ignored the command, effortlessly gliding past the men attempting to stop him. He looked down with a composed expression, completely unfazed by the confrontation and the men trying to block his path. A brutal tearing sound accompanied the man with glasses as terror as his face was savagely injured. Amidst the terrified screams and the sound of shattering defeat, Xiao Qiu stood resolute in the chaotic aftermath, his opponents vanquished. A mystical system interface materialized, detailing the Blood Sacrificial Blade mission, requiring the Flying Crow to eliminate hostile beings for a blood-fueled upgrade, hinting at darker powers at play. Xiao Qiu looked to the side with a serious, contemplative expression, processing the mission details. He continued his measured walk through a modern hallway, now trailed by two men in suits, who had armed themselves with swords. In the grand, brightly lit lobby, Xiao Qiu stood firm amidst a new ring of armed men, one of whom lay defeated on the ground near a bloodied blade. One man with black hair and purple shirt warned another to be careful of the hostile intruder. Xiao Qiu remained at the center of the spacious lobby, now encircled by four armed men ready for battle. Two men in suits lunged forward simultaneously, their swords flashing aggressively in a coordinated attack. With a clang of steel, Xiao Qiu skillfully parried a sword attack, defending against multiple assailants closing in around him. He maintained a grim, focused expression, his concentration absolute amidst the intense flurry of combat. With a swift slash, Xiao Qiu violently attacked two men, causing blood to splatter as chaos erupted in the lobby. As Xiao Qiu turned his back, the man with glasses, seemingly recovered, defiantly began to charge his sword with menacing energy, preparing a counterattack. In an extreme close-up, Xiao Qiu's eye glowed with an intense, powerful red, signaling the activation of a potent ability. The man with glasses reacted with a grimace of extreme fear and apprehension, his eyes wide with terror. A rapid, powerful blur of red streaked across the space, depicting an attack of extreme speed and violence. With a visceral rip, Xiao Qiu delivered a devastating blow to the man with glasses, causing blood to spray violently. An incredible blur indicated a blade moving with impossible speed, leaving only streaks of cool blues and grays. With a wet slice and splatter, Xiao Qiu violently impaled a silhouetted opponent with his blade, releasing a copious spray of blood. A man with black hair and purple shirt shouted that the opponent's blade is stuck, urging for an immediate attack, as another man in suit observed intently. Xiao Qiu stood poised in the lobby as one opponent lunged from above, while another lay defeated on the ground below. With a shattering impact, Xiao Qiu delivered a powerful punch, causing fragments and blood to erupt from his recoiling opponent. The sheer impact of the blow left the man screaming in horrified disbelief, utterly confounded by the supernatural strength behind a mere fist. With a heavy thump, Xiao Qiu stood victoriously over a defeated opponent, his staff now stained with blood. The clatter of footsteps filled the chaotic lobby as Xiao Qiu calmly walked away from the scene, leaving terrified patrons running and injured men strewn about. From his opulent lounge, Li Rongqi, the man with black hair and purple shirt, arrogantly asserted that the house of the two sisters should be obtained soon, warning that, after all these suffering, if they still resist, then don't blame me for using other means, before dismissively scoffing, there aren't such ignorant people in the world, right? Ha 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 ha. The man with glasses then affirmed to Li Rongqi that, in the end, you still has to act, confident that, as long as the site is redeveloped, we'll make huge profits. Suddenly, a panicked man in suit burst through the door, shouting, "Not good." The panicked man in suit reported to the calm Li Rongqi that someone is killing their way in. The panicked man in suit revealed that that man went on a killing spree in the lobby and killed a lot of people, leading the man with glasses to question, "How many intruders?" and the man in suit to reply, "Only one," prompting Li Rongqi to scoff, "A lone person dares to barge in alone, he must be tired of living." Li Rongqi explained Kaijiang's calculated strategy, stating, "We in Kaijiang always seek the right target before taking any action, and that, we don't mess with high-level professionals or people with power and influence." With a decisive tone, Li Rongqi declared, "Come, let's check it out," leading the group of men to investigate the situation themselves. A large, ornate axe struck the marble floor with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying. The three men proceeded down the bright hallway, with Li Rongqi now carrying a formidable axe. All three men looked confused, pondering the unfolding events with uncertainty. At the bottom of a stark, empty stairwell, a terrified man in suit desperately pleaded, "Don't kill me, please don't." With a whoosh of power, the man activated a glowing, circular energy shield to defend himself. With a soft, heavy thud, the man crumpled to the ground, defeated and bloody, as a dark silhouette loomed menacingly above in the shadowy stairwell. The potent, rhythmic drum of unseen power echoed in the dim stairwell as Xiao Qiu stood stoic, dark energy coiling around him. Both Li Rongqi and the man in grey jacket were left speechless, their faces etched with shock. Li Rongqi confidently asserted, "What are we afraid of? We are level 4 professionals. Which one of us is not an outstanding person?" with the man in grey jacket echoing, "That's right." The three men activated their formidable powers, one conjured a glowing crystal, another imbued his axe with fierce energy, and the third's gun began to glow ominously. Xiao Qiu questioned their level 4 professionals' status, while Li Rongqi, axe in hand, menacingly threatened him to surrender peacefully for an intact corpse, still wondering what enmity he had with Kaijiang. The man in grey jacket identified Xiao Qiu as the guy who newly appeared at Yan Cici's house and the one who put Tujing in a coma, prompting Li Rongqi to realize, so it was him. Xiao Qiu internally acknowledged the formidable challenge of 3 level 4 professionals, contemplating that it would be troublesome if I maintain my human form. A powerful weapon impacted the ground with a resounding thump, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The room abruptly plunged into darkness, startling both Li Rongqi and the man in grey jacket. Li Rongqi questioned, "What's he trying to do?" while the man in grey jacket speculated, "Maybe he is thinking of sneaking up on us in the dark," wondering, is he an assassin or lurker that is more powerful in the dark? With a confident smirk, Xiao Qiu proclaimed his dominion, asserting, "But, in darkness, I am the king who controls the right time and space." The man in grey jacket declared, "Night vision, activate," as his eyes glowed green with power, believing, with this ability, the darkness is the same as daylight to me. But the man in grey jacket's confident proclamation faltered, his words trailing off into a bewildered, What's this?" In the darkened room, a tall, armored, monstrous figure with horns stood ominously, emanating dark shadows. The man in grey jacket cried out in visceral terror, the single word, "monster," escaping him as the monstrous figure glared with glowing red eyes. The heavy rain outside mirrored the impending gloom. Inside, a man gripped his pistol, his glowing green eyes reflecting a tense determination. He cautiously observed the injured monster, which stood menacingly in the ominous shadows. With a violent rush, the monster blurred into an impossible speed. The man responded instantly, his pistols blazing in a rapid, determined barrage. A sudden, violent impact left the man bleeding profusely from his chest. Distraught, the man called out for Joseph, an anxious dread rising from the scent of fresh blood. A grim pool of blood around the fallen man intensified his terrifying question, was Joseph already dead? As lightning cracked outside, the man faced the monster, now revealed in an even more menacing form. Metal shrieked as the man's axe violently met the monster's sword in a desperate clash. A wave of panicked relief washed over him, a moment slower would have meant death. Elsewhere, President Xiao observed the unfolding chaos with a serious, contemplative gaze. With a powerful cry, President Xiao summoned a massive, glowing ice arrow. The monster stood, its form emanating a threatening aura of dark energy. An aggressive, clawed hand shrouded in dark energy reached out. The ice arrow struck and shattered against the creature, sending destructive shards exploding outward. Enveloped in shadowy energy, the monster struggled fiercely against its unseen bonds. With an unearthly shriek, the monster's eyes glowed with intense, raw rage. A horrific crunch and splurt of blood filled the room, terrifying the man. A giant, hairy creature loomed over him, filling the man with desperate terror. With a fresh, bleeding neck wound, the man cursed, consumed by extreme fear and impending doom. The blood-soaked monster stood menacingly in the rain, clutching its bloodied sword. The monster's sword dripped with fresh blood, wreathed in ominous, dark tendrils. 3 armed men stood cautiously in the dimly lit corridor, their anxiety palpable. Sweating and wide-eyed, the man reacted with utter shock and disbelief. He confronted the imposing monster, its glowing red eyes and dark energy radiating a tense, foreboding aura. He peered into the dark room, where a faint, eerie shadowy figure was barely visible in the distance. The monster's menacing face, red eyes blazing with dark energy, filled his vision, intensifying the dread. Violent slashes and thwacks echoed through the dark, empty room, hinting at unseen combat. The monster stood triumphant, its red eyes glowing over the grim scene of several fallen men. A forceful, commanding voice boomed, declaring, "Enough." Mask stood at the top of the stairs, calmly confronting the shadowy monster below. Mask intently assessed the creature, discerning it to be a formidable, level 6 professional. Mask pondered the monster's true nature, rejecting the idea of mere demonic madness. He continued his careful analysis, ruling out a transformation-type professional due to the monster's potent demonic breath. Mask, determined and opportunistic, concluded this unique creature, a true demonic hybrid, could be incredibly profitable. Mask confidently declared this encounter the monster's demise, smiling at the prospect of satisfying powerful figures seeking human-demon fusions, as a powerful green energy vortex engulfed the creature. A powerful green energy slash struck the monster directly in the head. Yet, the monster's red eyes glowed menacingly, utterly unfazed by the direct hit. Mask, surprised, acknowledged the creature's incredibly fast reaction speed, unable to believe it had dodged his precise attack. Mask, confident and dangerous, declared he had already gauged the monster's limits. Multiple green energy slashes barraged the monster, causing it to recoil from the intense assault. The green energy slashes cut deep into the monster's form. Mask smirked, mocking the demonic creature's cockroach-like tenacity even as he delivered another green energy attack. Determined, Mask lunged forward, his next attack promised to be far more complex and powerful. A powerful green energy attack slammed into the monster's chest. Mask attacked with rapid, violent slashes from his green energy sword, sending the monster recoiling. A triumphant smirk spread across Mask's face, his deception had worked. Mask swiftly reached down, his hand moving with decisive intent. His hand produced a revolver, cocking it with a tense, decisive click. With a cunning smirk, Mask aimed his revolver, preparing for a deadly blast. A decisive click preceded a violent explosion as Mask fired at point-blank range, the monster's head detonating. Mask triumphantly smirked, confident in his infallible technique, regretting only that the new creature could not be captured alive. The monster's body lay enveloped in smoke, but Mask's thoughts turned to the chilling value of its corpse. But the monster still stood, its red eyes glowing menacingly, completely unharmed by the devastating blast. Mask's face contorted in utter shock and fear, it was impossible. From such a close distance, the man thought, launching his glowing green sword, certain his target could not possibly evade. Mask's red eyes burned with realization, his opponent had anticipated the feint, deducing his strategy. The man, astonished, demanded to know how Mask knew, who then calmly revealed, the 19 rapier style. Mask then unveiled the sinister truth of the 19 rapier style, a form he had meticulously designed for the rapier, boasting endless variations, unparalleled agility, devastating damage, and flawless evasion, ensuring a precise, unscathed kill every time. Mask then pointedly questioned the man's righteousness in wielding the style he himself designed, wondering if the man had even known its sacred rule, causing the man to furiously dismiss Mask's words as utter nonsense. Defiantly, the man roared, "Annihilating monsters such as you, isn't that the very definition of righteousness?" Mask calmly admitted he might be a monster, then challenged the man's definition of righteousness by asking about the families he had destroyed, a personal vendetta the man arrogantly dismissed as irrelevant to the Kaijiang company. A monster like you will never comprehend this righteousness, the man thundered, green energy swirling, passionately proclaiming his unwavering stance on the side of human progress and the necessary demise of monsters like Mask. Green energy erupted from the man's attack, and Mask, contemplative, uttered, "I see now." With a sudden, dark shift, Mask's form became truly menacing, swirling tendrils of dark energy and a glowing red rapier now fully manifest as he chillingly remarked, "So, this is your righteousness." With a terrifying thwomp, Mask unleashed an attack of impossible speed, freezing the man in sheer terror. The man desperately struggled, attempting to parry the rapid, red-glowing attack that shined with a chilling Xiao Qiu. What in the world? The man gasped, his face contorted in disbelief and utter confusion at Mask's impossible speed. With a brutal thwomp, Mask's dark blade plunged into the man's shoulder, causing him to scream in raw pain as his sword clattered from his grasp. Mask's weapon sliced through the air with a savage whumph, its force a testament to pure destruction. A raw, primal scream tore from the man's throat, echoing his agony. Pure force thrashed through the space, a chaotic display of impossible speed. Impaled and ensnared by blood-red tendrils, the man, bleeding profusely, grimly accepted his fate. That was a sneak attack. "God damn it, what kind of monster are you?" the man roared, his voice laced with desperate pain and furious disbelief. Mask, a menacing figure of dark energy, his red eyes burning, began a rhetorical question, "Didn't I clearly tell you my identity earlier?" Mask pressed, a shack of motion accompanying his aggressive movement with the glowing red sword. Mask moved with such impossible speed that he became a mere fleeting blur of red energy and dark tendrils. With a heavy thunk, Mask's bloodied, red-glowing sword was forcefully plunged into the shattered surface. A sudden, crimson-tinged darkness swallowed the scene, an abrupt end to the moment. The bloodied sword pulsed with a menacing glint, its dark power palpable as drops of blood shimmered from its blade. With a triumphant boom, Mask stood fully transformed, his bloodied sword now radiating a fearsome, empowered aura of dark tendrils. The sword's true identity was revealed as Blood Raven, an S-class unique rapier reborn from demon blood, bearing unlimited growth potential through absorbed blood, yet capable of devouring its wielder, a power Mask recognized as he mused, "Blood Raven, is that its name now?" Mask held the Blood Raven, sensing a vague, mystical heartbeat emanating from its seemingly unchanged surface, a rhythmic thump-thump echoing within his grip. Mask declared his perfect synergy with the Blood Raven, an infinitely growing demonic blade, noting how it truly complemented an infinitely growing monster such as himself. A man reacted with sheer panic and horror, stammering a fragmented report, "The boss has." Mask remained utterly silent, his glowing red eyes conveying an unreadable, profound menace. A terrified man cowered on the ground, desperately pleading for his life, Don't kill me." Mask raised the Blood Raven, issuing a chilling, deadly command, "Go." Blood Raven. A massive, destructive wave of red energy erupted with a furious swish and whoosh, obliterating everything in its overwhelming path. A man recoiled in sheer terror, a terrifying thump echoing as the red energy attack surged destructively around him. "Please no," a man shrieked, his terror palpable as razor-sharp, blood-red energy blades sliced through the air with a chilling riot. On a rainy city street, armed forces converged outside the tall glass building, their deployment signaling a tense and urgent situation. A disciplined line of armed squad members in riot gear stood ready, their shields held firm against the rain, prepared for confrontation. A muscular squad member formally reported to Commander Jiang that the Kaijiang building was fully surrounded, all streets and underground networks secured, and they stood ready to attack at any moment. Commander Jiang, calm and authoritative under his umbrella, ordered a delay, emphasizing the need to persuade surrender and gather intelligence to avoid rashly harming innocent bystanders. The congressman, with severe authority, scoffed at the notion of innocence within the building, sternly asserting the federal government's unwavering duty to judge and punish all who emerged, regardless of their pleas. "Someone has just come out," an unknown voice cried, alerting the tense squad members as a young man emerged from the building. Xiao Qiu, covered in blood, stood somberly in the falling rain, having emerged from the building. A female squad member reacted with distressed anxiety, crying out in disbelief, "He went to find the Kaijiang company alone with a sword. Is he crazy? He will die." A hand firmly gripped an umbrella handle, poised for determined, swift action. "Big sis, wait for me. I want to go too," a worried female character cried, urgently trying to stop Yan Qianqian from running out into the rain. The female squad member gasped in surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of a yellow umbrella lying abandoned on the wet ground. A male squad member from the City Defense Army officially confronted the woman under her yellow umbrella, questioning, "Are you Yan Qianqian?" Yan Qianqian confirmed her identity and cautiously asked if something had happened, leading the squad member to explain an investigation required her cooperation, to which she pressed, "What investigation?" The squad member presented an image, inquiring, "Do you recognize this man?" and Yan Qianqian's eyes widened in shocked recognition, crying out, "Xiao Qiu." Yan Qianqian cried out, her voice urgent and filled with worry, "What happened to him? Is he still alive?" The squad member calmly reassured Yan Qianqian that Xiao Qiu was not only alive, but in surprisingly good health. The City Defense Army's exclusive prison presented a gloomy, oppressive silhouette against the overcast sky. Bound and slumped, Xiao Qiu sat in the dimly lit interrogation room, his dejection heavy in the somber air. Commander Jiang pressed, inquiring if the young man still refused to disclose his identity or origins. The man with glasses confirmed the confession to the Kaijiang investment attack, but beyond a single name, nothing else was known. "His name is Xiao Qiu," the man stated, revealing an utter lack of birth certificates, shopping records, or travel evidence, as if the young man were a ghost completely unbound by supervision. The man with glasses divulged new findings, linking Xiao Qiu to Yan Cixi, a woman also sought by the Secret Realm Monitoring Bureau for his identity as the mysterious thief who bypassed their defenses. "That's really mysterious," Commander Jiang mused, before pivoting to inquire about Yan Cixi's true identity. Yan Cixi was a level 2 professional healer, the man explained, while her father was a level 5 professional, prompting a surprised "oh" from Commander Jiang. He had served in the army, the man elaborated, though a wound sustained after retirement had diminished his strength. He had declined a government official position, the man revealed, only to die in the great obscenity incident years prior, which also left Yan Cixi's sister, Yan Qianlu, disabled for life. Distressed, the female squad member recounted meeting Xiao Qiu, who had appeared in the secret realm without official report, a narrative consistent with other survivors of the steel-cutting squad. Commander Jiang mused, realizing Xiao Qiu had acted righteously, his motive to kill Kaijiang investment rooted in their malicious attempt to acquire the land belonging to Yan Cixi and Yan Qianlu. "What a bloodthirsty swordsman!" Director Arthur exclaimed, surprised by the grim report. Director Arthur then formally addressed Commander Jiang. "Let's go," Commander Jiang declared, deciding they would personally interrogate the elusive prisoner. The man with glasses confidently mused that with Commander Jiang, a level 7 professional, and Director Arthur, a level 6, the strongest warriors in Day City, the man inside would pose no threat. The door to the interrogation room creaked open. Xiao Qiu looked up, his expression a flicker of surprise at the intrusion. His gaze sharpened, fixed intently on something or someone unseen. As he entered, Commander Jiang wondered if the prisoner's intense gaze was directed at him. No, Commander Jiang corrected himself, the gaze was fixed on his cloak, a detail that evoked a strangely nostalgic expression on the young man's face. Holding a document, Commander Jiang addressed him by name, "Xiao Qiu, right?" Commander Jiang sternly declared that given his crimes, Xiao Qiu surely understood his impending fate. Xiao Qiu's choice was stark: direct death sentence or enlistment in the Atonement Battalion, a gruesome front line where enough monsters killed might redeem his sins. Commander Jiang intensified, explaining that most criminals in the Atonement Battalion died in their first battle, with redemption requiring survival through 100, or even 3,000, encounters. Xiao Qiu smirked, questioning if fighting monsters was truly their definition of punishment, and implying his previous experiences had already cleansed his sins. Commander Jiang pressed, "You sound like you've been on the monster front lines." Xiao Qiu calmly confirmed, for some time, adding it was under other status. Director Arthur appeared surprised by the cryptic answer, while Commander Jiang remained deeply thoughtful. Commander Jiang silently mused on the rarity of professionals surviving the monster front line, believing photographic comparisons could surely uncover Xiao Qiu's identity. "So, we still have some hope," Commander Jiang stated, revealing both he and Director Arthur had also served on the monster front line. Director Arthur, boasting of nearly 10 years on the front line, declared himself a veteran, admitting only Mask and the initial heroes who established the line were more qualified. Commander Jiang proudly presented his Mask medal, confirming he once fought under Lord Mask. He humbly clarified, however, that he had only followed Lord Mask from afar, merely watching his back. Slamming his fist on the table, Director Arthur passionately lectured that such hard-won peace was fragile, and any instability would plunge them into the abyss. His anger intensifying, Director Arthur stressed the gravity, especially, in front of the federal parliament. Both Director Arthur and Commander Jiang stood over the seated young man, who seemed to listen passively to their accusations. Director Arthur, his scarred face intense, pressed Xiao Qiu, "So you understand?" Director Arthur warned that Xiao Qiu's ability to bypass the monitoring bureau and enter the secret realm unnoticed would cause social unrest, potentially costing countless professional lives and burying their hard-won stability. The young man listened, his head slightly tilted, his expression still obscured. Director Arthur and Commander Jiang looked on, patiently awaiting Xiao Qiu's reaction. Commander Jiang sternly warned that his uncooperative attitude against the federal government was futile, adding that a transfer to the capital would mean facing far less gentle interrogators than himself and Director Arthur. With a heavy thud, Commander Jiang and Director Arthur exited the room. Transfer to the federal capital. Xiao Qiu mused with a smirk, thinking he would love to revisit that place again. Xiao Qiu's mind flashed with a main mission, the Great Obscenity Incarnation, an invisible virus transforming residents into calamity-level monsters, tasking him to protect Yan Qianlu and Yan Sisi. Even without the system prompt, I already knew the Great Obscenity would return, Xiao Qiu narrated, because this has already happened in my previous life, like a weed accumulating strength. He narrated how he was transferred to the front line immediately after his trial, then tirelessly worked to resolve the crisis in Day City. He recounted how the Great Obscenity, though swiftly blown apart by a single punch, still led to a wave of verbal abuse directed at him. A hostile crowd angrily accused him of tardiness and incompetence, demanding an apology for the deaths, even questioning if his initial failure led to the Great Obscenity's return. In his previous life, he had to stand before all the people and publicly apologize amidst waves of criticism, but now, in this life, there was only Xiao Qiu, no mask hero. His expression cold and detached, Xiao Qiu thought, so what does it matter to me if those people live or die? Director Arthur, smoking, probed Commander Jiang for his thoughts on Xiao Qiu's claim of frontline experience, but Jiang, feeling old, deferred to Arthur's more current knowledge. Commander Jiang expressed astonishment, admitting he had never seen such violent strength at so young an age on the front line, noting the terrifying speed and strange weapons evident in the crime scene injuries. Commander Jiang narrowed his eyes, concluding Xiao Qiu was no mere single professional, but possessed dual abilities or even cultivated multiple class system paths simultaneously. Director Arthur, contemplative, wondered if Xiao Qiu was a genius, disbelieving that such a young man could trivialize multiple class systems and kill a level 6 professional. Commander Jiang calmly dismissed Xiao Qiu as a dumb genius, declaring it unwise to risk his life for Kaijiang, and asserted that the Federation possessed ample talent to judge him. Director Arthur, agreeing, remarked that this was the Federation where even mask could be put on trial. He then rhetorically questioned why such a small genius like Xiao Qiu couldn't be judged, implying the Federation's absolute power. Scattered crimson against a cool blue-gray, a silent transition implied an aftermath. The scene opened upon Star City, the majestic capital of the federal government. After the Dark Ages, humanity rebuilt its cities, though most only reached the level of ordinary second- or third-tier cities of previous centuries. But Star City, the capital of the federal government, stood as an awe-inspiring symbol of mankind's re-emergence, a true science fiction city concept realized. This is a tough bandit, the congressman fumed, denouncing Xiao Qiu's contempt for federal power and reckless killings, questioning if he thought it was still a barbaric era. Oh. President He Yao calmly remarked, noting Xiao Qiu's youthful appearance in the photo, yet his capacity to kill a level 6 professional, labeling him a bit of a talent. Another congressman passionately argued that talented individuals who challenged federal order posed an even greater danger, demanding severe execution to ensure public peace and citizen well-being. The first congressman demanded public execution for Xiao Qiu, while the man in the gray jacket lamented the loss of Kaijiang, his cash cow, and the uncompensated financial void. I know, President He Yao calmly stated, deciding to send the prisoner to the monster retreat on the front lines, assigned to the 1st Division of the Atonement Battalion. The man in the gray jacket reacted with shock and concern, wondering about the implications of not publicly executing Xiao Qiu. The man in the gray jacket worried about his reputation and the loyalty of his white gloves, while the congressman with the purple shirt angrily demanded to know why there was still no news about mask. President He Yao presided over a formal conference meeting, surrounded by congressmen. President He Yao, reviewing papers, voiced his belief that mask couldn't simply disappear, and must exist somewhere, perhaps even within their reach, despite the prolonged silence. President He Yao rhetorically asked if mask might one day pop up to give them a surprise, as a document on the table displayed Xiao Qiu's photo. An unknown speaker tried to calm the president, while a congressman dismissed Xiao Qiu as a threat, arguing he no longer held any power. President He Yao challenged their assumption, demanding to know how Xiao Qiu could have vanished from the courtroom if he was truly powerless. A man in a purple shirt calmly asserted that they had all witnessed Xiao Qiu disperse his power, questioning what threat he could possibly pose with so little left. The congressman confidently agreed, highlighting their effective propaganda campaigns had eroded Xiao Qiu's support, rendering him a lone, inconsequential threat. President He Yao, however, remained wary, deeming Xiao Qiu an unknown danger as long as he remained uncontrolled, while privately savoring his own absolute power within the Federation. President He Yao reflected on the political maneuvering he had undertaken, ceding perks and power to the members present, all to ensure the unanimous expulsion of Xiao Qiu. He then dictated that for everyone's benefit, Xiao Qiu must be found and controlled, before swiftly moving the discussion to the next topic. A congressman reported a concerning 32% increase in monster appearances from the front lines, the first such rise since the Federation's founding, indicating a slackening of suppression efforts. President He Yao expressed frustration, covering his eyes as he questioned if their forces had become useless without Xiao Qiu, unable to persist for even a month. A man with glasses reacted nervously to the startling 32% increase. He wondered if they had pushed Xiao Qiu too far and if things would have been better had he remained their special hero, never interfering with their systems. President Xiao angrily pointed, accusing the man of daring to question their collective decision. Terrified, the man with glasses quickly retracted his statement, clutching his papers. President Xiao forcefully challenged the congressman's confidence, questioning if their federation could not survive without Xiao Qiu. He criticized the city defense forces for their deteriorating fighting ability during peacetime, suggesting that the best troops be redeployed to vulnerable areas. A congressman argued against the redeployment, explaining that the city defense force served as the last line of defense against demon manifestations and cataclysmic demons. The man in the purple shirt smirked, insinuating the congressman's concern was merely for the profits he gained from the city defense force. He pressed his accusation, stating that the congressman's family supplied equipment to countless guards, making downsizing a direct threat to his livelihood. The accused congressman vehemently denied the slander, but President Xiao swiftly intervened, demanding they cease their arguments. President Xiao resolutely declared that the city defense force would be downsized to fill gaps in other areas, citing the lack of demon manifestations and heavenly disasters. He then instructed his subordinates to send the young man in the document, Xiao Qiu, to the capital as soon as possible, intending to make an example of him. The clear sky stretched overhead, a calm expanse. The impressive and official Day City Defense Force building stood under a bright blue sky. An official dismissed the woman in the wheelchair and her companion, stating they could return home but would likely be summoned as witnesses in court. The woman in the wheelchair looked down, surprised and confused at the mention of being a witness. Yan Qian, a female squad member, explained that charges were being compiled against the vicious culprit and an indictment would soon be launched in this major case that had captured the Federation's attention. The woman in the wheelchair questioned the use of the word vicious. She passionately defended Xiao Qiu, arguing he was merely punishing deserving individuals. Yan Qian nervously explained that Xiao Qiu had the blood of dozens on his hands, maintaining that killing was inherently wrong. The woman in the wheelchair angrily challenged the notion that Xiao Qiu's victims were innocent citizens. She passionately declared that those individuals had persecuted countless families, leaving them in ruins, and were the true epitome of viciousness. To everyone's surprise, Commander Jiang agreed, stating that those people had indeed harmed countless families and each deserved to die. Yan Qian reacted with a shocked gasp at Commander Jiang's unexpected agreement. The woman in the wheelchair silently observed Commander Jiang, pondering his words. Commander Jiang clarified his position, explaining that even if they deserved death, justice belonged to the system, not to personal judgment. The woman in the wheelchair challenged him, asking why they hadn't acted, forcing people to endure such darkness. Commander Jiang grimly replied that some darkness was inherent, and the world would always demand sacrifices. Despairingly, the woman in the wheelchair questioned if resistance against such darkness was futile. Commander Jiang's face revealed deep contemplation and unease. Commander Jiang sternly told the woman in the wheelchair that her personal rebellion was unjust. The woman in the wheelchair began to speak, her hand gripping the armrest of her chair with fierce determination. She articulated her defiance, stating that if even resisting was wrong. She vehemently declared that if resistance was wrong, then the very existence of the world was a mistake. Qianlu's sister reflected sadly on the injustices she had witnessed, lamenting her inability to scream out her anger as Qianlu could. Her sister gently suggested it was time to go home. Qianlu's sister agreed with a thoughtful, serious expression. Commander Jiang observed Qianlu's sister and wistfully commented that it would be wonderful if Qianlu could stand. Yan Qian questioned his sentiment, and Commander Jiang insightfully explained that while anger often signaled incompetence, it could also be a potent source of strength, placing Qianlu's emotional power at the top tier. Commander Jiang internally mused on the power of such anger, while Qianlu's sister gently pushed her away through the park. Yan Qian cynically questioned the value of such anger if Qianlu remained forever constrained to a wheelchair. A narration declared this to be simply useless rage. A tranquil blue sky with fluffy white clouds drifted overhead. An aerial view revealed a clean, orderly building complex with a patterned courtyard. Qianlu's sister comforted her, asking her to rest while she cleaned the yard, promising to find solutions for Xiao Qiu. Qianlu looked down, somber and deep in thought. Her eye showed a newfound, intense determination. Qianlu sat alone in her spacious room, focused on a burgeoning resolve. She thought with fierce determination that if there were areas in the world untouched by the sun, then she would become the light herself. Qianlu's foot pressed down, causing cracks to appear on the tiled floor, hinting at a powerful internal shift. Qianlu dramatically rose from her chair, declaring with conviction that if there were areas of darkness, then the sun itself was unnecessary. Her feet stood on the ground, a subtle tremor indicating the effort. Her feet remained standing, perhaps regaining balance. Qianlu took a determined step, a monumental feat. Qianlu's sister, carrying a trash bag, realized the room might still be messy, her words trailing off in surprise. Her eyes widened in extreme shock. Qianlu's sister stood in shock, pointing as Qianlu, now standing, looked distressed. Qianlu looked desperate, reaching out to her sister. Her hand began to glow with green energy, her tone urgent. Engulfed in tendrils of glowing green energy, Qianlu shouted at her sister to run. Congressmen heatedly debated the redeployment, expressing concern about the local community's troubles, team resignations, and the vast difference in danger between the front lines and the city. Commander Jiang began to address a group of silhouetted officers, indicating a serious discussion was about to commence. Commander Jiang reacted with sudden alarm and a serious expression. Commander Jiang expressed concern about an unfamiliar aura, prompting his subordinate to question what he was observing. Commander Jiang grimly identified the alarming aura as that of the Great Obscenity. His subordinates questioned the possibility of the Great Obscenity's return, given Xiao Qiu's destruction of it, but Commander Jiang unleashed his power, urgently commanding the activation of the emergency military plan and the evacuation of Dai City. Commander Jiang, surrounded by crackling energy, determinedly declared that he would bear all consequences. The city hummed with the usual rhythm of life, a bustling symphony of engines and footsteps, signaling nothing out of the ordinary. 3 days prior, the city's defense forces swiftly encircled and captured culprits within the Kaijiang building, a news update that played on a large screen overlooking the street. The man with glasses paused, a hint of surprise in his voice, remarking on the unexpected arrival of spring's blossoms. He wondered if an unusually warm spring had coaxed the plants to flower so soon, a curious thought unsettling the mundane. Then, with a soft shimmer, the flower buds began to awaken, preparing for an impossible bloom. A single bud unfurled into a large, beautiful pink rose, shedding sparkling particles like nascent magic. More roses burst into intense, rapid bloom, their petals already beginning to scatter in an unnatural cascade. The man with glasses could only utter a confused sound, bewildered by the surreal sight. A large bee entered the scene, its incessant buzzing an uncanny counterpoint to the blossoming chaos. It landed, its legs gripping a petal of the unnatural bloom. With a sharp rip, the bee tore a rose from its stem, an unsettling act that hinted at a deeper, unnatural process at play. Against a darkening, storm-laden sky, 2 defiant roses stood amidst a shower of petals, a silent herald of unsettling change. Back in the mundane, the green traffic light signaled for the world to continue its course. Footsteps echoed across the intersection as a stream of pedestrians flowed forward with the light, their collective rhythm momentarily oblivious. A fellow civilian nudged the man, urging him to cross the street now that the light had turned green. But the man with glasses remained lost in a pensive stillness, his mind elsewhere. His serene facade cracked, replaced by an expression of deep distress, a disturbing shift. Thorny vines and grotesque roses erupted from his head, consuming him in an impossible, horrifying bloom. A male civilian shrieked in utter terror, pointing at the monstrous transformation unfolding before his eyes. A hand began to dissolve into dark matter and pink petals, an unnerving, impossible decay. Amidst piercing screams, civilians violently transformed, their bodies twisting into grotesque masses of pink and green. Amidst the horror, an unknown observer found a serene, unsettling beauty in the falling petals, musing, so beautiful. A woman's piercing scream tore through the air as panic seized the street, people scattering in terror. With a thunderous crash, a colossal, thorny rose monster erupted from the ground, unleashing widespread destruction. The monstrous entity was a horrifying bloom of grotesque human faces, each contorted within its petaled form. Rose-headed humanoids stalked the city streets, shadowed by the immense, looming floral monster. A man with a sword charged forward, a confident beacon in the chaos, reassuring the fleeing civilians, "Don't panic. I'm here." "It's a professional," cried one man, his relief echoed by another, who shouted, "We're saved." The man with the sword drew his blade, his form precise, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. An explosive impact ripped through the air as the sword struck the monstrous rose. Standing amidst the fiery aftermath, the man with the sword confidently declared, "Such a monster facing this master is simply looking for death." The man in the green jacket had a dawning, terrifying thought, "Didn't I already kill this monster? Why, is it an infection?" The green glow emanating from the infection sparked a horrific realization in the man, could it be, this is. Staring at the gargantuan, monstrous rose, the man voiced his terrifying question, "It's the Great Obscenity?" A uniformed squad member erupted in angry confusion, demanding to know what was happening, where the demons came from, and what the monitoring bureau was doing. Commander Jiang explained that while it resembled the Great Obscenity, this phenomenon was different. Instead of decaying, people were transforming into human flowers. Commander Jiang affirmed that despite the altered radiation effects, the malevolent intention to destroy and corrupt remained exactly the same. He conceded the chillingly apt name, human flowers. Commander Jiang warned his squad against applying common sense to monsters, reminding them that such entities could evolve and change beyond all imagination. He commanded each person to secure a street, watch it remotely, and prevent the spread of the highly infectious human flowers, warning them to avoid direct contact, to which his squad responded with a sharp yes. A subordinate screamed desperately for help as he plummeted, already succumbing to the uncanny infection. The horrifying cry echoed, "Monsters are devouring humans," as the rose-headed creatures preyed on the terrified populace. Commander Jiang roared at the remaining civilians, ordering them to prone down, to get on the ground and not stand there stupidly. Commander Jiang's power surged, his eyes glowing red, a fierce, fiery energy radiating from his beard. With a powerful release of energy, Commander Jiang unleashed a dragon-like fiery attack, engulfing a man below in searing flames. A catastrophic pillar of fire and blue energy erupted, rumbling and crashing as it engulfed a portion of the city skyline. Flames and raw energy swirled and whooshed, an inferno born of immense power. We're saved," a civilian whispered, relief tinged with tragic irony as a figure burned in the foreground. A man looked confused, sensing the faint dropping of debris onto his face. He screamed, my face, as green energy and pink growths erupted, grotesquely transforming him. Commander Jiang's face contorted in dawning horror. He realized the ash from his attack also carried the great obscenity's infection. An once thriving city met its eerie, green fate, completely consumed by an aggressive ecological takeover. Giant, glowing vines ominously climbed skyscrapers, their aggressive growth resounding through the desolate air. Mutated rose-like monsters, some grotesquely humanoid, menaced from the vine-choked streets. Chief Arthur surveyed the grim spectacle, declaring the overrun landscape nothing short of a green hell. Sinister, thorny vines aggressively crushed a glowing, hexagonal energy shield, their persistent cracking a chilling sound. Commander Jiang urgently ordered his squad to cease fire, specifically warning against using any flames on the defiled, infected offspring. He then emphasized the human flower part's extreme infectiousness, warning that even tiny debris could assimilate ordinary people. Chief Arthur, alarmed, confronted Commander Jiang, demanding to know what exactly was happening. Commander Jiang simply offered a grim, resigned assessment: disaster. He questioned if the monster was a comeback of the great obscenity, which Chief Arthur confirmed by its scent, yet wondered how such a return was possible. Commander Jiang mused on the deceptive nature of monster immortality, suggesting it was often merely an appearance of being perished. An unseen voice explained the lighthouse jellyfish of nature, a creature capable of indefinite, theoretical immortality by reverting to its juvenile form. Commander Jiang elaborated on the rarity and relative nature of this monster immortality, asserting that even the strongest demons would die if their medium was eradicated. He theorized that the great obscenity's residual radiation acted as its resurrection medium, mutating it into something even stranger and more polluting than before. Chief Arthur's face twisted in an enraged expression, as he cursed those damned bastards. Commander Jiang, with a stern expression, questioned the meaning behind Arthur's outburst. Chief Arthur recounted Mask's past orders to officials to thoroughly treat all radiation and remove every trace of the great obscenity, to which they had readily agreed. However, Arthur angrily revealed that after Mask's departure, those officials neglected his orders, embezzled relief funds, and allowed the contamination to worsen dramatically. Chief Arthur lamented, his frustration palpable, that the situation would have been different if they had followed the orders of Mask from the very beginning. Commander Jiang then shifted the conversation, asking Director Arthur if his monitoring bureau had detected radiation overflow or energy fluctuations from the great obscenity. He intently pressed for the location of the strongest energy fluctuation, hoping to pinpoint the great obscenity's exact whereabouts. Chief Arthur, alarmed, protested Commander Jiang's recklessness, warning that the great obscenity was a dangerous, natural disaster-level monster. Commander Jiang confidently countered, his fist clenched and surrounded by glowing blue energy, that no level 9 or 10 monsters were present in Day City yet. He explained his strategic rationale: the great obscenity was merely a mutated new life, not yet at peak strength, making it the ideal time to eliminate its high infectivity, not its combat power. Commander Jiang resolutely declared the urgency, warning that inaction now would incur a much higher price later. Chief Arthur was left speechless, his expression hinting at reluctant acceptance of the commander's resolve. As Chief Arthur urgently warned Commander Jiang about infection, the commander requested the energy data map, preparing for engagement. The scene shifted to a futuristic city skyline, a stark contrast of clean, modern architecture under a clear blue sky. Breaking news announced the council's decision to strengthen military power and ensure citizen safety. Further reports confirmed that city defense forces were being mobilized to the front line, as the parliament sought to bolster military strength. A news anchor, with a concerned expression, signaled the start of emergency special news. Passengers in a train car reacted with tension and worry as news screens reported a suspected natural disaster-level monster in Day City, and coordinating defense forces. Another aerial view showed the urban landscape still consumed by rampant, aggressive plant growth. Social media users discussed the crisis, linking it to the past great obscenity incident and questioning why Mask, the hero who once defeated it, was absent. The online debate continued, with users speculating on Mask's announced retirement, whether he was hiding, and if officials would soon announce his return. An evacuee posted frantic photos and an eyewitness account, describing city defense forces besieged by humanoid flowers that ran like zombies. More social media comments revealed public confusion, morbid curiosity, and even absurdity regarding the green stuff, its scale, and the nature of the human-like demon. A frantic evacuee update detailed the uncontrolled expansion of the monsters, the overwhelmed defense forces, and the horrific transformation of infected humans into vegetated plant monsters. A follow-up post from the evacuee excitedly announced that the Day City Defense Force commander had personally killed the great obscenity. News broadcasts amplified the report, hailing the Day City commander for single-handedly engaging the monsters, deemed around level 7, and highlighting his extensive experience against higher-level threats. The news anchor announced their station's plans to broadcast real-time updates from Day City. The city structures remained eerily consumed by pervasive plant growth and glowing particles. Commander Jiang moved swiftly and powerfully through the heavily overgrown urban environment, an overhead perspective highlighting his dynamic speed. Moving with incredible speed, Commander Jiang, a recognized 7th-level powerhouse, effortlessly outpaced the pursuing monsters. Commander Jiang abruptly halted his rapid movement, prompting the question of what he might have discovered. He stood before a heavily infested main building, observing the smaller rose-headed figures at its base. Commander Jiang's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the entity before him, uttering, "It's you?" The transformed woman, once wheelchair-bound, dramatically stood atop a giant pink rose, revealing her new, powerful, and mystical plant-like form. Her enigmatic face, with one blue eye visible and the other hidden by a pink flower, held a subtly alluring, mysterious smile. Commander Jiang sternly accused her of feigning divinity, dismissing her majestic appearance, and declaring he had seen enough creatures like her. A narrative explained how monsters historically deceived humans by mimicking ancient religious images, bewitching many into blind worship until their true, monstrous essence was revealed. Chief Arthur urgently warned Commander Jiang through the comms that the figure before him was the reincarnated Great Obscenity, a monster to not be deceived by her girlish appearance. Commander Jiang calmly acknowledged the urgent warning, his expression resolved. He expressed his surprise that she had become such a monster in mere hours, to which she provocatively asked, "Do you regret it?" "I regret," Commander Jiang began, as blue electrical energy surged around him and through the city. Enveloped in furious blue lightning, Commander Jiang completed his thought, declaring, "I regret that I didn't slaughter you in the wheelchair at that time," before launching a powerful attack. A powerful blue energy blast erupted forward with a destructive force. The transformed woman, standing on her giant rose, was struck directly by Commander Jiang's impactful energy blast. Blue lightning crackled intensely around the transformed woman's face as she endured Commander Jiang's electrical attack. Observers in a helicopter were awestruck, believing Commander Jiang's powerful blow had left the monster no time to react. Commander Jiang looked down in shock and disbelief, questioning if his powerful blow had truly had no effect on her. Green, leafy energy erupted and sprouted from the back of the transformed woman's head. The transformed woman, a chillingly confident smile on her face and green energy radiating around her, smugly declared his attack useless. An unknown figure sliced through the eerie, vine-choked ruins of a once vibrant city. Amidst the surreal, overgrown ruins, the plant-like entity stood calmly, her vine-like hair subtly wriggling with unnatural life. With a mysterious grace, the plant-like entity closed her eyes, revealing pupils that glowed with ethereal white light. A faint smile touched her lips, serene yet deeply unsettling, as she regarded the world with a single, open eye. Commander Jiang's shock was palpable as he uttered the terrifying realization, high-speed regeneration. From inside a surveillance truck, a terrified man screamed in disbelief, questioning how half of her face was gone just now, but why isn't she dead yet? Isn't she just a monster? Enveloped in crackling blue electricity, Commander Jiang grimaced, preparing a defiant challenge. What about this? With a powerful surge, Commander Jiang unleashed a torrent of blue electrical energy. The plant-like entity was engulfed, directly struck by multiple streams of blue electrical energy. Yet, she remained seemingly unharmed, standing calmly, glowing faintly with green energy amidst the haze. The plant-like entity smirked, questioning her opponent's power, i.e. the so-called sunlight that dispelled darkness only to this extent. Commander Jiang's eyes widened in surprise as the plant-like entity moved with surprising speed, a green blur through the ruined cityscape. As he ran across the desolate rooftops, Commander Jiang sensed an undeniable truth, "I'm feeling an immense danger." The entity's taunt echoed, questioning his effort, "Is that all there is to your speed?" A sharp impact reverberated through the air. Commander Jiang, sweating with disbelief, realized the terrifying truth, "She's faster than me." The plant-like entity mocked his resolve, asking, "You only have this much power, yet you wish to dispel darkness. What a joke." As attacks rained down, the entity taunted Commander Jiang, suggesting that people who are waiting for you to dispel the darkness are afraid that they will die unjustly before you do anything. Blue electrical energy spread like wildfire across the overgrown city. In the truck, the man stared in shock, noticing that she's not actually moving fast. The entity smirked, revealing her true ability, but she's changing location using the plants. In a desperate control room, the man with black hair and beard shouted urgent advice, warning that, as long as all the immunist flowers haven't been eradicated, Ch1 couldn't be killed. Commander Jiang, grim and resolute, reflected on this current situation. Trapped and surrounded by menacing, rose-like monsters, Commander Jiang wondered, do you think I can still run away? Commander Jiang stood tall, a determined glint in his eyes, as he adjusted his uniform for a final stand. His hand reached deliberately towards his uniform's lapel. He touched the metals pinned to his chest, a somber reflection on past honors. A pained grimace crossed Commander Jiang's face, a testament to his inner struggle. The plant-like entity continued her condescending taunt, observing, the way you are right now. Is this what you call a trapped animal? She asked as Commander Jiang knelt, cornered amidst the crackling energy. With an explosive burst, Commander Jiang screamed his defiance, declaring, "No, this is me living to the death." A massive column of destructive red energy erupted from Commander Jiang, reaching high into the sky. A narrator explained that elemental overload could lead to death, prompting the man in the truck to ask, Is Commander Jiang trying to commit suicide by overload? The man with black hair and beard vehemently corrected him, stating, this is the ultimate release of Burning Life Force 2 increase level, before screaming, Commander Jiang, are you crazy? Jiang! An unknown voice questioned the risky maneuver, ultimate release. The plant-like entity calmly explained the technique, noting that it could elevate a level 7 to a level 8 in power. She continued, detailing the severe consequences. After the ultimate release, the professionals became ordinary people and got sick. Some even become paralyzed. A smug challenge in her voice, the entity asked, am I correct? Commander Jiang screamed, his face contorted in agony as his body endured the immense strain of the ultimate release. From within the red energy, Commander Jiang unleashed a powerful, concentrated beam. The plant-like entity smirked confidently, believing his efforts were futile, it's useless. As long as I transfer my mind, I can move instantly. She began her mental transfer, but a sudden burst of red energy caught her mid-movement. What? The entity cried out in shock, realizing his fist is actually faster than my thinking speed, as Commander Jiang landed a direct hit. Commander Jiang, grim and resolute, delivered a powerful, energy-infused punch. He endured an endless cycle of pain, his body constantly infected and then cleansed by the lightning, feeling like every piece of skin on your body has been torn off and put back on repeatedly. The man in the truck celebrated wildly, believing Commander Jiang had vanquished the natural disaster monster with a single, powerful blow. But the man with black hair and beard swiftly corrected him, declaring, no, the great absentee was not killed. Energy readings flashed an alarming truth, the energy fluctuation has not disappeared, and the peak has been increasing. Its power is getting stronger. The man with black hair and beard addressed his confused colleagues, revealing, everyone, that is not the great absentee at all. A man with glasses, bewildered, asked the chief for clarification, Chief, what do you mean? The chief explained the ancient Greek legend of Antaeus, a giant who was invincible as long as he stood on earth, continuously drawing strength from it. He then revealed the terrifying truth, this mutated great absentee is actually Antaeus, drawing power from the tens of thousands of assimilated people in Day City, making them all vital to her existence. The chief ominously concluded, highlighting the vastness of their enemy, she is one, but also 10,000. The man with glasses, overwhelmed by the data, wondered how the entity could be both 1 and 10,000. A wave of intense shock washed over him. An alarmed operative reported the entity's energy was rapidly ascending to the highest secret realm level. The chief, distraught, shouted that the entity had already become a 9th-level natural disaster, its power growing impossibly fast. Day City seemed lost, consumed by the massive plant-like entity as Commander Jiang stood defiantly atop a sprawling vine. The plant-like entity observed Commander Jiang with a touch of surprise, finding it unbelievable that humans could reach such power by burning themselves out. Commander Jiang, enveloped in crackling red energy, admitted he had once fantasized about being a powerful man, roaming the world with a sword. She accused him, demanding to know why he hadn't used his power to dispel the darkness and save the innocent people who had drowned in it. Amidst the menacing, rose-like monsters consuming the city, her demand for an answer echoed, why? The invasive, green-glowing tendrils pulsed, while the entity's insistent, why, resonated. The plant-like entity, now fully dominant over the ruined city, still pressed her singular question. The intense force of the energy fields buffeted the squad members, forcing them to struggle to maintain their barrier as a civilian recoiled in shock. The muscular squad member strained, surrounded by the glowing yellow energy field, declaring he could no longer hold the barrier. A monstrous, rose-like entity emerged, its green vines hissing as the energy barrier strained against its growth. Razor-sharp vines from the rose-like monster shivered, piercing through the air with menacing speed. Amidst the destruction, the squad members expressed stunned relief, wondering if they had truly survived the encounter. Breathing heavily, the squad member knew the fight was far from over. He looked up, a foreboding presence filling the cracked sky, wondering what new terror was now emerging. The cocoon-like structure encompassing the plant-like entity cracked, bursting open with immense power. With a powerful crunch, the plant-like entity fully emerged, unleashing an overwhelming burst of green energy that engulfed the cityscape. Bathed in green light, the entity's serene, closed eyes hinted at a powerful awakening. Then, her eyes snapped open, a glowing green iris revealing intense focus and full awakening. The transformed plant-like entity stood, radiating green energy, a powerful and dramatic presence amidst the ruined city. As the entity questioned his actions, Commander Jiang, enveloped in red energy, defiantly declared the fault lay with this damn world. Commander Jiang unleashed a massive, booming pillar of red energy, dominating the ruined city with overwhelming power. His face fierce, Commander Jiang crackled with red energy, declaring his grim truth about this damn world. With a clenched, red glowing hand, he asserted that death was nothing new in this world. Engulfed in red energy, Commander Jiang shouted that life, too, held no novelty. The plant-like entity retaliated, a powerful whoosh of red energy erupting from her hand. Her eyes wide and intense, she unleashed a concentrated volume of red energy. With a powerful whomp, the entity fired a massive, destructive beam of red energy from her extended arm. A media report blared, claiming Commander Jiang had broken the monster, proclaiming his grand victory proved humanity's courage against all terrors. On the train, a young boy exclaimed his awe, while a man declared his new ambition to control lightning, as passengers cheered for mankind's apparent triumph. The plant-like entity's head recoiled as a powerful whoosh of red energy engulfed her. A pained expression crossed the entity's face as she considered Commander Jiang's nihilistic assertion that living was nothing new. Commander Jiang lunged forward, a whoosh of clashing red and green energy surrounding him. Ensnared in thick green vines, Commander Jiang struggled, his red energy fiercely clanging against them. The massive green vine-like structure pulsed, briefly free of human conflict, emphasizing its raw, organic power. Furious, the plant-like entity clenched her fist around a minuscule Commander Jiang, sentencing him to hell. Commander Jiang's face contorted in anger and pain as the entity declared she would send him and this damn world to hell together. Commander Jiang's damaged eye reflected agony as his body began to crunch and shatter into pink petals. A melancholic swish of pink petals drifted across the overgrown city, marking Commander Jiang's surreal defeat. Calmly observing the aftermath, the entity concluded Commander Jiang's efforts were merely an egg against a stone. In the dim control room, men watched the chaotic red and white patterns on their monitors, the faint image of the plant-like entity unsettling them. The chief, shocked, reported that Commander Jiang's energy had abruptly vanished. Inside the train, passengers watched the entity on screen, their faces etched with anxious concern. A concerned mother tried to shield her daughter's eyes, but the little girl, innocent, described Commander Jiang turning into beautiful petals. Anxious, two passengers discussed the dire situation, one wondering if help was coming and when Mask would finally appear. The male civilian revealed Mask had resigned a month ago, leaving the female patron in shocked desperation, wondering what they would do without him. A wave of anxious concern rippled through the train car as more passengers grasped the gravity of their situation. A chat room debated the crisis, users like Bouncy T66 and Northern Summer questioning if it was truly over and the federal government's slow response. The social media chat room exploded with accusations, users like Zhu Wenshuan and Spicy Baked Cake blaming the government and those who had driven Mask away for the current disaster. One simple question echoed through the online chaos: where is Mask? An emergency announcement blared through the metallic hallways, repeatedly demanding immediate evacuation due to a suspected natural disaster-level monster. A skeptical man, confined behind bars, questioned if the natural disaster alert was merely a combat exercise. A stern, determined eye, reflecting a red glow, hinted at an impending, decisive action. With intense frustration, a man in a suit slammed his hand down, shattering the surface, and denouncing everything as trash. Enraged, the man in the suit condemned the cowardice of those who preached but wouldn't sacrifice, scoffing at their demand for an hour and a half to gather, knowing the city would be destroyed by then. He angrily denounced his colleagues as greedy cowards, accusing them of forgetting mankind's glory and the sacrifices of their ancestors. A man in a grey jacket pointedly suggested they had been too ruthless with Mask from the start. The chairman's eyes widened, struck by the unexpected jab regarding Mask. He slammed his hands on the table, rising forcefully to silence the room. With a sly smile, a man in a green jacket proposed an ultimate plan to the chairman: use small nuclear weapons to destroy the monster, claiming minimal radiation would result. 3 congressmen eagerly pressed the chairman, arguing that a small sacrifice of people with nuclear weapons would save the majority, urging immediate action. A congressman, backed by shadowy figures with smiling masks, tried to manipulate the chairman, promising public praise for saving the city. The chairman reacted with shocked disgust at the callous proposal. The man with glasses urgently interrupted, reporting a startling new development at Day City. The chairman, surprised, asked if it was their professionals, but the man with glasses reported it was something new, a humanoid. The man with glasses' face contorted in pure terror as he gasped, "Monster." The exclusive prison of the city defense force shook as a colossal impact tore a bloody crater into its roof. The impact point glowed with an ominous red light as dark, viscous matter spread from its destructive core. Inside, powerful, claw-like slashes of dark, red energy violently ripped through the prison's interior, leaving a trail of debris. Amidst the chaotic destruction and glowing embers, a squad member stumbled backward in sheer terror. Another squad member, pale and injured, confirmed the terrifying truth: the prisoner had escaped. With disbelief and sweat on his brow, the squad member reiterated that the prisoner had indeed escaped. The scene abruptly shifted. An entire city lay eerily consumed by a glowing green, apocalyptic overgrowth, with shadowy figures navigating its verdant depths. A muscular squad member reported Commander Zhang's disappearance, while another screamed that the monstrous plants were returning. Panicked squad members fled in terror, one desperately crying out that he did not want to die. One determined squad member urged his comrades to stand their ground, but another despairingly retorted there was nowhere left to run. With a curse, a resolute squad member charged into battle, striking a plant monster with a glowing blue spear. He found himself swiftly ensnared, struggling against the massive, glowing green vines of the monstrous plant. Another squad member screamed for his captain, who was caught within the monstrous rose's tangled vines. The muscular squad member declared his intent to join the fight, light blue energy already swirling around his hand. A squad member narrowly dodged a sudden attack of dark, blade-like energy. Powerful red energy blades violently tore through the green vines, spraying dark fragments of the plant monster. An injured squad member lay incapacitated on the ground amidst the broken, thick green vines. One weary squad member helped his injured captain to stand, surrounded by the aftermath of the brutal struggle. Overwhelmed with relief, a squad member looked up as a powerful, glowing green plant-like female entity and a smaller blue creature floated majestically above the ravaged city. The pilot of a truck decided to gain altitude, while the cameraman shouted conflicting orders to retreat, then cried, "Wait a minute," as he spotted something new. The cameraman exclaimed excitedly about incoming support as a colossal, glowing red sword-like energy beam descended rapidly through the plant-covered city. Spectators questioned if it was federal support, lamenting its delayed arrival and mourning Commander Jiang, whose life they believed it could have saved. The screen displayed the fierce battle as the red energy blade systematically destroyed the plant monsters. A monstrous, dark-armored entity, the Lux Stone statue, with glowing red eyes and energy blades, emerged from the green growth, prompting questions of its heroic nature. The mission details flashed, identifying the objective as eliminating a 6 obscenity reincarnation and claiming the core of the Great Obscenity as a reward. The Lux Stone statue pondered how the Great Obscenity's aura in this life differed from its past, no longer symbolizing decay but something else entirely. It realized the new Great Obscenity symbolized aggressive life, a primeval force consuming and transforming everything into its own teeming territory. The Lux Stone statue grimly determined this ability to assimilate people into a vast, rapidly growing forest made the female entity the ultimate evil, vowing to utterly destroy her. The plant-like female entity calmly lamented the pain of living in a filthy world, inviting others to join her and submit with all their hearts. Floating majestically, her body seamlessly transforming into massive roots and vines, she promised a beautiful world free of sadness, pain, and injustice. She spoke of her complete union with the flowers, her mind filled only with the joy of life, as she envisioned humanity's liberation through assimilation. A bright green energy pulsed powerfully. The plant-like female entity's eyes widened in surprise, realizing a large group in the south had vanished. Her surprise turned to agitated anger as she demanded to know who dared to challenge her. The plant-like female entity looked down in surprise as the Lux Stone statue appeared below, cutting fiercely through the plant growth with red energy blades. The Lux Stone statue recognized her, a flicker of surprise behind its fierce, glowing red eyes. Red energy blades continued to tear through the green vines with brutal, ripping force. The Lux Stone statue plunged rapidly through the thick green vines, leaving a trail of dark, shadowy energy. The female entity expressed disbelief that he was immune to her assimilation, noting his non-human essence and the impossible challenge he posed. She extended her hand, attempting to block the rapidly approaching Lux Stone statue, who charged fiercely with a sword and crackling red energy. The plant-like female entity cried out in shock and pain as dark energy tendrils pierced her body. The Lux Stone statue continued its fierce, close-range assault with relentless determination. The plant-like female entity's arm was visibly pierced by a powerful attack, spraying blood like sap. A powerful, intersecting energy attack sliced through the air. The Lux Stone statue continued its relentless attack as the plant-like female entity's injured arm attempted to defend itself. Smaller, glowing green rose-like monsters began to emerge from the verdant ground, ready to join the fray against the Lux Stone statue's red energy. Multiple animated, glowing green rose-like monsters charged forward with aggressive urgency. A close-up revealed the vibrant, internal energy of one of the glowing rose-like monsters. A rose-like monster exploded in a burst of green light as the Lux Stone statue continued its relentless fight. The Lux Stone statue stood ready with its sword, a focused determination in its glowing eyes, facing the encroaching horde of smaller rose-like monsters. Another powerful green explosion erupted, pierced by the red energy slashes of the Lux Stone statue. The battle raged with multiple green explosions and red energy trails, creating a chaotic and destructive scene. The cameraman excitedly expressed his astonishment at the incredible speed and intensity of the battle, declaring that not even a natural disaster could match this monster. The man with the black hair and beard questioned if the fighter was truly a monster or a human professional in a monstrous form, given its fighting prowess. The narration detailed the human-shaped monster's incredible strength, speed, agility, and insight, allowing it to navigate explosions with deliberate precision and risk. The man with the black hair and beard pondered that the human-shaped monster's ingenuity and skill surpassed even a ninth-level professional. With a worried gaze, the man questioned the armored fighter's true nature, dreading a future where monsters might surpass humanity. The plant-like female entity observed with an intense gaze, a dark injury visible on her shoulder. The Lux Stone statue unleashed a powerful wave of dark, shadowy energy. The Lux Stone statue appeared to transform, unleashing a new, monstrous form with glowing pink, flower-like appendages and dark energy. Mask completed his monstrous transformation, radiating a potent, otherworldly aura that pulsed with dark energy. The plant-like entity stared, a silent gasp escaping her as Mask's formidable power manifested, completely altering his form. Onlookers questioned why the monster suddenly took flight, wondering at the deceptive risk it had taken moments before. Two men exclaimed at the brilliant, unexpected tactic, realizing it was a calculated deception to close the distance, a move they dared not attempt without supreme confidence. Mask surged forward, his glowing red blade already singing with power. A devastating blade of pure red energy swept down, carving destruction in its path. The plant-like entity blurred through the city, wreathed in an ominous aura of dark energy. The cameraman cheered with triumphant relief, confirming the monster's head had been successfully split. Across the overgrown expanse, countless smaller rose-like monsters continued their relentless, glowing advance. A deep thrum vibrated through the air as the glowing green monsters pressed onward. The cameraman joyfully noted the city's humanoid flowers had finally ceased all movement, wondering if they had truly won or if the monster had simply eliminated a natural disaster. From every direction, the smaller rose-like monsters echoed a chilling, unified question, "Who are you?" The question reverberated across the entire green-shrouded city, a collective demand for identity from an impossible, sprawling consciousness. The plant-like entity sternly confronted Mask, demanding to know his identity and the unsettling reason he possessed the fabled blood blade. Mask offered only an unyielding, intense silence, his glowing red eyes unreadable. The plant-like entity murmured with dawning realization that Mask, too, was a monster. The entity offered a compelling alliance, proposing that together they could easily purge the world of its scumbags and transform its rotten darkness. Revealed was the core of the Great Obscenity, a mystical artifact that bestowed powerful life force only upon those recognized by its dark source. Mask admitted the direct offer of the mission's final reward was a significant temptation, while the entity urged him to join her in breaking through the world's dead and dirty state. The entity spoke of boundless movement, envisioning a future running freely toward mountains, valleys, and all the spaces between. She continued, her voice painting a blissful vision of running towards rivers, and the eventual, inevitable meeting of the sea. But then her tone hardened, declaring that if the world contained an unyielding darkness, they would simply destroy it entirely. With a powerful rush of energy, the entity dramatically reiterated her terrifying promise to destroy the world. The cameraman clutched his chest in distress, overwhelmed by the shouting of countless flowers and the unnerving realization that the two powerful monsters seemed to know each other. Mask remained silent, his gaze fixed on the colossal, vine-like manifestation of the entity's power. Mask reflected that after feeling sick of such things before his rebirth, he now held no interest in protecting humanity or cooperating with monsters, his new life driven by a singular, potent desire. He confessed that for this very purpose, he was willing to become a monster, subject to the whims of the system itself. His sole, undeniable need was for overwhelming strength, a power so immense it could rival any monster. The plant-like entity deduced from Mask's silence that he simply wanted to end the disaster, her subtle smile hinting at her understanding. Her smile turning menacing, the entity issued a grave challenge: Mask would end her, or she would end the dirty world. With a sharp, explosive burst, the plant-like entity unleashed a torrent of green energy from her head. Red energy violently collided with green, a furious, abstract dance of destructive power. A swift flurry of powerful green vines lashed out from the entity. Mask's transformed body was swiftly ensnared, thick green vines binding him even as his own red energy continued to pulse. The plant-like entity expertly manipulated her glowing green vines, weaving them into intricate, powerful formations. The plant-like entity screamed, her eyes blazing with an intense green glow as her power surged. Despite the vines, Mask deliberately activated his Gargoyle's Wing ability, retracting his powerful appendages. With a violent crunch, Mask's Gargoyle's Wing unfurled, tearing him free from his restraints with an explosive surge of energy. The monstrous maw of the plant-like entity gaped open, consuming Mask whole. A sharp thwack indicated the entity had been struck, causing her to flinch violently in pain. Red energy sliced through the entity, leaving her eyes wide with shock and agony. Mask's thoughts revealed his profound experience, having slain countless of these monsters in his past life, yet always failing to find the true core that would end them for good. He mused that if the true body wasn't located in the brain, it had to be somewhere else. Red energy glowed ominously near the plant-like entity's lower back, pinpointing its crucial, hidden vulnerability. Mask unleashed a powerful, precise attack with his glowing red sword. A powerful slash of intersecting red energy blades struck its target. Red energy tore through dark structures, while deep within the vines, a vital green energy pulsed defiantly. With a violent rush, green energy exploded from the entity's back as she screamed in profound agony. Mask's red energy blade sliced through the green, causing a violent splash of essence. Mask maintained his intense focus, his red sword relentlessly pressing the attack. The red energy blade cleanly sliced through the dense green vine structures, creating a shower of debris. A blinding, overwhelming burst of green and yellow energy erupted. Mask roared, a deep rumble resonating as he was engulfed by the surging green energy. Mask endured a chaotic barrage of green energy, his form illuminated by both his own red power and the onslaught. Red and green energies violently clashed, creating a maelstrom of destructive force. A swift, resolute red energy blade cut through the swirling chaos. With a powerful crunch and zap, red energy pierced tightly woven green structures, exposing intense, pulsing energy within. With a final, determined push, Mask burst through the green structures, declaring he had found the core. Xiao Qiu charged forward, his red energy blade streaking as the ground rumbled under his powerful attack. With a swift, organic shield, the plant-like entity conjured a vibrant green barrier of vines, deflecting the incoming assault. The plant-like entity remained eerily calm, her gaze steady amidst the glowing green energy. As the red blade struck the barrier with a metallic clang, the plant-like entity's eyes widened in unexpected surprise. The plant-like entity admitted, "I didn't expect you to succeed in breaking a rock with an egg yet again," as Xiao Qiu, his form composed, knelt briefly amidst the verdant confines. Xiao Qiu confessed, his voice strained, that he had no more energy, while a grim mark of injury appeared on the plant-like entity. The dense green vines pulsed and writhed, a living testament to the changing battleground. Amidst the fading green and red energies, Xiao Qiu stood as the vines parted around him with a crackling embrace. The plant-like entity hovered serenely above Xiao Qiu, who knelt, shrouded in an ethereal blend of green and black energy. "What should I do?" Xiao Qiu wondered, his distressed eye piercing through the cracks of his mask, revealing his torment. With a gentle smile, the plant-like entity remarked, "I've realized that you seem to be even more handsome than Mask," hinting at a truth beneath his disguise. "You." Xiao Qiu gasped, his mask shattering further as an ethereal hand reached towards his face, making the moment intensely personal. The plant-like entity calmly reassured him, "Relax, I've already been killed by you, I'm just using what energy I have left to support myself now." From above, the plant-like entity stood, radiating green light, a mystical core pulsing on her back, as a distant helicopter observed her command over the vine-choked city. The man in the green jacket muttered, fearing Day City was doomed, before a sudden, sharp gasp escaped him. Through the devastated, rain-swept cityscape, the ominous boom of impacts resonated, leaving grim-faced squad members to contemplate their uncertain fate. With a swift whiz, the view pulled back from the encroaching vines to reveal the entire city consumed by the ominous green growth under a fiery sky. A fiery object, descending with a chilling whiz, streaked across the apocalyptic sky, hurtling towards the vine-covered city. The glowing, fiery object continued its rapid, whistling descent, a harbinger of imminent destruction. A nuclear bomb. The man in the green jacket whispered, his face etched with terror as he realized the horrifying truth. President Xiao announced, "It is a nuclear bomb," revealing the Federation's desperate decision to use nuclear weapons against the natural disaster, his head bowed in grim resignation. "What have I done?" President Xiao mused, his clasped hands betraying the heavy weight of his decisions. The plant-like entity observed the dramatic, fiery sky, remarking on humanity's heartlessness, treating not just monsters like you or me, but this whole city as something that can be sacrificed. "At the very least, before I die, I have to make everyone see." Xiao Qiu struggled to utter, his body entwined with vines, a desperate revelation hanging in the smoky air. Through his cracked mask, Xiao Qiu's eye burned with a fierce, resolute determination, signaling an unseen plan. With a serious, angered expression, the plant-like entity declared, revealing her true feelings about just what kind of people the group of bastards in the Federation who bullied Mask are. The plant-like entity's glowing green core was revealed, then began to sprout new, vigorous vines from her back. With a thunderous roar, the plant-like entity transformed, becoming a towering, immense vine structure radiating green energy. Smaller, rose-like monsters emerged from the colossal vines with a rattling boom, as the monstrous plant structure continued its explosive growth. The transformed plant-like entity, now a colossal green vine pillar, extended her arms and emitted a powerful, roaring surge of energy into the dramatic sky. A monstrous, glowing green vine appendage, claw-like and menacing, extended swiftly into the orange sky. Another pointed vine appendage shot forth, glowing with the same eerie green energy. With a soft whiz, the immense vine structure solidified into a colossal, glowing green tree, an awe-inspiring sight against the orange sky. A fiery object descended with a terrifying whiz, causing a civilian to cry, "Oh my God!" as it impacted the giant green tree with a ground-shaking rumble. A blinding boom erupted, engulfing the scene in brilliant, destructive light. The explosion's blinding light expanded, consuming everything. The radiating light persisted, a searing echo of the destructive force. Civilians, silhouetted against the intense blast, ran, desperately caught in the inferno. The expanding blast consumed them, their forms blurring into the overwhelming light. Amidst the radiant orange glow of the explosion, Xiao Qiu staggered through the green vines, impacted by the concussive force. Xiao Qiu winced, his mask cracking further from the blast, revealing the raw pain in his exposed eye. The tangled root structure pulsed before a massive, roaring mushroom cloud consumed the landscape. Debris flew with a whiz, a violent boom sounded, and a silent gasp was torn from a screaming face caught in the intensifying blast. Men ran in terror as crackling, hexagonal energy and debris engulfed the area, transforming the chaos into a terrifying spectacle. People struggled and fled with a desperate whoosh amidst the fiery explosion, only to find themselves disoriented in the smoky aftermath. Did it succeed? A scared civilian whispered, clinging to another amidst the desolate, debris-strewn streets. The colossal vine tree, once green, now burned fiercely with a crackling whoosh, consumed by an inferno of smoke and flames. The subordinate urgently informed his director that the energy-emitting object had vanished, leading the man with the beard to ponder the fate of the natural disaster. The man with the black hair and beard triumphantly declared that the natural disaster has been successfully terminated. Commander Jiang, his fist clenched in a mix of relief and exhaustion, proclaimed, "Day City has been secured." Commander Jiang plunged through the air, amidst debris and small fires, descending into the ruined city. His military medals, earned through countless battles, gleamed against the dark, a silent testament to his service. A man wondered if the natural disaster had intentionally collided with the missile, while another questioned the outcome, but then a man with a purple shirt suddenly cried, "Look!" The man with the purple shirt exclaimed in astonishment, It's splitting open," as the massive, translucent vine structure began to tear apart. With a violent rumble, the vine structure exploded, unleashing a chaotic storm of glowing green fragments. Over the city, a tranquil sky opened, letting countless pink petals drift gently earthward. The overgrown city received a serene shower of pink petals, transforming the landscape into one of ethereal peace. Below, people stood in awe, gazing upwards as the soft pink petals continued their graceful descent over the vine-covered buildings. "How pretty!" a young woman exclaimed with a delighted smile, reaching out to embrace the magical, falling petals. "Don't touch those petals. Be careful, you might become assimilated or mutated." A male civilian warned, aghast, but the young woman merely smiled, unconcerned. Delicate hands opened, softly receiving the gentle shower of pink petals. The male civilian breathed a sigh of relief. "Nothing happened, you somehow didn't get mutated." Xiao Qiu and the plant-like entity sat together, a poignant image amidst the petal-strewn, tranquil cityscape. "I didn't realize that spring was this beautiful," the plant-like entity murmured, reaching out to the sky with a serene smile as she lay resting with Xiao Qiu. An ethereal hand reached out, catching the falling petals, as it began to glow with a strange, green energy. Alone and injured, Xiao Qiu sat dejectedly against a rock, surrounded by the tranquil, falling petals, his solitude profound. The monster's path, main task reincarnation of the Great Obscenity, was completed, and Xiao Qiu received his reward, the formidable core of the Great Obscenity. In his hand, Xiao Qiu held a glowing green, heart-like object, pulsating with uncanny power amidst the ethereal particles. The intensely glowing green heart pulsed, held firmly in Xiao Qiu's grasp, its otherworldly light reflecting in the dark. Xiao Qiu revealed the glowing object to be the heart of the Great Obscenity, and chillingly, it is also the heart of Yan Qianlu. Xiao Qiu coughed painfully, then knelt to equip the core of the great obscenity, which began to emit a powerful green energy from his chest. Sent, Xiao Qiu declared, his form engulfed in streaking light particles as the core's activation initiated. The overgrown city now bathed in an ethereal glow, revealed a central, pulsating purple energy structure, still surrounded by falling petals. The calamity that had gripped Day City was finally defeated, bringing an ecstatic moment to all who witnessed it unfold. But even as everyone hollered, "Long live humankind," new, unsettling threat of humanoid plant monsters stood ominously amidst the vine-covered cityscape. Yet, an uncanny, bizarre shift began to unfold, hinting at an unexpected turn for the plant-like entity. Against all expectations, the humanoid flowers were magically transforming back into their human forms. Most of the crowd watching the live stream were shocked to a bewildered silence by the unfolding events. But a horrifying realization struck a few onlookers: the humanoid flowers eradicated by the bomb were, unequivocally, human. Online, a digital debate ignited, questioning the normal sacrifice made by the bomb and whether it was truly necessary, given that the humanoid monster had already integrated with the great obscenity's heart and all infected had ceased moving. A post argued that if the revered mask had been present, the Day City calamity would have been extinguished from the start, avoiding such drastic measures. If Mask were still here, another voice lamented, there might not have been a single casualty, and in an instant, all sorts of opinions began to fly. Abruptly, all communication ceased, live streams flickered to NO signal, as every related online discussion was censored and removed. The screen displayed that content had broken the rules and vanished without a trace, leaving a suppressed and mysterious silence. In Star City's Federation headquarters, a formal meeting was underway. Congressmen gathered around a large table, all eyes on President Xiao. One congressman expressed concern to President Xiao, stating that despite attempts to control discussions, the situation was difficult, especially as public opinion had previously condemned Mask. President Xiao sat in contemplative silence, the weight of the situation clearly bearing down on him. Xiao privately seated, acknowledging the bomb's 1,000 casualties, yet feeling it was still not enough to depose him from his current position. A congressman addressed the troubled president, suggesting that since Mask had been mentioned, the solution to their predicament suddenly became quite simple. The congressman asserted that everyone agreed to the nuclear weapons use, then provocatively questioned how Mask could bear absolutely no responsibility for the outcome. A man with glasses interjected, puzzled, asking how Mask could be related when he wasn't even at the scene and his whereabouts were unknown. The congressman countered, arguing that Mask's very absence was his responsibility, claiming his presence would have prevented such heavy prices and pointless sacrifices. The indignant congressman dramatically accused Mask of abandoning humanity despite receiving countless resources, thus making the Day City tragedy his direct responsibility. With a faint, confident smile, the congressman concluded his compelling argument, definitively linking everything that transpired in Day City to Mask. The assembled congressmen listened in silent contemplation, considering the profound implications of the accusations against Mask. Promotional message to support the scanlation team. Visual transition. From an aerial view, the dimly lit meeting room seemed to echo with the gravity of the discussions, now concluding with just a few key individuals remaining. The congressman confidently reassured President Xiao, promising to meticulously handle every single detail. President Xiao mused that humanity's woes stemmed from a lack of firepower, envisioning a future where a fraction of Mask's power could solve all their problems. He then pivoted, intently asking about the progress of the clandestine Morning Sun plan. The congressman reported rapid progress since experiment 268 success, noting many bodies could live stably without activating the new human state, though its activation often led to collapse. With a chilling, faint smile, the congressman confirmed that the fusion of monsters and humankind was entirely achievable. The congressman dramatically outlined their ambitious goal: if Mask saved humanity from extinction, they would elevate mankind to unprecedented heights, making everyone as strong as monsters. With arms raised dramatically, the congressman declared that humanity would become gods. The narration revealed that the monster battle frontlines encompassed 1,000,000 square kilometers of vast land, once familiar territories now reshaped by tectonic movements compressed into a mere 100 years. Before Mask's intervention, monsters from secret realms relentlessly attacked, reducing cities to chaotic infernos and claiming countless human lives. That fearsome land, the frontlines, was also chillingly known by another name, the birthplace of calamity, the origin of all scourges. It was only with Mask's godlike power and unstoppable methods that humanity could return, as he compressed and twisted the land, forging the demon's domain into a vital frontline. The scene then shifted to a serene, lush landscape of cliffs and ocean, offering a brief moment of natural beauty. A swirling blue portal shimmered vibrantly in the forest as 4 squad members observed its energetic presence. One squad member, visibly anxious, wondered aloud who would dare explain the current situation to Captain Jiang. 2 male squad members playfully bickered, with one refusing the task, claiming his poor communication skills would surely disappoint everyone's expectations. The vibrant blue energy of the portal swirled with otherworldly intensity. A male squad member announced the imminent arrival from the portal, alerting the others. A foot landed firmly, creating a sharp impact. An impressed male squad member marveled at Captain Jiang Ling's genius, noting how she, a 7th-level demon herself, cleared the secret realm's final leader in only half an hour. Behind her gas mask, the female squad member's intense yellow eyes stared forward with focused determination. The female squad member, Captain Jiang Ling, turned to her squad, questioning their visibly odd expressions. An anxious male squad member hesitantly informed Captain Jiang that a natural disaster-level monster had appeared in Day City. Captain Jiang, holding her staff, crisply asked if the monster had been resolved, to which the male squad member hesitantly confirmed it, adding a significant "but." A distressed male squad member then loudly declared that Captain Jiang's father, Commander Jiang, had sacrificed himself, while another urged her to verify the tragic news online. Captain Jiang calmly acknowledged the news of her father's sacrifice and ordered the squad to proceed to the next secret realm, leaving a distraught squad member behind. The remaining squad members stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered and shocked glances at their captain's detached response. A visual transition through a forest. Four silhouetted figures moved deeper into the dense forest, their journey continuing in silent resolve. Two squad members quietly discussed Captain Jiang's emotional state, questioning if her stoic nickname, Unmovable Ice, meant she had lost all emotion. Captain Jiang sharply turned and threatened to transfer the two speculating squad members to an atonement camp, eliciting immediate and panicked apologies. The squad walked towards another glowing blue portal, as narration revealed the ceaseless formation of secret realms on the monster frontlines and Jiang Ling's team's crucial role in controlling them. A male squad member asked Captain Jiang if the entire team would be accompanying her into the secret realm this time. The male squad member expressed his growing frustration, lamenting that if they continued to be left behind, they would surely be reduced to mere cheerleaders. Captain Jiang paused, looking back with a questioning gaze, her expression partially obscured by her mask. Her eyes narrowed, and Captain Jiang challenged her squad member, asking if he held such a low opinion of her abilities. The male squad member panicked, defensively raising his hands and adamantly denying such a thought. The female squad member continued her determined walk towards the glowing blue portal as the male squad member watched her go. The male squad member watched as the female squad member's silhouette disappeared into the shimmering blue light of the portal. The squad members collectively sighed in relief, one marveling at Captain Jiang's terrifying aura and powerful will, likening it to an ancient concept of Tao. One nervous squad member half-jokingly suggested that their captain, with her stoicism, seemed more like an emotionless monster. The scene shifted to a dark, mysterious cave, where water shimmered with reflected light. The female squad member walked alone along the edge of an underground lake within the eerie darkness of the cave. Her hand firmly gripped her staff, which pulsed with a potent purple energy, signifying her readiness. With a soft hum of energy, the female squad member moved forward, her glowing spear illuminating the dark cave with a determined intensity. Behind her mask, the female squad member's eye widened in surprise at an unexpected sight. She observed several dead monster-like bodies on the ground, realizing with a shocked inquiry that another team had entered the secret realm before her. The cave's damp embrace stretched into the dim unknown, its rippling waters hinting at hidden depths. Amidst the grim scene of monstrous corpses, the female squad member wondered if one person alone had inflicted such uniform wounds, a puzzling realization. She pondered if this mysterious assailant had navigated the secret realm with the same solitary determination as her. A sudden thud echoed through the cavern, snapping her attention to an unseen disturbance. The ground vibrated with the aftermath of a powerful strike, leaving shattered remains of monsters in its wake. With her spear humming with energy, the female squad member assumed a precise combat stance, prepared for any threat. Her piercing gaze, visible even behind the mask, sharpened with intense focus. A monstrous roar erupted, signaling a new threat charging forward. A blur of motion and the whistle of air marked Xiao Qiu's precise movements as he countered the charging beasts. From a distance, the female squad member observed Xiao Qiu's exquisite combat skills, finding them surprisingly refined for his apparent low level. Despite fatal injuries and hampered abilities, Xiao Qiu had just struck down a monster, defying the odds that would have long ago claimed a normal person. Even in such a dire situation, Xiao Qiu's reliance on his pure skill allowed him to hold his ground against the relentless assault. Her gloved hand tightened its grip on the spear, which pulsed with a potent purple energy, signaling her intervention. A powerful whoosh of purple energy sliced across the rocky ground. The female squad member lunged into the fray, her spear leading the charge, as Xiao Qiu watched in surprise. With a resounding zing, she delivered a powerful, purple-imbued strike against a monster. She moved with lethal swiftness, her attack drawing blood as it splattered from a monster's head. Another swift swish of her spear struck a monster directly in the head. A monstrous thwack echoed as purple energy passed clean through its body. With a final, bloody splash, she pierced the monster, bringing its onslaught to an end. Standing victorious over the defeated monsters, the female squad member noted Xiao Qiu's continued observation from a distance. Holding her glowing spear, the female squad member barraged Xiao Qiu with questions about his identity and his solo presence in the secret realm. Her eyes widened in sudden, stark surprise at something unexpected. The injured Xiao Qiu lowered his head, his pale face reflecting his severe disorientation and weakened state. With a sudden zing of fading energy, Xiao Qiu collapsed, falling unconscious to the ground. A close-up revealed Xiao Qiu's unconscious face, marked by injuries and a profound pallor. "He's fainted," she exclaimed, her initial respect for Xiao Qiu quickly turning to annoyance at what she perceived as another burdensome complication. From the rippling depths, new shark-like creatures with glowing red eyes began to emerge. A chorus of roars announced a group of formidable shark-like monsters stepping from the water, ready for battle. "TSK. How troublesome," she uttered, her irritation palpable at the continuous stream of threats. Illuminated by the purple glow of her spear, the female squad member reassumed a resolute defensive stance. "Monsters," she grimly acknowledged, bracing herself for the coming fight. The journey continued, inviting readers to support the dedicated scanlation team at drakescans.com. Commander Jiang, a figure of stern authority, fixed his unwavering gaze forward. Her eye, burning with pinkish-purple intensity, focused with unwavering determination. Consumed by rage, the female squad member unleashed a crackling torrent of purple lightning, declaring that all her enemies deserved to die. Emerging from the shimmering blue portal into the vibrant green forest, the female squad member carried the unconscious Xiao Qiu towards her waiting team. Unaware of her return, the squad members debated their captain's whereabouts and speculated on the angry fate of the monsters, given her inner turmoil over Commander Jiang's incident. The squad members continued their discussion, musing on the captain's inherited bravery and the impossibility of facing natural disaster-level monsters without walking straight into death. "Don't talk any more, Captain's coming out," a squad member urgently announced, halting their conversation. From the shimmering blue portal, the female squad member finally emerged, still carrying the unconscious Xiao Qiu. "Captain. Captain Jiang, who is he?" the squad member stammered, bewildered by the sight of her carrying Xiao Qiu, wondering if he was a monster from the secret realm. The scene shifted. The story moved to Army Camp N5 on the front lines, one of countless smaller encampments, each a vital hub of professionals and war-related personnel. Despite the prevalence of professionals, the critical task of healing the sick still fell to human doctors, as healing professionals were too few to even spare from secret realm raids. Examining the unconscious Xiao Qiu, a doctor confirmed his vitals were stable, but wondered how he had sustained such incredibly severe injuries. The doctor detailed Xiao Qiu's near-fatal organ damage and his astonishing, rapid recovery, a healing ability he found unprecedented even among professionals. "Is so strong it's scary," the female squad member interjected, acknowledging the terrifying power of Xiao Qiu's regeneration. The doctor then revealed the surprising presence of nuclear radiation in Xiao Qiu's body, the cause of the burns on his face. The doctor proposed a special room for Xiao Qiu due to the radiation, assuring his swift discharge thanks to his healing and their care, even offering high-level healers for his scars, to which the female squad member quietly assented. Commander Jiang, however, decisively intervened, ordering Xiao Qiu to be taken away, overriding the doctor's plans. This was Supreme Commander Liang Xinye of Army Camp N3, a man of unyielding resolve. Both the female squad member and the doctor respectfully acknowledged Commander Liang's sudden presence. The location shifted again, this time to the imposing command post of Army Camp N3. As narration detailed a rescue team arriving in Day City, successfully concluding a natural disaster with some casualties, Commander Jiang and the female squad member remained in the infirmary with the unconscious Xiao Qiu. The screen displayed a solemn tribute, calling for the highest respect for the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in the recent natural disaster. A closer view showed Commander Jiang's stern portrait, enshrined among the fallen. "He died honorably," Commander Jiang stated, his voice steeped in solemn respect. The female squad member responded with a subdued her bowed head speaking volumes of her sadness. Commander Jiang stoically declared that dying in battle was the ultimate homecoming for people like them, revealing he had also protected her from media inquiries about martyrs' children, for which she thanked him. Commander Jiang gently reassured her that her father's past choices were not wrong, asserting that they both would have made the same decision, thereby absolving her of any lingering blame. With a gentle smile and closed eyes, Commander Jiang revealed that her enduring blame was, in fact, an internal struggle against herself. Once more, a call echoed for support, directing readers to drakescans.com. Commander Jiang departed, leaving the female squad member alone on the floor of the hospital room, lost in contemplation. As he departed, Commander Jiang advised her, between coughs, to question Xiao Qiu about his fighting knowledge once he awoke. Commander Jiang mused, finding great interest in someone capable of controlling that particular sword. While Xiao Qiu slept, his mysterious sword rested vigilantly beside his hospital bed. The female squad member immediately pressed Commander Jiang, demanding to know about the sword and Xiao Qiu's true identity. Commander Jiang offered only a deflective cough as he made his exit, leaving her questions unanswered. She remained pensive, the unanswered questions weighing heavily on her mind. Looking down at the sleeping Xiao Qiu, she resigned herself to waiting for him to awaken for any answers. Suddenly, Xiao Qiu's eyes snapped open, wide with shock, revealing a new scar as he abruptly awakened. An overwhelming surge of raw emotion coursed through Xiao Qiu. Despite his injuries, a deep resolve settled within Xiao Qiu, signaling his unbreakable will. A sudden, startling curiosity seized the female squad member as she focused on something unseen. Her hand gripped the weapon with practiced certainty, prepared for immediate action. Through the stark, well-lit hospital room, the female squad member advanced, her spear a silent companion. Jiang Ling wrestled with a profound and unprecedented feeling, realizing she had never before felt truly threatened by another. Xiao Qiu's gaze remained serious and direct, absorbing everything with a calm intensity. A quiet, unwavering calm held Xiao Qiu in its grasp. From an unseen source, a voice announced that the 4-bag could finally be removed. Jiang Ling questioned Xiao Qiu's apparent lack of curiosity about his whereabouts, which he quickly discerned as Army Camp N3 in the N series of camps. Xiao Qiu confirmed Jiang Ling had been his rescuer from the secret realm, leading to their formal introduction as Jiang Ling and Xiao Qiu. Support the Scanlation team by reading the chapter on drakescans.com. Xiao Qiu remained pensive, allowing the new information to settle silently within him. A news report condemned Xiao Qiu's sudden disappearance, labeling it irresponsible and demanding he repay the Federation for its resources. A congressman passionately blasted Xiao Qiu, asserting he had failed his duty to suppress calamities and publicly defied the Federation's righteous trial. Jiang Ling astutely observed that the harsh accusation stemmed from underlying anxiety and growing restlessness among unseen forces. Jiang Ling shrewdly noted the irony: Xiao Qiu was conveniently either the solution to all problems when present, or the ultimate scapegoat for all responsibility when absent. Despite Xiao Qiu's unknown identity, Jiang Ling sternly laid out the conditions for his freedom, warning against any threat to the army camp. Jiang Ling recognized his ability, but confidently countered with her own power, threatening to shatter him bone by bone. Xiao Qiu calmly retorted that she wouldn't be able, drawing Jiang Ling's sharp demand for clarification. Xiao Qiu stated his defiance explicitly: she would fail to break his bones and, ultimately, she could not beat him. Xiao Qiu's challenging words ignited a furious, visceral anger within the female squad member. Jiang Ling accepted the challenge with a menacing smile, and Xiao Qiu declared his anticipation for the day they could finally fight. Jiang Ling decisively declared her mission to clear the next secret realm, leaving Xiao Qiu behind without further delay. As she departed, 2 squad members bombarded their captain with questions about the mysterious man and Commander Jiang's surprising interest in him. The squad members peppered Jiang Ling with inquiries about Xiao Qiu's team, his strange survival, and his perceived connection to the Supreme Commander, only to finally learn his name was Xiao Qiu. The name Xiao Qiu struck the squad members as strangely familiar, prompting speculation they might have heard it on television as he continued on his way. Support the Scanlation team by reading the complete chapter on drakescans.com. 2 squad members cautiously noted their captain's simmering fury, sensing it was about to explode. Xiao Qiu emerged from the room, now fully equipped with his sword, drawing the watchful eyes of the squad members. A squad member voiced concern over Xiao Qiu's rapid emergence, questioning his health and immediate destination. Xiao Qiu declared his intention to challenge the secret realm, to a squad member's utter disbelief that questioned his very sanity. Xiao Qiu recognized a mystical bond with a great obscenity within him, sensing his body's desperate thirst for life fueled by this new heart. As Xiao Qiu revealed his dark ability to heal by absorbing monster vital energy, a squad member reminded him of the strict rule: no team, no entry to the secret realm. A squad member pragmatically argued that allowing Xiao Qiu to clear a secret realm would be a beneficial, even desirable, outcome for them. A surprised squad member exclaimed as Commander Jiang suddenly entered the corridor, cane in hand. Commander Jiang exuded an aura of calm, self-assured authority, with a knowing glint in his eye. A protesting squad member was cut short as Commander Jiang declared that rules were meant to serve living people, not the other way around. Commander Jiang then asserted his absolute authority as the camp commander, daring anyone to disagree with his command. The squad members instantly, emphatically, and comically agreed, shouting, "No disagreements. None at all." Xiao Qiu strode past Commander Jiang and the now compliant squad members, continuing steadfastly on his path. Commander Jiang watched Xiao Qiu depart, a subtle, approving smile playing on his lips. Commander Jiang swiftly gave new orders, dividing the squad to accompany either Jiang Ling or Xiao Qiu, and was met with an immediate, unified salute. A brief, silent interlude passed. Jiang Ling stood before a large, angular gateway, surveying the vast and desolate landscape that promised new discoveries. Support the Scanlation team by reading the full chapter on drakescans.com. Jiang Ling stood with purposeful readiness, her spear held steady, awaiting the trials ahead. 2 squad members finally caught up to Jiang Ling, who immediately questioned why only they had arrived and not the rest. The squad members relayed Xiao Qiu's shocking desire to immediately enter a secret realm and the Supreme Commander's unprecedented agreement, prompting intense speculation about their mysterious connection. A squad member voiced his disbelief at Xiao Qiu's desperately arrogant plan, lamenting the potential suffering of those unfortunate enough to accompany him. Jiang Ling's expression became thoughtful and serious, deeply contemplating the implications of the situation. Jiang Ling countered with a guarded response, suggesting Xiao Qiu might be acting on his own, deeper intentions. An unseen squad member pressed for clarity, questioning if Xiao Qiu's true capabilities warranted such a statement. One squad member extolled Captain Jiang Ling's legendary background, her family's lightning affinity, her father's heroic sacrifice, her meteoric rise through the ranks, and her unique mentorship as the Supreme Commander's sole student. A bearded squad member directly questioned Xiao Qiu and his black-haired companion about their potential secret connections to the Supreme Commander, given the special equipment and rule-breaking privileges they'd received. Xiao Qiu's black-haired friend firmly denied any connections to the Supreme Commander, reiterating none despite the skeptical really. The bearded squad member dismissively concluded that Xiao Qiu's friend was too ordinary to connect with their legendary commander, sparking a curious legendary from another. A squad member proudly elaborated on Supreme Commander Liang Zhengye, a living legend with vision sharper than ordinary people, who could perceive surroundings through scent and sound waves like a bat, and whose power was rumored to exceed his official 8th rank. The bearded squad member proudly declared the Supreme Commander's station and honor, then revealed the commander had once fought alongside Xiao Qiu during the initial establishment of the human-monster frontlines. Xiao Qiu's black-haired friend recalled the long-dispersed repelling monsters army, which the bearded squad member confirmed was where the Supreme Commander and Xiao Qiu first fought, also revealing it was the namesake for their current frontlines. Xiao Qiu silently echoed the name, repelling monsters army, his thoughts turning to how many years had truly passed since that era. Before, in a time when no one held a good impression of him, Xiao Qiu had led 3,000 souls onto the human-monster battle frontlines, a desolate land long abandoned by humanity. From every conceivable direction, earth, sky, underground, and water, countless monsters poured forth, a ceaseless tide against the repelling monster army. The army's numbers dwindled dramatically, yet a core of brave, disparate survivors, forging their own fighting style, not only stood firm but grew into powerful professionals, building the very forts that would eventually become the star-studded army camps and the human-monster battle frontlines of today. Back in the present, Xiao Qiu and 3 squad members advanced towards a large, glowing blue portal, preparing to cross into the secret realm. The squad members, trusting the Supreme Commander's judgment, declared their loyalty and eagerly offered to follow Xiao Qiu into the secret realm, their weapons hungering for monster blood. Xiao Qiu met their eager offer of help with a subtle, disbelieving rhetorical question. Xiao Qiu bluntly dismissed their offer, stating he would be fine on his own, leaving the squad members stunned. Support the Scanlation team by reading the chapter on drakescans.com. With a swift, silent movement, Xiao Qiu calmly walked into the verdant forest, leaving the glowing portal behind. Xiao Qiu reveled in a dark satisfaction, affirming his preference for secret realms that reeked of monsters. Shadowy tendrils of ominous energy began to emanate from Xiao Qiu, signaling a potent transformation. Fully transformed into a monstrous, energy-infused being, Xiao Qiu declared his intent to lose all control and unleash utter destruction. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunged forward, its snarl a prelude to a terrifying assault. Deep within the misty forest, a palpable dread settled as 3 glowing-eyed monsters emerged, their presence a heavy thump against the silence. Mask strode purposefully through the ominous woods, a silent warrior amidst lurking shadows. With grim focus, Mask declared his critical time limit. Though his monster form was potent, Mask's thoughts betrayed a deep vulnerability, his body still healing from past wounds, granting him only 3 minutes in his current state. Yet, within him, a fierce determination ignited, believing those 3 minutes would prove entirely sufficient. With an incredible burst of speed, Mask became a dark, swift blur through the forest. A brief message from drakescan.com. Blades met flesh with swift slashes and slices, marking the brutal efficiency of the fight. Deep gashes opened on the monsters, blood splattering across the forest floor in a brutal display. 5 wolf-like monsters now lay defeated, their forms utterly still on the forest floor. With an ethereal shimmer, the monster bodies began to disperse into sparkling particles. Soon, the remnants of the creatures completely vanished, leaving only faint, glittering traces. The forest floor, now clear and shimmering, showed no sign of the recent brutality. Amidst the ethereal glow, Mask stood, his weapon still ready, a picture of calm power after the skirmish. Mask's thoughts turned to the unseen, as the great obscenity's heart began absorbing the monster's essence. A powerful thump resonated within him as Mask realized this absorbed life force was healing his body and dramatically extending his monster form. Meanwhile, two squad members, including the bearded man, scoffed, speculating that Xiao Qiu was likely just wandering the outer edges or even squatting by the portal, waiting to leave. To their utter surprise, Xiao Qiu calmly emerged from the shimmering blue portal. The bearded squad member voiced his utter shock, realizing Xiao Qiu had exited the secret realm far too quickly to have merely run out of time. "You dealt with the boss of the secret realm," the male squad member stammered, to which Xiao Qiu calmly replied, "I did." Xiao Qiu mused he thought he had, since all the monsters had felt far too weak to constitute a true boss. Holding out shiny, sharp materials, Xiao Qiu explained these were likely the boss drops, suggesting their best use for crafting arrows. The bearded squad member stammered in disbelief, realizing Xiao Qiu had cleared a 5th-rank secret realm in a mere 17 minutes, twice as fast as even Captain Jiang. His face etched with concern, the bearded man speculated that Xiao Qiu's raw power might be double Captain Jiang's. Unfazed by their shock, Xiao Qiu simply declared it was time for the next secret realm, leaving the male squad member utterly baffled by what kind of creature he truly was. Xiao Qiu led them to the next shimmering portal over the vast sea, a simple declaration of next guiding their adventure. Before ancient trees, the group stood poised at another mystical gateway as Xiao Qiu commanded, next. Deep within a vast, foreboding cavern, Xiao Qiu directed them towards yet another glowing portal, signaling, next. For more, check drakescan.com. Xiao Qiu meticulously inspected the fresh footprints etched into the dirt path. Yan Qianqian reported that this secret realm had already been cleared, its teleportation array now failed. Xiao Qiu noted the footprints were suspiciously fresh, indicating the same group had just cleared this realm, leaving him to wonder if this was the 4th or 5th already. The male squad member wondered if it was Xiao Qiu's group, but Yan Qianqian immediately dismissed the idea, arguing such speed implied extraordinary power. The male squad member seethed with anger, concluding that a powerful team from another camp was systematically clearing their secret realms and stealing resources. Yan Qianqian, ever pragmatic, saw the benefit in others clearing the realms and declared it was time to return. Her previous pragmatism forgotten, Yan Qianqian fumed, determined to confront whoever had dared to challenge her. At Army Camp N3's management office, teams reported their expedition findings to gain merit for rewards, even coveted fighting lessons with the Supreme Commander. Xiao Qiu and the squad members, including Yan Qianqian, gathered in the bright, formal hallways, awaiting their turn to report. Yan Qianqian gasped in disbelief at the audacious claim that 17 secret realms had been cleared in a single day. The male squad member presented his list, and the man with glasses nervously confirmed that the energy signatures of those secret realms were indeed gone. Still, the man with glasses pressed on, demanding proof that they, specifically, had cleared all the realms. Support the work at drakescan.com. With a satisfying clatter, a dazzling pile of monster parts and glittering crystals cascaded onto the counter. The male squad member then unleashed a confident tirade, presenting the precious boss materials as irrefutable proof and challenging the flustered man with glasses to verify them himself. The man with glasses nervously backpedaled, still unable to fathom how so many realms could be cleared when even Captain Jiang couldn't achieve such a feat. The male squad member proudly introduced Xiao Qiu, the Supreme Commander's own appointee, as the one who had single-handedly cleared every single secret realm. Seizing the opportunity, the man with glasses eagerly tried to persuade them to tackle a problematic 6th-rank secret realm that had already defeated 2 teams from another camp. Xiao Qiu calmly accepted the daunting request, much to the male squad member's triumphant satisfaction and the man with glasses' relief. The male squad member continued to loudly boast, claiming that Big Brother Zhao's power was unequivocally greater than Captain Jiang's. The man with glasses nervously cleared his throat, subtly trying to warn the boisterous squad member about someone standing right behind him. The male squad member, oblivious, turned to ask, "What's behind me?" only to be met by a furious Yan Qianqian. The man with glasses stammered a greeting to the newly arrived Captain Jiang, as the male squad member frantically apologized for his recent boasting. Eagerly, Xiao Qiu interjected, confirming that the list of cleared secret realms matched the ones they had visited that very day. Captain Jiang's skeptical question of, "You did all this by yourself," was met with Xiao Qiu's calm, unequivocal, "Yes." Captain Jiang then delivered a sharp, sarcastic jab, commenting on his confidence even while seemingly idle in bed. Xiao Qiu internally groaned, frustrated by her seemingly endless grudges. Xiao Qiu then confidently volunteered to tackle the rumored, difficult 6th-rank secret realm. Captain Jiang accepted the challenge with a confident smile, proposing a race to see who could defeat the next secret realm boss first. Xiao Qiu and his 2 companions watched as Captain Jiang and her team strode confidently away. The male squad member wryly observed that Xiao Qiu had fully ignited their captain's competitive spirit, to which Xiao Qiu offered a neutral, "Is that so?" Seeing this latest secret realm, Xiao Qiu finally understood why the system had brought him to the human monster battlefront. A momentous memory from his previous life, linked to the front lines and the great obscenity, began to surface. For more exciting stories, visit drakescan.com. The bearded man looked up, startled by something about Xiao Qiu. The bearded man's gaze lingered on Xiao Qiu's face and blade, a flicker of recollection stirring within him. With a sudden, shocking burst of clarity, the bearded man finally realized where he had seen Xiao Qiu before. The story transitioned to the significant and openly structured Army City N.3 Command Center. A commander, his expression grave, asked if the Xiao Qiu retrieved from a secret realm was the same notorious figure who had annihilated a company in Day City. The bearded squad member formally confirmed the commander's unsettling query. The commander considered it a far-fetched coincidence, questioning why a caught criminal would be on the front lines, but the bearded squad member detailed his observations of Xiao Qiu's distinctive features and sword, which matched old mugshots. He forcefully asserted the sword was undeniable proof, theorizing that the chaos in Day City's jails offered the culprit a perfect escape, concluding they were indeed the same man. Despite the impossible journey across 1,000 miles, the squad member concluded that the sheer weight of coincidence demanded this unbelievable truth about Xiao Qiu. The Supreme Commander found the inference compelling and declared his intention to enter the secret realm at the river fork after his investigation, receiving an immediate, obedient salute. The bearded squad member confidently anticipated a grand achievement if their suspicions about Xiao Qiu proved true, as a shimmering blue portal began to form in a vast green valley. The male squad members insisted on joining their captain, challenging her leadership with a mix of fierce loyalty and teasing suggestions that they might usurp her position if they improved too much. The female squad member, Captain Jiang, knew her team's concern about the secret realm's dangers was a flimsy pretext, dismissing their anxieties as a lame excuse for their desire to accompany her. With a determined resolve, the captain led her team forward towards the secret realm. She simply commanded them to keep up, her tone serious and unwavering. Captain Jiang issued a stern warning that the coming encounter was a personal matter between herself and Xiao Qiu, forbidding any interference from her team. The muscular squad member listened in thoughtful silence, his thoughts unrevealed. A serene, expansive sky heralded a brief moment of calm before the storm. A lone figure observed the massive, swirling blue portal, the mystical gateway to a grand, unknown adventure. The bearded squad member wondered about the Supreme Commander's unfulfilled promise of arrival, a trace of impatience coloring his concern. With a decisive, bold resolve, he stepped into the shimmering blue energy, venturing into the portal himself. The ethereal blue energy of the portal quietly dissipated, vanishing from the field. The squad stepped into a long, dark, cavernous tunnel, the rustling sounds echoing in the mysterious and foreboding secret realm. Using his abilities, the squad member analytically confirmed the tunnel's normal temperature, humidity, and lack of poisonous substances, proceeding with caution. In the tense, enclosed tunnel, two squad members voiced their anxious concerns about the catastrophic implications of encountering strong or numerous monsters in such a confined space. An ominous rumbling echoed through the quiet, dark tunnel, hinting at an unseen, approaching threat. An unsettling blur indicated a shift, the tunnel's indistinct nature becoming more pronounced. For more exciting stories and to support the dedicated scanlation team, readers could find the full chapter on drakescan.com. The squad stood tense and alert, waiting for potential threats in the dimly lit tunnel. Their heightened state of alert persisted, the squad remaining vigilant in the darkness. A sharp screech pierced the terrifying silence, accompanying the eerie emergence of numerous glowing red eyes deep within the tunnel. Another piercing screech confirmed the terrifying, unwavering presence of the glowing red eyes. The muscular squad member exclaimed in shocked disbelief at the sheer number of monsters, questioning if this was the true, terrifying difficulty of a 6th-rank secret realm. As numerous crocodile-like monsters charged forward with crackling energy, the squad member questioned their bizarre presence in this type of secret realm. Captain Jiang stood at the forefront, her spear crackling with purple energy, ready for the tense and direct confrontation as the monsters clattered closer. The crocodile-like monsters unleashed fierce, menacing roars. Intense purple energy dynamically crackled and surged around the captain's spear. Surrounded by intense purple lightning, the captain decisively commanded her team to go through them as she prepared her attack. A powerful, destructive surge of purple lightning, crackling intensely, was unleashed down the tunnel. The dense purple lightning raged with overwhelming, destructive crackling. The powerful purple lightning dispersed into a hazy expanse, filling the space with its lingering energy. An ethereal, clattering impact marked the powerful dispersion of energy from the lightning attack. In the calm after the storm, Captain Jiang stood composed, residual purple energy gently fading around her. The path ahead was now clear, the tunnel quiet as faint purple energy crackled and dissipated. An awestruck squad member expressed his deep impression at how a single hit from Captain Jiang had instantly cleared so many monsters. Captain Jiang calmly reflected, attributing her immense success to the suitable surroundings and the monster's convenient linear formation, rather than her own power. The bald squad member, impressed, observed that Captain Jiang was clearly not holding back, making her a formidable opponent to surpass. The muscular squad member pondered the true, possibly meaningless, stakes of their competition with Xiao Qiu, whether it was a kill count or the boss's demise. A single, ominous clicking sound echoed through the quiet, dark tunnel. A brief, neutral pause marked the transition in the oppressive environment. Two squad members quietly reflected on the unusual absence of further monster waves, wondering if the captain's devastating strike had indeed eliminated everything. An abrupt halt signaled a sudden, collective alertness. The entire squad stood still, alert and quiet, sensing something was amiss in the tunnel. Captain Jiang voiced her pensive confusion. Despite two teams being lost in this secret realm, they had encountered no trace of their bodies or items. Her squad members offered explanations. Perhaps the lost teams perished in the first wave, or their traces were obliterated by Captain Jiang's own powerful strike, a thought to which she responded with thoughtful consideration. Captain Jiang, growing more alert, sharply questioned if anyone else had heard anything unusual. One squad member nervously wondered if it was another monster wave, but the muscular man denied hearing anything at all, adding to the uncertainty. The squad moved forward, tense and exploratory, through the long, dark tunnel. The tunnel ceiling began to shatter and crumble, debris falling with a crushing sound. More debris clattered and crashed from the crumbling, dangerous ceiling. A terrifying, imposing red crocodile-like monster unleashed a powerful roar. For additional content and to support the Scanlation team, readers could visit drakescan.com. With a scraping sound, large, jagged red rock formations ominously shifted, intensifying the claustrophobic feeling of the tunnel. Two squad members succumbed to panic despair, realizing the monstrous creature had blocked their escape, one crying that they were done for and regretting ever entering the secret realm. Captain Jiang, curious and analytical, wondered about the true source of her teammates' profound fear. Captain Jiang questioned if the terrifying, imposing monster possessed an inherent aura of fear, as it unleashed another powerful roar. Confident and formidable, Captain Jiang dismissed the monster's influence as cheap tricks, readying her electrified spear with a clattering sound. She declared with assertive confidence that such tricks were utterly useless against her. Through the dark tunnel, the muscular squad member walked with calm, observant discipline, his sword held ready. He dynamically swung his long, curved sword with a powerful swish, poised for battle. With a powerful clang, the squad member decisively thrust his sword into the ground, scattering debris. A monstrous maw ripped open, spewing a powerful blast of purple energy. The female squad member, a blur of motion and purple energy, pierced the crocodile-like monster's head with a swift, brutal strike. Her yellow eyes glowed with fierce concentration, utterly unyielding amidst the volatile purple energy. She moved with calculated caution through the grim, underground passage, leaving one defeated beast behind to observe the others lurking deeper within the tunnel. Xiao Qiu plunged his weapon into the earth with formidable, resolute force. The sharp blade descended in a blur, poised for a decisive, impactful strike. Mid-air, Xiao Qiu delivered a brutal attack to the monstrous beast, which roared as it thrashed violently in pain. Its scaly face, grim and bloodied, glared with a malevolent, glowing red eye. As the massive crocodile-like monster gave its final gasp, Xiao Qiu stood calmly over the defeated beast, his sword held steady. Xiao Qiu mused regretfully, realizing it was a wasted opportunity, for if he had been alone, he could have entered his monster state and absorbed them completely. The squad members wondered, tense and confused, how another monster had appeared underground, especially such a cunning one whose ambush had been a calculated distraction. A bald squad member, grateful and relieved, placed a hand on Xiao Qiu's shoulder, admitting that it was a close call and they would have been devoured if not for his intervention. Captain Jiang, standing over the fallen monster, inquired how Xiao Qiu had discovered the one underground, wondering if the ground's shaking had been his only clue. Captain Jiang, thoughtful and concerned, reflected that her full attention had been on the first monster, and without Xiao Qiu's quick detection and defeat of the second, her subordinates would have been lost. Xiao Qiu confirmed he felt the second monster through the ground's shaking, explaining with confidence that such subterranean realms naturally held monsters capable of sneaking underground. The bald squad member, incredulous, questioned how Xiao Qiu could distinguish the monster amidst the shaking and accurately find its weak spot when he himself, pressed against the wall, could barely hear anything. Xiao Qiu remained silent, lost in his own unrevealing thoughts. Xiao Qiu pondered how to explain his unique perception, reflecting that this vibration was far more discernible than even a demon god tearing space itself. Captain Jiang declared the two monster bosses defeated, prompting a squad member to praise her and Xiao Qiu's immense strength, noting that a common team would have been annihilated by such level 6 beasts. But Captain Jiang, serious and foreboding, corrected him immediately, these were not the true bosses at all. Captain Jiang pointed out that if they were the true bosses, the secret realm's treasure chest would have manifested by now. Furthermore, Captain Jiang added, the teleportation array also remained stubbornly closed. The bald squad member, anxious and questioning, voiced his growing concern about what kind of true boss awaited them if neither of the defeated monsters were it. He then wondered aloud what truly terrifying existence could be the secret realm's actual boss. Captain Jiang, authoritative and cautious, instructed her team to stay close, emphasizing the inherent danger of moving alone within this realm. Xiao Qiu acknowledged her words, as the bald squad member, with a sense of burden, apologized for troubling their captain once again. Captain Jiang walked away, her words steadfast and reassuring, asserting that being on the same team meant no added or removed trouble. The squad members, their spirits renewed, looked up at their captain with profound gratitude. For more content, readers were encouraged to visit drakescan.com and support the scanlation team. An ancient, imposing circular metal door, embedded in the rocky wall, stood as a mysterious barrier in the dusty passage. Captain Jiang theorized the boss lay beyond the ominous door, but Xiao Qiu voiced a deep apprehension that only ill omens would follow its opening. Captain Jiang, asserting her authority and responsibility, instructed Xiao Qiu to accompany her inside while the others remained outside, to which the squad members, understanding their limitations, agreed they would only be a burden. As Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu advanced toward the mysterious door, the squad members offered a hopeful farewell, urging their captain not to get into trouble and assuring her they would await their return. With intense focus, Captain Jiang's gloved hands vigorously turned the large red industrial valve. Her hands remained, still and expectant, on the massive valve. Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang stood ready, facing the immense circular door with palpable anticipation and tension. With a powerful rumble, the colossal door began to open, releasing a dramatic cloud of swirling dust and smoke. The door groaned open wider, revealing a mysterious, dark abyss shrouded in dust as Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang stood at its unsettling threshold. The entire doorway was consumed by thick, swirling smoke, obscuring the ominous unknowns that lay beyond. Powerful shockwaves and dust erupted from the door frame, a forceful indicator of its impact. Resolute and brave, Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu stepped side by side into the profound darkness of the chamber beyond. A monstrous, clawed foot landed with a heavy, menacing thud on the dusty ground. To support the scanlation team and read more, visit drakescan.com. Captain Jiang, alert and observant, remarked on the strangely light sound of the footsteps, deducing they were not facing a large monster. A new, intimidating presence was fully revealed, a powerful, humanoid crocodile-like monster with glowing red eyes. Captain Jiang, thoughtful and worried, recognized the humanoid monster, instantly recalling that the more human-like a creature, the more dangerous it was, leading her to question the very nature of this secret realm. The humanoid monster crouched low in the vast, dusty passage, its gaze fixed on Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang in the distance, a suspenseful prelude to battle. The humanoid monster unleashed a fierce, aggressive roar, its red eyes burning. Captain Jiang, focused and prepared, recognized the monster's enormous accumulated power and braced herself for immediate combat. A swift, powerful motion sliced through the air, leaving trails of purple energy. "You are underestimating us too much," the humanoid monster roared, as Captain Jiang, surrounded by purple energy, launched an intense counterattack. Her spear glowed intensely with purple energy, a testament to the powerful, lightning-fast strike. Xiao Qiu observed with confident analysis that Captain Jiang's spear had surpassed the speed of sound, predicting a direct piercing if the monster bit down. The monster's armored hand clamped down with a powerful clang, gripping its target. Captain Jiang's eyes widened in surprised alarm. The muscular humanoid monster slammed down with violent force, sending Captain Jiang reeling backward. Captain Jiang tumbled backward, disoriented amidst a chaotic shower of rocks and debris. Xiao Qiu's gloved hand clicked his futuristic gun, now emanating purple energy, ready for immediate action. In a chaotic, inverted move, Xiao Qiu fired his gun, zapping the humanoid monster and diverting its urgent attack from the falling Captain Jiang. An intense, powerful energy blast erupted, crackling with purple lightning. The humanoid monster's eyes widened in startled surprise, its face now glowing from the impact. The humanoid monster struggled violently, struck by an electric beam, while Captain Jiang lay injured and vulnerable on the ground. The humanoid monster stumbled back, its head smoking and neck crackling with purple energy from the impactful hit, as Captain Jiang remained unmoving. This chapter and more content is available to read on drakescan.com. Lying on the ground, Captain Jiang looked up in surprised awe at Xiao Qiu, who stood victorious over the defeated humanoid monster, his weapon still raised. Captain Jiang, kneeling, questioned Xiao Qiu's incredibly risky attack, to which he calmly retorted, "How can you obtain great results without risking your life?" "NGH, makes sense," Captain Jiang conceded, internally surprised he hadn't preached to her, but simply agreed with his own blunt philosophy. Captain Jiang's eye narrowed, thoughtful and discerning, as she processed the encounter. The defeated humanoid monster lay bleeding, its monstrous head shockingly revealing a human face half-transformed within. Captain Jiang's voice was filled with horror and recognition, "Christian." Captain Jiang, kneeling, asked if Xiao Qiu knew him, to which he grimly explained Christian was a level 6 professional from N1 army camp whose team was the first to disappear in this realm, questioning how he could have transformed into such a horror. Captain Jiang exclaimed with exasperated concern, wondering what monstrous force was truly wrong with this secret realm. A growling sound announced more humanoid crocodile-like monsters marching aggressively towards them down the dark passage, a truly foreboding sight. Resolute and coordinated, Captain Jiang declared she would handle the monsters on the left, while Xiao Qiu confidently claimed the right. A terrifying two-headed humanoid monster roared aggressively, its red eyes glowing with menace as it charged. Energetic and determined, Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang charged forward with a rush of speed, Captain Jiang surrounded by shimmering purple energy. With a powerful leap, Captain Jiang became a blur of intent, her spear primed with crackling purple energy, ready to unleash its controlled fury. An explosive surge of purple power erupted from Captain Jiang, a devastating crackle that ripped through the crocodile-like monsters. The sheer force of the purple electrical surge detonated, unleashing a destructive wave across the cavern. Captain Jiang carved through the monstrous horde, her spear flashing with deadly precision as crackling purple energy decimated the remaining crocodile-like creatures. Poised and disciplined, Captain Jiang awaited the next monstrous lunge, her spear held defensively. The monster's claw sliced through the air with a forceful whoosh, impacting Captain Jiang's spear in a jarring clash. With a swift, powerful spin, Captain Jiang generated arcs of crackling purple energy that erupted from her spear. Captain Jiang's spear pierced the monster, a final, explosive surge of purple energy confirming its utter defeat. The brutal aftermath of the fight left a monstrous body gruesomely severed and staining the rocky ground. Standing over the defeated creature, Captain Jiang mused that after their transformation, the monster's strength and agility were truly shocking. With resolute confidence, Captain Jiang declared that without intelligence, these transformed creatures remained nothing more than harmless monsters. Captain Jiang's head snapped to attention, her senses acutely aware of a new, unseen disturbance. Xiao Qiu moved with violent efficiency, his blade flashing as he rapidly decapitated multiple crocodile-like monsters with explosive force. Xiao Qiu poised his sword, ready to deliver a precise counter as another monstrous crocodile lunged aggressively. With a glowing blade, Xiao Qiu delivered a powerful, violent slash across the crocodile-like monster's chest. Behind Xiao Qiu's intense, focused gaze lay an unwavering determination that few could match in the heat of battle. The story encouraged readers to visit drakescan.com to support the scanlation team. Xiao Qiu unleashed a fast-paced, violent flurry of slashes, each impact tearing into the crocodile-like monster with explosive force. In the grim aftermath of their battle, Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang surveyed the grotesque, dismembered remains of the numerous crocodile-like monsters littering the long underground passage. With a serious tone, Xiao Qiu informed Captain Jiang that he had just confirmed these creatures were actually professionals who had previously attacked this very secret realm. A contemplative Captain Jiang admitted there was still something she didn't understand about their perplexing situation. Xiao Qiu observed the scene with a serious, pensive expression, his thoughts far deeper than his outward calm suggested. Two crocodile-like monsters stood alert, their glowing red eyes fixed on an ancient, decorated pillar, acting as foreboding guardians to an unknown ritual. Before the mysterious ancient pillar, one of the monstrous guardians opened its jaws, as if roaring or preparing to speak, adding to the foreboding atmosphere. Two aggressive crocodile-like monsters glared directly into the darkness, their red eyes glowing with an otherworldly, hostile intent. Before the partially visible ancient altar, the two crocodile-like monsters knelt in a silent, mysterious act of worship. Alarmed and uncertain, Captain Jiang questioned what horrors the monsters intended to summon with their strange altar. The ornate stone altar began to pulse with an ominous, intense red glow, signaling the potent start of an otherworldly ritual. The mystical red energy intensified, and a swift motion suggested something unseen was approaching the altar, deepening the ominous atmosphere. Captain Jiang's eyes widened in profound shock and alarm, reacting to a sudden, unseen revelation. Distressed and struggling for air, Captain Jiang gasped that the mere stare from those unseen eyes made it impossible to breathe properly, an oppressive supernatural presence. Captain Jiang declared with urgent determination that the monsters could not be allowed to continue their worship, as an unknown horror would surely appear, before she charged forward, enveloped in purple energy. Two crocodile-like monsters launched an intense, aggressive attack, as a shadowy, weapon-like object simultaneously sliced through the air above them. A flying projectile violently impaled a crocodile-like monster, leaving it struggling on the ground, enveloped in purple energy. The mystical altar continued its ominous red glow, as unseen forces swirled around it with a powerful whoosh and swoosh. From the profound darkness, a pair of horrifying, sinister red eyes manifested, radiating immense, otherworldly power. The ominous eyes narrowed intently, as if focusing their supernatural gaze with an unnerving close of their power. With a destructive crumble, a crocodile-like monster disintegrated completely, red energy rising from its evaporating remains. Pensive and concerned, Captain Jiang wondered aloud what entity the monsters intended to summon, and if that unsettling pair of eyes had been deliberately watching them. With an ominous revelation, Xiao Qiu stated that the entity was none other than the demon god dwelling in the void, and furthermore, its gaze had been solely fixed upon him. With a grim intensity in his eye, Xiao Qiu ominously implied a deep, personal history with the demon god, calling them old acquaintances. In an expansive, otherworldly vista, two glowing blue portals shimmered in a lush green field, with small, distant figures standing nearby, marking a new phase of their adventure. The squad members, including Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang, stood calmly before the large, active blue portals, a gateway back from their supernatural journey. With an air of calm reflection, squad members conversed, one confidently proclaiming no secret realm was unconquerable with the captain, another impressed that the boss was handled so quickly by Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu, and a third eagerly asking about the boss's appearance and strength. With urgent purpose, Captain Jiang declared she must immediately return to the army camp to report an important new development to the commander. Xiao Qiu remained pensively silent, his thoughtful gaze fixed on his intently listening squad members. Unexpectedly, Commander Jiang's commanding voice announced his presence, as his foot and cane appeared on the grass, having anticipated their return. Xiao Qiu and the other squad members reacted with unified surprise to the unexpected arrival. A male squad member, both surprised and respectful, saluted the Supreme Commander. Commander Jiang advanced with imposing authority, a marching line of armed squad members accompanying his purposeful stride. A concerned Xiao Qiu stammered a question, wondering why the Supreme Commander had brought the law enforcement team as well. With a calm yet subtly tense smile, Commander Jiang reassured his squad members that the situation did not concern any of them. Commander Jiang then turned, directly and confrontationally stating that the situation was, however, very closely related to Xiao Qiu, eliciting a surprised, half-formed protest from him. Commander Jiang's true, accusatory purpose was revealed as he calmly stated he should perhaps call Xiao Qiu, the perpetrator of the Day City massacre. The squad members reacted with a collective, shocking gasp to Commander Jiang's accusation against Xiao Qiu. Three squad members reacted with a blend of disbelief, dawning recognition, and conflicted personal feelings, one questioning the absurdity of the culprit being on the front lines, another realizing the name Xiao Qiu was familiar from television, and a third unable to reconcile the accusation with the person they knew. One male squad member, convinced and accusatory, emphatically stated there was no mistake, having secretly watched and compared, certain that Xiao Qiu was the culprit despite the circumstances of his presence. With shocked realization, Captain Jiang turned to Xiao Qiu, a single word of disbelief escaping her lips. With a somber, resigned expression, Xiao Qiu grimly acknowledged the accusation, his head subtly lowering. Xiao Qiu calmly confirmed his identity, his tone resigned yet accepting, "I am Xiao Qiu." Triumphantly, a male squad member pointed out Xiao Qiu's face, asserting the absolute correctness of their prior analysis. Calmly, Xiao Qiu challenged Commander Jiang, asking if he was now to be arrested and transported to Star City. With authoritative precision, Commander Jiang declared that according to Federation law, fugitives must be apprehended wherever found, even on the front lines, and the only suitable place for a criminal here was the atonement camp. Commander Jiang paused mid-sentence, a thoughtful, however, hanging in the air, hinting at an unexpected shift in his plans. With a cunning, rhetorical smile, Commander Jiang questioned how federal law enforcement pertained to Army Camp N3, suggesting a very different purpose for Xiao Qiu. A male squad member let out a confused reflecting the bewildered reactions of some, while Commander Jiang remained calmly smiling. With calm understanding, Commander Jiang expressed his approval of Xiao Qiu's past choices, even stating he would have made the same decisions himself. Commander Jiang concluded with a slightly admiring, informal smile, joking that he might have been more over the top than Xiao Qiu in similar circumstances. Pensive and reflective, Xiao Qiu responded that the current age could only truly improve if everyone could be like Commander Jiang. With authoritative conclusiveness, Commander Jiang declared the day's events were over, strictly forbidding anyone from mentioning them again after returning to Army Camp N3. Commander Jiang's determined gaze held a subtle threat as he began to outline the severe, unseen consequences for anyone who dared to disobey his orders. Squad members assembled on an expansive grassy field, their quiet gathering masking an unseen purpose beneath the clear sky. With a serious demeanor, the female squad member sought permission from her teacher to voice her thoughts. Nearby, a bald squad member openly wondered what deeply unsettling encounter Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu had in the secret realm to make them so anxious, eliciting a thoughtful agreement from his companion. Though immensely curious about the enigmatic Xiao Qiu, the bald squad member felt an unspoken tension that kept him from approaching. The female squad member concluded her account of recent events, then pressed her teacher for any knowledge regarding the ominous altar and the blasphemous worship of monsters they had encountered. The male squad member, eyes closed in pensive reflection, revealed the terrifying concept of a monster god. Her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, the female squad member gasped, questioning if monsters truly possessed their own deities. The male squad member explained that countless teams like theirs cleared tens of thousands of secret realms each year, yet humanity had never broken through the front lines. He gravely stated that the source was the reason for humanity's perpetual struggle against the monstrous hordes. He elaborated on the futility of their current war, explaining that as long as the monster's source remained, new secret realms would endlessly appear, like trying to block a roaring river at its mouth. The female squad member urgently questioned the source's location, bewildered as to why it hadn't been exterminated already. The male squad member confirmed that the very source of the secret realms was the monster god, the entity worshipped at the altar she had seen. He explained these were powerful, otherworldly entities far beyond calamity-level monsters, whose mere aura was enough to create countless secret realms, making even a great disaster seem like a sneeze to them. Overwhelmed by the implications, the female squad member questioned humanity's struggles against such incomprehensible power, wondering if their efforts were meaningless before beings more potent than natural disasters. With a confident smile, the male squad member reassured her that humanity was not merely lambs to the slaughter, hinting that a specific individual had, more than once, managed to defeat a monster god. A sudden, shocking realization dawned upon the female squad member, causing her to gasp the name Mask. The male squad member warned that the altar's appearance often foreshadowed a monster god slowly awakening, which could unleash a sea of monsters upon them, a prospect that deeply alarmed the female squad member. If the monstrous flood came, the narration explained, stable secret realms would burst, unleashing untold numbers of creatures that would instantly erase any army camps on the human-monster front lines. The narration then pondered the unimaginable sacrifices made against such floods even when Mask was present, and now that he was gone, the grim cost the front lines would have to pay was terrifyingly unknown. The male squad member instructed her to halt all secret realm cleanup, requesting she personally deliver urgent notes to other army camps, fearing this sea of monsters would be far more severe. He then added a tender suggestion, advising her to use the mission as a chance to relax, warning that her machine-like existence would eventually leave her unable to recover. The female squad member, clearly uncomfortable with the implication, began to protest. The male squad member then directed the group, instructing them to bring Xiao Qiu along for the letter delivery mission. With a faint smile, the male squad member explained that since Xiao Qiu was now recognized, he would need to cover his features to move freely with the group. Decisively, a muscular squad member ordered that a mask be prepared for Xiao Qiu. The desert landscape rushed past in a blur, indicating incredible speed. The train's wheel churned at a dizzying pace, kicking up clouds of sand as it traversed the unforgiving desert. The armored train roared through the desert, leaving a long trail of dust in its wake. Inside the armored train, a few squad members engaged in a game of cards while the female squad member rested, a calm before the storm. Cloaked in his new identity, Xiao Qiu sat stoically within the armored train, his presence tense and mysterious. The bald squad member enthusiastically asked Xiao Qiu how he felt about his first ride on the armored train, a specialty of the human-monster front lines. He proudly described the armored train's unparalleled loyalty and versatility, boasting that it could forge its own path through mountains and forests. A muscular squad member remarked on his companion's repetitive stories, who then playfully defended himself by claiming boredom forced him to repeat things to have something to discuss. A short-haired squad member, contemplative, noted their imminent arrival at Army Camp M2 and puzzled over why a message so critical couldn't be sent via radio, questioning the need for human couriers. The bald squad member argued it was for highly important secret files too sensitive for electronic transmission, but the muscular squad member countered, wondering if monsters could really intercept their communications. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the armored train, startling all the squad members. The bald and muscular squad members sprang to their feet, alarm etched on their faces, gazing towards an exit. From the train's window, the bald squad member urgently called out the sighting of a silhouette, a jeep, at 224 degrees in a hazy desert. Inside the train, a squad member grimly prepared to man a mounted machine gun, anticipating immediate combat. Two squad members peered out the window, realizing they were near Army Camp M2 and growing concerned that monsters had escaped due to slow clearing. Narration explained a critical rule: if secret realms weren't cleared in time, their seals would break, releasing monsters and leading to the collapse of civilizations, as it had 100 years prior. A military jeep sped frantically across the arid desert, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. In the back of the accelerating jeep, a determined squad member stood ready, aiming his bow. A pack of aggressive, wolf-like monsters with glowing red eyes charged, one already struck by a precision arrow. The fierce wolf-like monsters continued their relentless, aggressive charge through the dusty terrain. The frustrated squad member cursed the people in offices for their ignorance of the monster outbreak, furiously noting he had already killed at least 34th-rank monsters and there couldn't be many more. Panic seized him as he realized, too late, that he had used all his arrows. He stood shocked and defenseless, his bow now empty of ammunition. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunged mid-air, its fangs bared, at the weaponless squad member. A glowing yellow projectile sliced through the air with incredible, devastating speed. With a thunderous impact, the projectile struck a wolf-like monster, causing it to explode in a violent burst of light and debris. Relief washed over the wounded squad member as he cried out, recognizing that help had finally arrived. To support the scanlation team, readers were encouraged to visit drakescans.com. The squad member joyfully identified their saviors, an armored train. A gun fired from within the armored train, its muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the darkness. Bullets peppered the jeep's underside, sending sparks flying across the desert ground. The military jeep was violently flipped into the air, throwing its occupants into chaotic disarray. One squad member, bewildered and utterly shocked, questioned why they were being attacked. A monstrous, gaping maw with a red tongue appeared, hinting at an imminent and terrifying attack. A large, bird-like monster with spread wings and glowing red eyes descended menacingly from the blue sky. The bird-like monster swooped aggressively down towards the wreckage of the overturned jeep. The wounded bird-like monster roared in pain, blood splattering from its head, as the squad member watched in horrified shock. The aftermath revealed the injured bird-like monster lying still near the smoking, overturned jeep on the desert battlefield. 3 dazed squad members slowly crawled out from beneath the chaotic wreckage of their flipped jeep. A squad member, looking up with immense relief, realized that they were, in fact, being saved. A massive armored train tore through the desert, kicking up a colossal plume of dust. The powerful armored car barreled forward, churning the earth into a violent storm of dust and debris. A determined squad, led by a masked woman and a swordsman, charged across the barren desert. A male squad member frantically warned them to stay back, for the overwhelming numbers were impossible to fight off. But then, he uttered a confused sound of sudden realization. As powerful energy crashed through the battlefield, a voice echoed in disbelief, questioning how such ferocity was even possible. A male squad member could only marvel as the combatants effortlessly unleashed energy blasts, annihilating the wolf-like monsters. A powerful purple energy attack whistled through the air, unleashed by the female squad member against the monstrous horde. With incredible speed, the male squad member moved, his light blue energy slashes tearing through wolf-like monsters with precise, deadly efficiency. The male squad member, his eyes wide with horror, understood the true source of power, the man and woman leading the assault. A surge of purple energy whistled through the air, violently striking the wolf-like monster's head. The female squad member, wielding her scythe-like weapon, commanded her team to transport the injured and meticulously clear the battlefield, harvesting all valuable materials. The squad members, standing amidst the fallen monsters, crisply acknowledged their captain's orders. A grateful male squad member, slightly in awe, thanked them before curiously asking if they hailed from Army Camp N3. The bald squad member, taken aback, asked how their affiliation with N3 had been discovered. The M3 squad member explained that even they, from Camp M3, knew of the N3 captain's famous nicknames, controlling lightning, wielding a lance, wearing a mask, all signs of her immense power. Yet, the M3 squad member remarked with curiosity, this man seemed just as powerful as the captain, a level of skill he hadn't known existed within Army Camp N3. The bald squad member stumbled over his words, trying to explain the man's presence. With a gleeful smile, the bald squad member introduced the formidable newcomer as Xiao Qiu, recently assigned to their camp, a fact Xiao Qiu sheepishly confirmed. Though he hadn't heard of Xiao Qiu before, the M3 squad member predicted the newcomer would soon achieve the same fame as their formidable captain. The female squad member authoritatively questioned the M3 team about their overwhelming monster encounter, reminding them of their luck. The M3 squad member began to explain their mission to clear secret realms, and the devastating losses they suffered. He erupted in frustrated anger, damning the failed surveillance of the secret realms, worried that so many seals had broken unbeknownst to anyone, and prayed other teams wouldn't face such issues. The female squad member, surprised, pressed for details on the broken seals, to which the M3 squad member explained the alarming increase in unstable secret realms and widespread monster breakouts. She contemplated whether this surge of monster activity was the dreaded precursor to a coming sea of monsters, a terrifying thought as conditions worsened so early in their journey. With renewed determination, the female squad member ordered her team to reach Army Camp M2 as swiftly as possible. An aerial view revealed Army Camp M2, a sprawling military compound nestled amidst the barren desert. From a rooftop observation point, 2 male squad members kept vigilant watch, one scanning the desolate horizon with binoculars. The squad member with binoculars voiced his concern, noting that many teams left the camp but few returned, a growing pattern over the past few days. The uniformed squad member offered a rationalization, attributing the disappearances to increased secret realm workloads, but his concluding whisper of, "I hope so," betrayed his lingering doubt. Through his binoculars, the squad member uttered a sharp sound of surprise. The uniformed squad member dismissed his companion's worries, pointing to an approaching armored train and urgently commanding preparations for its arrival. As the flag-bearer frantically signaled for the approaching train to stop for inspection, a tense quiet descended. Then, the unthinkable happened, as the squad member recoiled in utter horror. The massive armor train violently broke apart, spewing large chunks of debris into the air with a sickening crunch. Large pieces of the train's wreckage plummeted, smashing into the ground with devastating force. The armored train lay utterly destroyed, collapsed on its side amidst a vast, choking cloud of dust. Several squad members stood amidst the dust and wreckage, utterly shocked by the catastrophic destruction of the train. Amidst the debris, a circular hatch on the ground clanged open, revealing a dark, unsettling void within. The hatch remained ominously open, its metallic clang echoing in the air as the sinister darkness within persisted. Squad members recoiled in horror, their eyes fixed on a dead comrade, stabbed and lifeless on the ground, as one stammered a shocked realization. The bald squad member gasped, identifying the deceased as a professional, a grim detail hinting at the nature of the attack. Two squad members watched in terror as a colossal, insect-like leg crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust and announcing a new monstrosity. A male squad member gasped in sheer terror as a monstrous, insect-like creature, vast and menacing, towered before them. From a dark, confined opening, dust and debris swirled with a soft hiss, hinting at unseen activity within. Then, from the darkness, a multitude of insect-like creatures burst forth with a chaotic rumble. As insect-like monsters swarmed with a chilling hiss, a squad member cried out in panic that they were under attack, while another cursed, realizing he was unarmed. He screamed in raw terror, firing his rifle wildly at the relentless insect-like monsters closing in. The numerous insect-like monsters continued their relentless assault, blood splattering as some fell to gunfire, but more kept coming. Across the city, buildings exploded in a cacophony of sound as massive insect-like monsters swarmed overhead, setting the skyline ablaze. A rumbling multitude of insect-like monsters soared above the burning city, its skyline choked with smoke and rampant destruction. From a rooftop perch, a colossal insect-like monster menacingly surveyed the burning, desolate city below, its smaller kin swarming through the smoke-filled sky. Its intricate compound eyes, reflecting the distant flames of the burning city, revealed the alien menace of the giant insect monster. From its compound eye, reflecting the distant fires, the giant insect monster emitted an unsettling chirp. The armored train continued its desolate journey across the desert, shrouded in a trailing plume of smoke under a moody sky. Inside the armored train, a concerned squad member asked Captain Jiang if she suspected their army camp was under a multidirectional monster attack. The female squad member dismissed the notion, confidently stating that monsters, no matter how foolish, wouldn't dare attack a human gathering, especially with their powerful 7th-rank commander and their current meager numbers. Yet, a subtle shift in her voice revealed her deeper worry. She wished her confident assessment of the monsters held true. She articulated the grim possibility that even a 9th-rank professional could fall in a true sea of monsters, let alone a 7th rank, casting a heavy dread. Her eye widened behind the mask, a sudden, intense realization dawning upon her. Through a dark opening, the horrifying sight of a distant military camp, engulfed in towering flames and smoke, became terribly clear. The muscular squad member pointed, his voice laced with shock, confirming their worst fears. It was Army Camp M2, ablaze. An urgent, desperate transmission crackled from the radio. Army Camp M2 was under monstrous attack, infiltrated and in a state of emergency. The emergency transmission reiterated its desperate plea, urgently imploring anyone who received it to provide aid. The final, horrifying words echoed through the train. The commander was dead, and Army Camp M2 had fallen, leaving the squad members utterly shocked. Explosions rocked the desolate landscape, sending plumes of thick smoke skyward. More devastating explosions continued to light the distant horizon, painting the sky with destruction. Inside the dimly lit facility, Captain Jiang grimly reported that Army Camp M2 had fallen. Her voice was heavy with the terrifying reality of confronting a true sea of monsters. With unwavering resolve, Captain Jiang commanded them not to change direction, but to keep moving towards Army Camp M2. When a bald squad member questioned why they would go to a fallen camp, Captain Jiang clarified their true mission, to save survivors and determine the precise cause of its collapse. He clenched his gloved fist, a silent testament to his profound frustration with the situation. Another squad member angrily decried the bigwigs in Star City, lamenting the absence of Mask, whose presence had once brought peace to the front lines. It's like the monsters know Mask is gone, a bearded squad member mused, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The squad stood in attentive silence, their gazes fixed on an unseen speaker. Attempting to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, the bald squad member asked if anyone had noticed something very cool. The bald squad member then pointed out the uncanny resemblance of Xiao Qiu's build and silhouette to the legendary Mask. As others agreed on the striking similarity, one even joked that perhaps Mask was operating undercover, having given up his hero status. With a grin, the bald squad member playfully asked Xiao Qiu if he thought he was the hero, Mask. Xiao Qiu's masked face held steady as he declared, "Yes. I am Mask." A stunned silence fell over the squad members, their faces wide with sudden realization. "In that case, you must give me an autograph later," the bald squad member exclaimed, his earlier tension replaced by excited admiration for his brother's hero. Captain Jiang, however, remained skeptical, challenging Xiao Qiu to prove he could live up to the name of mask when the time came. Captain Jiang peered cautiously from a narrow opening, her gaze sweeping over the smoky, dark environment outside. Outside, the desolate landscape burned relentlessly, sending thick plumes of smoke curling into the dark, apocalyptic sky. An ominous buzzing filled the air as a vast swarm of insect-like monsters blotted out the smoky sky. Captain Jiang wondered aloud if this overwhelming colony of bugs was truly what had caused Army Camp M2 to fall. A desperate cry for help echoed across the barren landscape, drawing their attention to a distant swarm of fleeing figures. Civilians and what remained of squad members scattered across the desolate terrain, running for their lives. Massive insect-like monsters pursued the fleeing civilians with terrifying speed, closing in for the kill. Captain Jiang unleashed a barrage of glowing purple energy, her weapon slicing through the air with a forceful whoosh. The purple energy blast struck the monstrous insects, tearing them apart in violent bursts of blood and gore. Crackling with potent purple energy, Captain Jiang gripped her spear, poised for the next devastating attack. Her foot stomped down with incredible force, sending debris scattering from the powerful impact. Xiao Qiu swung his weapon with devastating precision, unleashing a powerful wave of purple energy that impacted the very air. The purple energy continued its violent assault, striking more insect-like monsters and splattering their ichor across the scene. A buzzing swarm of insect-like monsters found themselves enveloped in a crackling burst of the vibrant purple energy. A massive, blinding explosion of crackling purple energy erupted, radiating immense power. In the devastating aftermath, shattered debris and residual purple energy crackled through the air. Dead insect-like monsters lay scattered across the desolate ground, while the remaining swarm scattered into the distance. The dwindling swarm of smaller insect-like monsters continued their frantic retreat, leaving behind lingering traces of purple energy. The squad, including Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu, cautiously advanced across the reddish-brown wasteland towards a group of civilians and other men. Captain Jiang thanked the group for their survival, then immediately pressed for details on their escape from Army Camp M2 and the current situation there. A male squad member, clearly traumatized, urgently warned them against going to Army Camp M2, describing it as a fallen world of monsters where even their commander had perished. He described the commander's killer as a powerful, humanoid pest, roughly 2 meters tall, that had twisted off his head in less than half a minute. You cannot go. It is suicide, the squad member desperately pleaded with Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang held her spear, silently contemplating the dire warning. A male squad member gasped, startled as a spear tip suddenly flew past him. Other squad members, shocked, demanded to know what Captain Jiang was doing, as she aggressively pointed her spear. With a serious expression, Captain Jiang dropped a bombshell. The men were convicts from the atonement camp. The revelation sent a wave of shock and worry through several squad members. Despite their desperate arguments that cooperation was paramount for survival, the accused men insisted Captain Jiang had misidentified them. Captain Jiang's masked eyes burned with anger as she accused them of killing the very professionals meant to escort the fleeing civilians. She pointed out their poor, unfamiliar grip on the weapons they carried, noting it was to be expected for weapons taken from the hands of others. Captain Jiang then revealed the bullet wound on his ear, surmising it came from the very people he had killed while they tried to defend themselves. The accused men appeared utterly cornered by Captain Jiang's relentless accusations. 2 of the male squad members, driven to desperation, charged forward, weapons drawn. Captain Jiang swiftly swung her spear in a deadly arc, the blade whistling as it carved a path of purple energy. The spear connected with a gruesome impact, instantly decapitating the 2 charging men, their heads flying amidst trails of purple energy. As Captain Jiang advanced, a lone squad member fled in terror past the fallen bodies of his comrades. The fleeing squad member, desperate to survive, suddenly thought of using the civilians as hostages. But to his shock and horror, he found the civilians already lying dead on the ground, his desperate plan rendered useless. With a swift, decisive impact, he was impaled through the head, his life ending brutally. The last of the false squad members lay lifeless on the desolate ground. Captain Jiang explained that her suspicion had been triggered by her lack of memory regarding any professionals in the army camps who looked like the slain men. When asked if they were still proceeding to Army Camp M2, Captain Jiang decided against it, citing the confirmed danger and their new responsibility for the many survivors. Just then, a squad member reported a new problem: their broiler had burned out from traveling at full speed, leaving them stranded. The journey paused for a moment before new developments emerged. Unexpectedly, a young civilian offered his mechanical expertise, volunteering to take a look at the broken broiler. Another brief moment of transition passed. A damaged mechanical part hissed, releasing a puff of smoke. The squad member expressed disbelief at the speed of the repair, while the young civilian humbly attributed it to coincidence, praising Captain Jiang instead. Captain Jiang, intrigued, then asked the talented young civilian his name. Enthusiastically saluting, the young civilian introduced himself as Evelyn Clark, declaring his determined dream to become the best mechanic ever. The armored train once again began its journey, thanks to the young mechanic Evelyn Clark. Having abandoned the perilous Army Camp M2, the group convened to strategize their next destination, settling their sights somewhere between Army Camps L4 and Y5. A man with glasses explained the grim reality. While Army Camp L4 was closer, accessing it would require a perilous passage through Army Camp M2's North Gate, a known invasion route for the monsters. Prioritizing safety above all, the group collectively decided to journey to Army Camp Y5, a 5-day journey that promised more security despite its length. Mask wrestled with a growing dilemma. Xiao Qiu had firmly advocated for Army Camp L4, and Evelyn had just revealed the armored train held only 2 days' worth of fuel, making Army Camp Y5 an impossible destination. Running out of fuel with civilians amidst the human-monster battlefront was unthinkable, leaving Jiang Ling and her team no choice but to risk the dangerous path towards Army Camp L4. Xiao Qiu sat cloaked in his thoughts, the grim decisions of the journey weighing heavily on him. Xiao Qiu broke the silence, demanding to know the reason for his companion's unwavering insistence on heading to Army Camp L4. The female squad member pressed Xiao Qiu, questioning if he had somehow known about the train's critical fuel shortage all along, but he only met her gaze with silence. In his memories from a previous world, Xiao Qiu had witnessed the terrifying fall of the Y area, a region that quickly lost contact and became an unsalvageable playground for monsters, despite his desperate efforts. The female squad member watched Xiao Qiu, who remained lost in thought, his gaze cast downward. The female squad member, recalling news reports of his arrest, then probed Xiao Qiu about the character of the mysterious individual who had personally apprehended him. Xiao Qiu answered simply, declaring his arrestor to be a righteous person. Her voice edged with skepticism. The female squad member echoed his assessment, righteous? Her gaze was sharp, analyzing the implications of his unexpected words. Gazing at the moonlit ruins, the female squad member conceded that this description aligned with what others had reported about him. An insect-like monster drifted through the smoke-choked, burning ruins of the city, a harbinger of deeper horrors. With a sickening crunch, the monstrous insect devoured a screaming man, adding another victim to the city's inferno. More insect-like creatures soared through the smoky haze, their numbers a testament to the city's complete devastation. Readers could find the full chapter at drakescans.com, supporting the dedicated scanlation team. A powerful red energy sliced through the air, cleaving an insect-like monster in two with brutal efficiency. A humanoid insect-like monster stood sentinel over a fallen body, its scythe-like weapon glinting in the desolate, fire-scorched landscape. The insect-like monster paused, curiously examining a piece of paper amidst the ruins. Its glowing patterns pulsed as the creature uttered, "The moon, the sun." The monster remained, silently observing its desolate surroundings, the paper still clutched in its grasp. Within the alien facets of its compound eye, the cloudy sky was reflected in 1,000 tiny images. Then, with a chilling deliberation, the creature uttered a single word, humanity. Its wings unfurled, a potent blue-green aura radiating ominously into the dark. A powerful energy blast hurtled down, impacting the ruined landscape as a vast swarm of insect-like monsters darkened the sky above. Inside the dimly lit train, the civilians huddled together, their faces etched with worry and fear. A male squad member offered reassurance, insisting their journey along Army Camp M2's perimeter, guided by professionals, was safe and wouldn't attract monsters. Gazing out the window at the ominously growing black smoke cloud, a squad member wondered about the true extent of the destruction and the fate of Army Camp M2. Inside the train, civilians peered out the window with shared, anxious expressions, sensing imminent danger. A civilian cried out in terror, realizing the looming mass outside was not smoke at all. What appeared to be smoke was, in fact, a colossal swarm of insect-like monsters, now visibly approaching across the desolate horizon. With a crackle of unseen energy, a massive humanoid insect-like monster descended, leading its relentless swarm across the barren land. "Captain," a bald squad member shouted, but she calmly acknowledged, "I've seen it," her gaze already fixed on the impending threat. The female squad member thought, if the same humanoid monster responsible for M2's commander was truly there, her own survival, let alone the safety of everyone else reaching L4, seemed impossibly bleak. Reflected sharply in her eye was the terrifying image of the massive humanoid monster, leading its relentless swarm closer. Within the alien facets of a monster's compound eye, her angry, determined face was eerily distorted and multiplied. The humanoid insect-like monster declared its chilling intent, to exterminate humanity, as readers could find the chapter on drakescans.com. With a resounding crash, Xiao Qiu delivered a powerful, precise punch, striking an insect-like monster with immense force. Xiao Qiu stood triumphant over the shattered remains of the insect-like monster, green energy still crackling from his hands. The humanoid insect-like monster growled, its target absolute, humanity. Locked on. The humanoid monster moved with a powerful whoosh, generating immense force as it surged forward. A devastating impact ripped through the air, erupting in a blinding flash of green energy. The train car groaned and crumbled under an unseen, violent impact, debris scattering everywhere. Inside, civilians and squad members were violently thrown, a male civilian screaming as the train lurched. Evelyn Clark was flung through the chaotic interior, her expression gripped by fear. The train lurched and jolted, throwing everything into disarray with a powerful, jarring impact. Evelyn gasped, as she was abruptly caught by a male squad member after being thrown. Xiao Qiu swiftly carried Evelyn Clark away from the damaged train, while the female squad member watched the unfolding chaos. Xiao Qiu stood protectively over the kneeling Evelyn Clark, his gaze scanning the desolate, dark landscape. The armored train lay heavily damaged on its side, a haunting monument in the desolate landscape, as Xiao Qiu, the female squad member, and Evelyn Clark observed the wreckage from a distance, the wind whistling around them. Inside the collapsing train, Xiao Qiu and the female squad member braced themselves, straining against an immense, invisible force. The female squad member grimaced, her eyes shut tightly as she pushed with all her might against the overwhelming pressure. Xiao Qiu gritted his teeth, his face a mask of intense concentration and sheer will. With a powerful smash, Xiao Qiu slammed his feet into the ground, stabilizing himself with immense force. A crushing blow struck the train car, sending dust and debris exploding outwards. Evelyn Clark stared in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "My God, the 10,000-ton armored train was pushed over just like that." "Amazing, amazing," a male civilian exclaimed, as others inside the train reacted with a mixture of shock and profound relief. The female squad member, Captain Jiang, barked urgent orders to her squad, "Everyone, defend the train," to which they responded with a unified, "Yes, ma'am." Captain Jiang quickly turned to Evelyn, commanding the young engineer to immediately repair any damaged wheels, check for faults, and prepare the train for a desperate breakout, to which Evelyn responded with a determined, "Yes, ma'am." Captain Jiang grimly rationalized that in such dire times, civilian lives were insignificant, losing the armored train meant being stranded on the human-monster battlefront, an unacceptable fate. Standing on a rocky outcrop overlooking the monster-infested landscape, Captain Jiang concluded that only by securing the strong first could they ever hope to discuss a future for humanity. Purple energy ripped through the ominous sky as hordes of insect-like monsters streamed into the chaotic realm. A massive surge of raw purple energy burst forth, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the stormy heavens. Captain Jiang, a blur of white hair and gas mask, soared through the monster swarm, leaving trails of destructive purple energy in her wake. With deadly precision, Captain Jiang carved through the monstrous horde, her energy blade a vivid slash of purple. Xiao Qiu, a male squad member, wondered aloud how someone of mere 6th rank could wield such overwhelming power. He reflected that even their 7th-rank commander hadn't displayed such effortless power back in Army Camp M2. Xiao Qiu confidently declared the commander's rank would soon rise, then ordered his team to stop chatting and hunt down the monsters that had slipped through their grasp. Explosions erupted around a large insect-like monster, signaling an ongoing, chaotic battle. Inside a dark, metallic structure, a man in an orange shirt frantically pointed, identifying the monstrous threat. The menacing insect-like monster stood revealed as the creature that had critically injured their commander, striking terror into the man's heart. Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu stood ready for battle on the desolate landscape, anticipating an unseen threat. The ground shattered and dust erupted upwards as something impacted with immense force. Captain Jiang lunged mid-air toward the insect-like monster, preparing to deliver her attack in the fast-paced skirmish. The insect-like monster tensed, its body glowing with energy as it prepared for a powerful, charged attack. Captain Jiang attacked rapidly with her spear, creating vivid purple energy trails in a blur of dynamic motion. A jolt of shock coursed through Captain Jiang as she realized the monster's previous position had been merely an afterimage, a testament to its incredible speed. The insect-like monster moved with such incredible speed its leg became a mere blur against the intense background. Captain Jiang's eyes widened in profound shock and disbelief at the monster's impossible speed. The insect-like monster launched a powerful leaping attack from above, arcing through the dark, cloudy sky. The monster's impact caused the ground to erupt once more, sending debris flying amidst the trees. Captain Jiang found herself trapped and struggling amidst shattered earth and rock, generating desperate bursts of purple energy. The squad members watched in tense concern, one shouting out for their captain, caught in peril. The insect-like monster flew through the air, relentlessly pursuing its attack with dynamic speed. The monster's arm transformed and glowed with eerie green energy, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The insect-like monster unleashed its green energy attack as Captain Jiang braced to block it with her spear. Captain Jiang gripped her spear tightly, her resolve solidifying before the impending impact. With a powerful collision, Captain Jiang successfully blocked the monster's glowing green attack with her spear. The spear sparked violently as it absorbed the monster's powerful, relentless attack. Captain Jiang maintained intense focus and determination, her eyes fixed despite the swirling motion around her. A powerful impact sent debris flying, indicating a sudden and forceful recoil. Both Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu were pushed back forcefully, struggling against the monster's immense power. The sheer force of the impact caused a chaotic disturbance in the forest, tearing through trees. Xiao Qiu looked toward Captain Jiang, asking her name with concern. Xiao Qiu took charge, telling Captain Jiang to handle the remaining monsters while she looked on with surprise and doubt. Captain Jiang pleaded with him from behind, her voice laced with concern, urging him not to die. The insect-like monster was violently thrown through the air, breaking trees in its chaotic path. A monstrous leg slammed into the ground with violent force, kicking up rocks and dust. The insect-like monster stood ready in a hazy forest clearing, surrounded by an eerie aura of energy. An aerial view revealed a path of widespread destruction, leading directly to the monster's location. The insect-like monster stood in the forest clearing, observing Xiao Qiu approaching in the distance and acknowledging him as human. The insect-like monster's curiosity deepened as it sensed a familiar scent on Xiao Qiu, wondering if he was like them. Xiao Qiu walked thoughtfully through the dark forest, questioning his own identity, whether he was monster or human. As a mask-like object floated near him, Xiao Qiu declared with determination that he was neither human nor monster, asserting a unique identity. A sword, shrouded in dark, shadowy tendrils and emanating a red aura, glowed ominously, preparing for a powerful transformation. Xiao Qiu transformed into his armored form, Mask, stating his human form was no longer suitable for this fight. Mask fully embraced his new power, challenging the insect-like monster directly by its name, Blood Raven. Unease suddenly surged through the insect monster's heart when Xiao Qiu transformed into his monstrous self. The insect-like monster's internal monologue revealed its decisive thought, I must attack first. The insect-like monster initiated its charge, rushing rapidly towards Mask in the forest clearing. The insect-like monster launched a blurred, close-range attack on Mask, who braced for the impact. The insect-like monster landed a powerful punch directly on Mask's face, creating a violent impact. The sheer force of the monster's punch created a massive impact crater where Mask had been struck. A massive cloud of dust and smoke rose from the impact zone, obscuring the forest clearing. The insect-like monster looked down, confident in its attack, as Mask's glowing red form hinted at his presence within the dust. Mask's red glowing hand emerged from the smoke, reaching out to grapple with the monster. Mask held the monster's hand, unimpressed, questioning if that was the extent of its power. The insect-like monster reacted with profound surprise at Mask's apparent invulnerability. Mask countered, striking the monster with green energy, causing parts of its body to violently shatter. A powerful explosion rocked the forest, indicating the monster's severe damage. Mask calmly stated that was enough, his armored fist signaling the end of the assault. With a menacing glow in his red eyes, Mask declared it was now his turn to strike back. Even in defeat, the insect monster's menace was undeniably intense. The air shimmered with residual energy, leaving behind fleeting, illusory traces of the statue's power. A torrent of dark, red-purple energy violently struck the monstrous form, causing green ichor and blood to violently splatter. Mask stood, his form emanating a powerful aura that settled over the red mist, signifying the creature's definitive end. A system notification confirmed the defeat of a formidable god-chosen monster. Mask stood victorious over the fallen form of the demon god, treacherous wisdom, its ominous power now a mere memory in the desolate landscape. The monster blade Blood Raven pulsed with newly absorbed power, beginning its second, dramatic evolution fueled by the demon god's blood. The monster blade Blood Raven surged, swirling with potent green energy as its transformation intensified. Amidst verdant tendrils, a glowing red eye manifested, signifying an eerie, powerful new phase in the sword's evolution. The monster blade Blood Raven now held the awe-inspiring power of Crow Tide, an ability that could transform it into a horrifying sea of blood-draining crows. Mask regarded his newly evolved weapon, acknowledging its renewed power, you've gotten stronger again. Silhouetted figures moved across the debris-strewn landscape, a stark testament to a somber, post-apocalyptic reality. The white-haired female squad member reported that the sky was clear of insects and the armored train's occupants were miraculously unharmed. The male squad member voiced his somber worry that Xiao Qiu might have sacrificed himself to draw the monster away for them. The white-haired female squad member offered a silent, pensive pause, her thoughts unreadable. Suddenly, a male squad member excitedly declared, he's returned. Xiao Qiu's returned, igniting a spark of surprised hope. Mask strode purposefully through the dark forest, his mission completed. With his sword in hand, Mask approached with calm, unwavering determination. The bald squad member directly questioned Mask, Xiao Qiu. You've dealt with that monster, to which Mask simply affirmed. The bald squad member, astonished, realized the implications of Mask's power. So, Xiao Qiu, your rank, does this mean it's higher than the 7th rank? With a powerful impact, the sword was plunged into the dark, dusty ground. Evelyn Clark tended to an injured male squad member, a somber scene reflecting the recent, brutal conflict. In the Spartan room, Mask and the female squad member rested, the quiet atmosphere ripe with unspoken thoughts. The white-haired female squad member expressed her quiet appreciation, "Thanks for just now." Mask, ever enigmatic, questioned her gratitude, "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for saving my life," the female squad member stated, but Mask dismissed it with a characteristic, "It's nothing." Contemplating his power, the female squad member mused, "The rate at which your power's increasing defies logic, just like the Mask from the legends." A female squad member delivered serious news to Captain Jiang, "There seems to be a problem with the radio equipment, they couldn't contact the nearest army camp." Hesitantly, the black-haired squad member expressed a deeper, more troubling concern about the radio, prompting the white-haired Captain Jiang to sharply demand, "Spit it out." She explained, with alarming certainty, that their signals were being mysteriously blocked, cutting them off from all outside communication. "We have become an island," she declared, a foreboding realization as the train pressed on through the desolate, empty landscape. Mask's gaze sharpened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the gravity of the situation fully registered. A new monster path task materialized before Mask, ominously detailing an imminent sea of monsters, led by a monster god, promising partial demon god evolution as its reward. Mask stared intently, processing the ominous implications of the new, urgent task. The somber, cloudy sky mirrored the gravity of their predicament. The armored train sped urgently across the desolate landscape. The radio crackled to life with a fragmented, static-laced message, "This is L4, Camp." Amidst the static, a voice pleaded, "Received, please respond," prompting the bald squad member to exclaim, "It's a radio communication from Army Camp L4. The white-haired Captain Jiang, acknowledging the earlier interference, decided decisively, "Let's respond to them first." The black-haired female squad member urgently identified their team from Army Camp N3 and reported their mission, the rescued civilians, and the recent monster attack. The radio from Army Camp L4 responded clearly, confirming M2's fall and inviting them to approach with haste for protection. Hopeful, the black-haired squad member informed the group that they were less than 3 hours from Army Camp L4, where they could refuel. The bald squad member, optimistic, declared, "That's great, I can finally take a hot bath and have a good rest," assuring the civilians of a safe new start at Army Camp L4. The radio suddenly crackled with a new, ominous, fragmented warning, "Do not." An urgent, new voice pierced the static, warning them, "Do not trust the messages sent out by Army Camp L4. They are." The horrifying truth rang out from the radio, "Monsters." The black-haired female squad member reacted with profound confusion and fear, questioning, "How can this be possible? Monsters don't have intelligence. How can they use radio equipment and imitate human voices?" Captain Jiang offered a grim realization, connecting past encounters, "There are many signs of monsters imitating humans." A gloved hand gripped the radio microphone, poised for a tense exchange. Captain Jiang urgently demanded, "Who are you? Why do you say that the signals from Army Camp L4 were sent out by monsters?" A desperate voice, claiming to be survivors, revealed Army Camp L4 had fallen 2 days prior to intelligent monsters who cunningly tricked them, resulting in the death of 3 8th-rank professionals. The male squad member reacted with horror and dread, understanding the immense loss, and 3 of them died at once. The survivors' message concluded with a dire warning about the monsters' intelligence, reiterating the camp's fall, and providing coordinates for their temporary refuge. Meanwhile, the original Army Camp L4 signal persistently, perhaps manipulatively, repeated its request for a response and an invitation to their camp. Chaotic, conflicting radio messages echoed, one urging response, the other frantically warning against it, deepening the distress among the civilians. The white-haired Captain Jiang asked, "Captain, what should we do?" as squad members debated the conflicting signals, with one questioning the sudden fall of a core city like Army Camp L4. The civilians erupted in distrustful arguments, some fearing the temporary camp, others scoffing at the notion of a core city like L4 having fallen so easily. Captain Jiang remained pensive, her silence reflecting the weighty dilemma of conflicting truths. Turning to Mask with an expectant seriousness, Captain Jiang asked, "Xiao Qiu, what's your view?" Mask, resolute and authoritative, advised, "Don't go to either place." With a knowing smirk, Mask revealed his insight, "Because they're both traps." In the previous world, the demon god Treacherous Wisdom had enlightened some monsters, granting them human-level intelligence and cunning, leading to the rapid, apocalyptic fall of human frontlines. Under the leadership of these cunning, intelligent monsters, humanity was caught tragically off guard, enslaved, deceived, and forced into countless crimes as land fell one after another. Mask, deep in thought, recalled his memories. Army Camp L4, a core stronghold, should not have fallen so easily or early in the previous world. Mask realized his absence in controlling demon gods and this timeline allowed treacherous wisdom to organize a sea of monsters, initiating an epic, somber war unknown in his past. Mask pondered the uncertain, existential direction the world was hurtling, questioning if these changes were for better or worse. With grim resolve, Mask concluded that whatever awaited them, it could not possibly be worse than the ending of his previous world. The armored train's limited fuel forced a difficult decision, guiding the desperate group through a quiet, foreboding forest toward a temporary campsite. Upon reaching the desolate coordinates, a human-built campsite, marked by military vehicles, emerged from the barren landscape. The welcoming party indeed consisted of survivors from Camp L4, yet a disturbing undercurrent suggested something was gravely amiss. The chilling truth emerged: these were no longer true survivors but monsters' lapdogs, tasked with luring others into Army Camp L4 in exchange for their own twisted survival. Monstrous insectoids violently tore through their victims, a brutal slash marking the deadly chaos. Despite the swift clearing of the enemy camp, Evelyn Clark remained consumed by guilt for the 4 team members lost during their initial arrival, even as others believed she was blameless. The narrator chronicled the group's journey to the formidable Army Camp A1, a decision born from the desperate truth that human treachery was now commonplace, deepening their fears for the world's fate and the safety of those within the camp. Captain Jiang sat in the dim light, lost in thought, the weight of their precarious situation pressing down upon her. Her gaze, intense through the gas mask, suggested a mind wrestling with complex problems. Captain Jiang theorized that the simultaneous communication blackouts indicated an intelligent, organized monster attack, an unprecedented strategy that had likely led to Camp L4's downfall. Xiao Qiu confirmed the alarming truth: a portion of the monsters had indeed evolved, now possessing intelligence and strategic capabilities. Xiao Qiu gravely explained that the monster god Treacherous Wisdom, unlike others, wielded cunning and strategy, empowering its subordinates to mimic humans and orchestrate humanity's downfall with its own methods. Xiao Qiu further revealed Treacherous Wisdom's mastery of disguise, recalling how even after countless battles in the void, the entity had never once revealed its true, fearsome form. Captain Jiang, intrigued, asked about Xiao Qiu's powerful knife, Flying Raven, which he revealed was a gift from a friend, prompting her observation of a deep bond. Xiao Qiu confirmed his friendship, but a wave of melancholic thought crossed his mind, wondering if Yan Sisi would still consider him a friend if she knew of Yan Qianliu's fate. Amidst the tragic flames, Evelyn Clark furiously confronted an unseen assailant, branding them a monster for killing her friend, demanding to know why they denied his chance to recover. Xiao Qiu, weary from a lifetime of brutal choices, recognized that some situations simply offered no answers, no matter how deeply one pondered them. A swift surge of unseen energy swept past. Captain Jiang urgently questioned the situation, as a male squad member nervously implored her to look outside. Her gaze narrowed through the binoculars, scanning the distant landscape with intense focus. A distant rumble heralded the approach of something immense, kicking up a vast cloud of dust across the desolate desert. Numerous grotesque monsters emerged from the dust, roaring as they charged across the desert. A vast, dark swarm of winged insectoids ominously filled the sky. Captain Jiang grimly noted the monster's trajectory toward Army Camp A1, while a male squad member gasped at the sheer scale, questioning if thousands were converging. Another male squad member urgently alerted Captain Jiang, as a rumbling sound indicated armored vehicles speeding across the desert. Armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of red energy, exploding across the desert. Fiery explosions consumed figures amidst the intense battlefield. Massive explosions erupted across the smoky battlefield while smaller insectoid monsters scattered in the distance. Captain Jiang shrewdly analyzed the military strategy of splitting vehicles to lure and isolate monsters, concluding that their defeat was only a matter of time. The gray, cloudy sky stretched calm and empty overhead. A sharp, arrow-like projectile streaked across the blurry background at impossible speed. A bald squad member cheered exuberantly, a burst of relief as allied military vehicles finally appeared in the distance. A squad member stepped forward, announcing their arrival from Army Camp N3 to the awaiting party. Suddenly, masked squad members aimed their rifles, shouting an abrupt command for them not to move. Xiao Qiu, Captain Jiang, and another squad member recoiled in shared surprise from an unseen event unfolding outside. A bald squad member aggressively confronted another holding a knife, while 2 armed soldiers stood ready nearby. "Big brother, have you misunderstood?" one man pleaded as the bald squad member aggressively threatened to execute them as human traitors if they moved. "That's what every traitor says," the bald squad member roared, pointing out their suspicious lack of monster attacks, while the man with the knife desperately tried to explain it as mere coincidence. Xiao Qiu calmly intervened, assuring the suspicious soldiers that he recognized the accused, diffusing the escalating tension. Xiao Qiu's solemn expression and bruised face hinted at recent, unspoken struggles. Army Camp A1's quarantine facility, once a prison, had been repurposed to secretly house suspected human traitors from outside the camp, reflecting the grim new reality. With no reliable way to identify traitors among the many outside survivors seeking refuge, Army Camp A1 had adopted the harsh policy of quarantining everyone, considering it impossible to quickly single out the threats. Xiao Qiu, contemplative, acknowledged the immense difficulty they must have faced just to reach this point. Xiao Qiu reassured Captain Jiang about Army Camp N3, explaining that everyone had evacuated to A1, leaving behind only an empty camp laced with traps for the monsters. Captain Jiang, considering the voluntary surrender of costly cities, conceded that the situation on the front lines must be immensely grave. Xiao Qiu explained the pervasive threat of human traitors, justifying the quarantine as a logical precaution given their sudden arrival with a large monster force, a decision Captain Jiang readily agreed with. Captain Jiang questioned why some monsters had gained human-level intelligence, and Xiao Qiu explained that without this new cunning, humanity's front lines would not have suffered such devastating losses. Xiao Qiu speculated that the monster's intelligence stemmed from the monster gods themselves, adding mysteriously that Captain Jiang might already possess the answers. Xiao Qiu informed her she would be under investigation for a few days, but due to severe manpower shortages, a new task awaited her once cleared. Xiao Qiu walked away, leaving Captain Jiang to ponder his words from behind the cold metal bars. Captain Jiang, deep in contemplation, echoed Xiao Qiu's words, wondering if she truly held the key to the mysteries of the intelligent monsters. A flicker of resolve crossed her serious face, hinting at a new direction in her thoughts. In the Spartan room, Xiao Qiu intently studied a military map, while Captain Jiang observed him from across the utilitarian space. Captain Jiang inquired about Xiao Qiu's intense focus on the map, and he revealed his unusual theory: a nearby hot spring might actually be an extinct volcano. Xiao Qiu remained silent, lost in pensive thought. A news report on the TV detailed the arrival of the 5th supply batch, along with high-ranking Federalon members, to the front lines of the unprecedented sea of monsters. A congressman, speaking at a formal press conference, confidently declared that the Federation had made adequate preparations for the sudden, large-scale monster invasion. Captain Jiang, despite her criticism of the congressman's posturing amidst such tense times, admitted that their presence, especially those of 8th rank or higher, was a strategically positive development. Commander Jiang delivered urgent news: their quarantine was cancelled, and both Captain Jiang and Xiao Qiu were to be assigned full squadrons to command on the front lines. Commander Jiang handed over their weapons, instructing them to gather immediately at the assigned area for a strike that very day. Commander Jiang presented their assigned weapons, challenging them to identify each piece. Captain Jiang inwardly wondered if the frontline situation had truly deteriorated so severely that they were being deployed without full clearance or established trustworthiness. Xiao Qiu appointed Evelyn Clark as his assistant, a request immediately granted as he was directed to the gathering site to identify his party. Two men in orange shirts stood by a barbed wire fence, one annoyed, the other stern, a picture of weary resignation. Xiao Qiu and Captain Jiang surveyed a vast formation of men in orange shirts, their new, unexpected party. Captain Jiang questioned if the redemption camp was truly their assigned party, only to learn they were the last resort, a 100-strong force with low fighting ability but impressive numbers. Captain Jiang voiced her skepticism, arguing that the redemption camp's lack of fighting ability, morale, and discipline made their sheer numbers a burden rather than a benefit for effective command. "Don't worry about this," a squad member said, holding a box of communicators. A squad member proudly explained the new communicators, now effective against monster disruption, but Captain Jiang's frustrated response revealed communication was not her primary concern. Xiao Qiu acknowledged the communicators' convenience, accepting command of the group and the privilege to choose their operational area, unlike others assigned to the most dangerous zones. A squad member advised them on the grim tactical situation, recommending against the northwest perimeter where monsters focused their fiercest attacks. With a determined resolve that surprised Captain Jiang, Xiao Qiu declared their intention to go precisely there. An officer questioned their destination, a worry etched onto his face. He demanded to know if anyone had listened, detailing how this incredibly dangerous region was almost completely lost to monsters, virtually given up for dead. Xiao Qiu confirmed his awareness, explaining that was precisely why he chose it, as the officer listed vast military maps, miniature nuclear devices, and tripwires required for such a desperate mission. Captain Jiang cut in, her voice firm, reinforcing that this region was their choice. The officer, exasperated and sweating, could only stammer his frustration. Finally, with professional resignation, he conceded, promising to arrange the requested items and direct them to the transport fleet immediately. Captain Jiang astutely deduced Xiao Qiu's cold strategy, to force the redemption camp criminals into obedience by plunging them into a hopeless situation, a tactic Xiao Qiu calmly confirmed. Captain Jiang voiced her grave concern, believing the strategy too risky and that their numbers would simply be overwhelmed by the monster horde. Xiao Qiu's resolve remained unshaken, his gaze fixed forward. Evelyn Clark interjected, reminding them that their combined efforts alone would determine who ultimately survived. Above, the sky stretched wide and calm, oblivious to the brewing storm. 2 hours later, Evelyn Clark panicked, certain they were doomed. Even as the landscape below appeared perilous, Evelyn's frantic voice continued, lamenting their isolation and the impossible task of holding the fiercest frontlines with criminals. Xiao Qiu, ever determined, countered that they would never know unless they tried. A man handed Xiao Qiu a device, explaining it was ready for installation. Xiao Qiu instructed Evelyn Clark and the men to follow his marked map points, installing the devices with Captain Jiang. The 3 men in orange shirts stood with tense, determined expressions, ready for what lay ahead. Xiao Qiu walked purposefully, his staff clutched in hand. Dust swirled up from beneath Xiao Qiu's feet with each determined step. Xiao Qiu smirked, complimenting the scumbags on the fierce look in their eyes. An angry man in an orange shirt threatened Xiao Qiu, demanding if he was looking for death. The man, gun pointed, warned Xiao Qiu to behave, reminding him of their unwilling cooperation in prison. A menacing smile spread across the man's face as he reached for Xiao Qiu. He then made crude, predatory remarks about Captain Jiang and Evelyn Clark, erupting into lewd laughter. Captain Jiang's eyes, hidden behind her mask, glowed with an incandescent rage. A violent purple energy projectile streaked past Evelyn Clark, a sudden, lethal warning. The crude man recoiled in sheer terror, his face aghast. Another man, sweating profusely, stared wide-eyed in absolute dread. Captain Jiang, her spear already crackling with murderous energy and a man bleeding nearby, asked Xiao Qiu if he objected to her killing one. He calmly permitted it, but warned against asking forgiveness instead of permission next time. The man gurgled, blood dripping from his mouth as he convulsed and collapsed. Captain Jiang sliced through another man with her spear's purple energy, sending him flying through the air. 3 men from the orange shirt group prepared to retaliate, 2 gripping rifles, 1 clenching his fist. A powerful purple energy impact exploded on the ground. Captain Jiang stood, spear held aloft, engulfed in crackling purple energy. The 3 men stared in shock and fear at the raw display of power. Xiao Qiu's voice was uncompromising, asserting they would follow his orders or die, highlighting their inescapable situation surrounded by monsters and blocked by the army. His staff glinted, a silent but potent warning. Evelyn Clark clutched her ears, startled by a sudden, intense shockwave. Through binoculars, a chaotic scene of numerous bright explosions unfolded across the barren landscape. A large, wolf-like monster brutally attacked a squad member, a terrifying sight through the lens. The binoculars revealed a desperate battlefield, swarming with various monstrous figures and distant explosions. Evelyn Clark, panicked and wide-eyed, reported that their defenses had been breached and they were completely surrounded by monsters. The men in orange shirts screamed in collective panic and defiance, refusing to die and lamenting the overwhelming sea of monsters. Xiao Qiu calmly acknowledged their dire, inescapable situation, as a man's voice rose, stating they had no choice but to fight. With intense determination, Xiao Qiu asserted his leadership, promising survival and even a miracle if they followed his commands. 3 men in orange shirts reacted with stunned, uncertain silence. Xiao Qiu issued detailed instructions for forming groups, managing communication, and crucially, ensuring the walkie-talkie's safety above all else. He directed specific groups to advance in precise directions, orchestrating their movements across the desolate landscape. Xiao Qiu confirmed Evelyn Clark's ability to install the miniature nuclear devices and connect the tripwires, then ordered her to place them at the marked map areas. His walkie-talkie buzzed with an incoming transmission, signaling urgency. An unseen man from Group B frantically reported encountering many monsters. Through the static, the desperate voices of men in orange shirts called for retreat and rescue as they fled through a dark forest. Xiao Qiu, with a smirk, calmly issued precise tactical orders, directing Group B to retreat southwest and Group D to advance, throw a grenade, and then retreat to a rendezvous point. The men in orange shirts questioned Xiao Qiu's uncanny precision, wondering if he possessed remote sensing abilities. The forest floor blurred with dynamic energy, a brief visual transition. Men in orange shirts and darker attire observed the wide river from the bank. Skeletal monsters suddenly appeared on the opposite bank, startling the men. One of the men expressed disbelief and surprise at the monster's presence. Frantically, men in orange shirts began throwing grenades across the river, desperate to fight back. A massive explosion erupted on the riverbank, consuming the area in chaotic fire. A monstrous, skeletal creature with glowing red eyes emerged, roaring from the dust and smoke. A large skeletal monster stood, its back to the viewer, gazing ominously across the river. The skeletal monster roared, a menacing sound echoing through the air. Xiao Qiu, with a slight smirk, calmly ordered Group A to detonate the remote-controlled mines in 4 seconds. Multiple, massive explosions rocked the area in rapid succession. Xiao Qiu issued a new series of precise tactical commands, directing groups to advance, turn, and prepare grenades at specific cliff positions. Groups of people and monsters strategically moved and positioned themselves across the vast, sloping hillside. Dust clouds rose as numerous groups of people ran across the barren landscape in a massive, chaotic movement. The men in orange shirts expressed awe and surprise at Xiao Qiu's precise calculations, which led them directly to the predicted meeting point. A dawning hope spread among the men as they realized that following Xiao Qiu's orders might actually lead to their survival. Hurry! Throw all your hand grenades, an unknown voice commanded as grenades flew through the air. Explosions ripped through the monster hordes. Success, a man cheered, celebrating their hard-won victory. After completing their induction mission, groups from the redemption camps converged on the mountaintop. Following Xiao Qiu's precise arrangements, Jiang Ling channeled her power, unleashing miniature nuclear bombs around the hot spring. The volcano's surface ripped apart with a cataclysmic roar, as an impossible volume of water surged forth instantly. A colossal avalanche of rocks and trees thundered down, the mountain itself overwhelmed as if the very sky had fallen. Monsters near the mountaintop were instantly consumed by the raging waters, their bodies joining the debris to form an even larger, deadly torrent. The impossible, dead end had finally been opened, revealing a path forward. Headquarters was baffled, first by the front line's rapid collapse, then by the inexplicable news that a criminal group from a redemption camp had somehow contained the monster forces. Yet, the credit for victory was deliberately misattributed to Song Ming, a confidant who had done nothing, for no commander would admit their elite forces were inferior to criminals. Despite his theft of their glory, Song Ming, generously, flew the criminal groups back, as they eagerly anticipated reduced sentences for their monster-slaying success. But instead of freedom, they were returned to prison, while Xiao Qiu, Jiang Ling, and Clark were swiftly reassigned to an unknown new destination. Later, the enraged criminals watched on television as their heroic efforts were stolen, erupting in profound displeasure. For this attempt to start a riot, the prison guards brutally purged them all. The scene shifted to the opulent commander-in-chief's residence at Army Camp A1. Commander Jiang inquired, "I heard that there was unrest in the prison." The congressman pressed, "Did you not fetch them back from the front lines? Why make a game of killing them?" Commander Jiang calmly dismissed the congressman's concerns, explaining that those bad seeds would only cause more trouble if released, and they had brought their violent end upon themselves. Commander Jiang then revealed that 3 individuals from other army camps, not true criminals, would be watched closely. He assured the congressman that there were calculated reasons for everything that transpired and it wouldn't happen again, to which the congressman readily agreed. Commander Jiang then inquired about a new batch of special weapons that had arrived with the congressman, expressing concern about the tense front lines, but the congressman dismissed his worries. The congressman smirked, his eyes glowing red, revealing that if all went as planned, those weapons had already reached the front lines. Squad members took defensive positions, rifles aimed, awaiting an unseen enemy. A dust cloud rose ominously in the distance, promising an imminent confrontation. With a heavy thud, grotesque crocodile and wolf-like monsters surged forward. Sweat beaded on the squad members, their anxiety palpable as the threat approached. "All of you, retreat to the second line of defense," a bald squad member commanded. A squad member protested that retreating now would waste their efforts, but his bald superior insisted it was a command from above, for support troops from Star City would replace them. A towering, muscular figure cut in, "Since you were asked to scram quickly." A disciplined formation of masked, muscular men advanced, flanked by observing scientists in white coats. A muscular arm flexed, a fist clenching in anticipation of combat. A man in a lab coat confirmed, "Checks are complete, you can attack." "Move," the lead masked figure commanded, and they surged forward. A fist clenched with a powerful crunch, ready for impact. An automated injection system initiated, pumping unknown substances into the muscular warrior. Red liquid within the vials bubbled and activated, a potent concoction coursing to its host. "Gah!" the warrior gritted, as a network of red veins pulsed and spread across his skin. An internal organ pulsed, sending waves of energy outward. He stood, powerfully, smoke or energy swirling around him, roaring with unleashed power. The visor of his mask glowed an intense, circuit-like red, signifying activation. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they screamed, charging forward with swords drawn. A blur of speed across the barren land, the enhanced soldiers sprinted toward the waiting monster horde. A man with glasses commented on the madness of injecting drugs mid-battle, explaining that such a team must be deranged to function as living weapons. A brutal slash tore through a monster, splattering blood across the battlefield. 2 regular squad members watched in horror, one asking, "Is this the power of Star City? Just who are the monsters here?" Another merciless slash dismembered a monster, adding to the grotesque carnage. Too weak," the masked warrior sneered, red eyes glowing, "These monsters aren't even appetizers." He raised his massive sword, poised for another devastating attack. The enhanced soldiers brutally smashed through the monster horde, leaving a trail of blood and ruin. A frantic squad member grabbed the man in glasses, warning that charging into the monster sea was suicide for those who didn't understand its true danger. The man with glasses smirked, "Suicide? That's not possible," explaining that only by directly engaging the monster horde could these soldiers unleash their true, otherwise restricted, power. The bald squad member was left speechless, reeling from the shocking revelation. A masked, multi-armed figure stood defiantly, an unnatural presence confronting the grotesque, charging monster horde. A long, sharp-toothed tongue slurped from the mask, revealing a horrifying transformation. "How suffocating," the monster muttered, pulling back his mask to reveal a pale, red-eyed face with an unnaturally long tongue. "Don't be mistaken," the transformed warrior challenged the monsters, "my power isn't on the same level as yours, despite a similar aura." He grinned menacingly, declaring he could finally unleash his true power and have some fun with you little fellows. Perform the second injection, the monstrous warrior roared, veins visibly pulsing. His fist clenched tightly, raw power concentrating. The tension in his fist intensified, muscles coiling. A surge of explosive force rippled through his tightly clenched fist. The red vials attached to his armor bubbled intensely, their contents reacting violently. His monstrous face was consumed by an intense red glow, pulsing veins spiderwebbing across his skin, embodying pure fury. From his back, pulsing red veins and glowing vials affirmed his fully activated, monstrous power. His hand transformed into a monstrous claw, sharp talons ready to shred. Wolf-like and crocodile-like monsters snarled, their eyes glowing, bracing for battle. The monstrous claw struck, slamming into a wolf-like creature's face. With a sickening crunch and splutter, the wolf-like monster's head exploded. Bloodied and maniacally grinning, the fully monstrous warrior declared, "Let the massacre begin." Mask's blade ripped through the air, his crimson-soaked form a blur of pure, brutal force. He tore through the snarling wolf-like monsters, their savage attacks no match for his bloodied assault. The sandy ground was already a grim tapestry of fallen fighters and monstrous corpses, a testament to the desperate battle. A grim, endless sea of death stretched across the land, reflecting the widespread devastation. Against all odds, the monstrous horde had been pushed back, a victory so profound it left a squad member in disbelief. From a hidden observation post, the man with glasses gloated, the great experiment surpassing all expectations as a mere 100 soldiers routed a monstrous tide. He proudly declared that even ordinary people could become formidable professionals through their surgical modifications and drugs. The battle's grim aftermath was a landscape littered with the silent, dead bodies of countless monsters. Mask and his modified brethren charged across the desolate wasteland, their swords glinting as they pressed forward. The severed head of a monstrous creature lay defeated on the ground, a clear sign of the intense combat. Scientists observed a massive, dead monster, discussing its unique characteristics and potential value for their research. Mask, fueled by an insatiable bloodlust, declared his urgent need to continue fighting, demanding to reach the next line of defense immediately. A man with glasses attempted to perform a checkup, but Mask impatiently brushed him off, eager to return to battle. Then, a curious sound made the man with glasses look up, questioning what he was hearing. A wave of shock and alarm washed over the man with glasses as he finally comprehended what was before him. A monstrous behemoth, casting a terrifying shadow, suddenly appeared, overwhelming the startled scientists and squad members. The giant monster's arm revealed its immense scale and menacing, dark texture, a truly fearsome sight. The man with glasses realized the creature was an unnatural amalgamation of dead monsters, while Mask defiantly prepared for another fight. Mask, resolute and aggressive, declared that he would kill the monstrosity, regardless of its origin. A powerful impact erupted on the rocky ground, launching Mask into the fray. He leapt into the air, sword in hand, soaring towards the colossal monster. Mask's blade struck the giant monster's dark, furry body in mid-air, a decisive slash. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he processed something above him. Standing atop the giant monster's massive form, Mask surveyed the battle below, poised for his next move. The man with glasses, alarmed, realized the monster's quick reflexes indicated it was far more powerful, possibly even a ninth-rank creature. Terror gripped the man with glasses as the true threat of the monster became clear. The man with glasses frantically warned Mask against further injections in such an exposed location, but Mask angrily demanded the medication, refusing to die there. Mask vehemently declared his will to survive, asserting his determination to crush the monstrous trash before him. An injection was administered, releasing a burst of light and power. The injection tubes pulsed with glowing red liquid, burrowing into what seemed to be Mask's back. Mask screamed in agonizing pain as the powerful drugs coursed through his system. His body began to transform, muscles bulging and veins throbbing under the agonizing effects of the injection. Mask's transformation completed, his monstrous form unleashing a terrifying roar. The man with glasses watched in horror as a giant, clawed hand brutally struck Mask in his monstrous new form. A squad member reacted with extreme shock and disbelief at Mask's sudden, grotesque transformation. The giant monster's massive, clawed hand clamped firmly around something dark and furry. The monstrous hand maintained its unbreakable grip, holding its captive fast. Mask, enraged within the monster's grasp, screamed for it to die. Mask thrashed violently, struggling against the colossal grip that held his transformed body captive. Disbelief and rage twisted Mask's monstrous face as he realized his efforts had not even budged the monster's hold. The giant monster began to exert its immense power, slowly crushing Mask in its massive hand. The colossal, dark hand clenched tighter, an ominous prelude to its destructive intent. The giant monster's fist delivered a final, devastating blow, compressing everything within its grasp. Mask's tormented, monstrous face was visible through the monster's crushing grip as he let out a desperate, pained plea. A final, bloodied hand was seen, as Mask uttered a final, desperate, "Don't," before being completely crushed. The man with glasses stared, horrified and splattered with fresh blood from the gruesome event. Covered in blood, the man with glasses uttered a chilling realization: they did it on purpose. He looked up at the towering monster, understanding its malicious intent to relentlessly hunt humans. A squad member, hearing news of multiple ninth-rank monsters, reacted with shock and urgency over the radio. The radio crackled with static, signaling disrupted communication or an urgent incoming message. The squad member cursed and ran, responding to the critical situation with immediate action. He looked out from a high vantage point, observing the unfolding crisis below. From a forested area, the squad member gazed upon the vast desert and distant city, a panoramic view of the looming threat. He reflected on the overwhelming number of natural disasters while another man calmly sipped his tea. The squad member speculated that such widespread disaster could only be caused by a monster god, yet struggled to reconcile it with their supposed suppression, ultimately linking it to Mask. The squad member gasped, realizing he had spoken too freely about Mask in front of a crony, who then confirmed Mask's absence allowed the monster gods to act. The man in the suit coldly blamed Mask's recklessness for the current state of the battlefront, a statement the squad member questioned. The man in the suit inquired about the number of high-ranking professionals, to which the squad member provided a detailed count, including registered and unregistered individuals. He then asserted that the high-ranking professionals, along with a significant number of cannon fodder, should be sufficient to withstand the monster attacks. The man in the suit clarified, with a faint smirk, that he was merely an observer dispatched by Star City and not to be included in the war effort. The squad member's face reflected a deep worry, clearly unsettled by the man's detached statement. The man in the suit ruthlessly ordered the use of cannon fodder to hold the front lines, followed by nuclear weapons to clear the monsters, a plan the squad member protested due to inevitable casualties. With a smirk, the man in the suit justified the meaningless casualties, arguing a small sacrifice would preserve the war's momentum and potentially eliminate the need for high-ranked professionals. The squad member, conflicted, conceded to the plan, noting the political approval for nuclear weapons and his personal relief at avoiding the battlefield. The man in the suit decisively confirmed he would immediately make all necessary arrangements. A squad member urgently commanded his troops to quickly man the city walls and prepare their weapons. Another squad member, confused, asked what was happening as his comrades took defensive positions. The female squad member's eyes widened in surprise, reacting to an unforeseen event. She gasped, utterly shocked by the sight of numerous grotesque monsters charging across the vast desert. Xiao Qiu appeared, his profile serious and contemplative. Xiao Qiu, now with a confident smirk and masked eyes, declared he recognized the aura of the monster god treacherous wisdom. The monstrous, crocodile-like creature erupted with a menacing roar. It lunged downwards, its aggressive roar echoing. Its powerful roar showcased a maw filled with sharp fangs and a lengthy tongue. Even after being struck, blood splattering from its form, the monster maintained its aggressive charge. A powerful impact sent the creature crashing downwards, engulfed in destructive energy. It plummeted rapidly, hurtling towards the earth with immense force. Squad members watched, a tremor of fear running through them, as the creature plunged from the heavens. A male squad member frantically screamed for everyone to run as the monstrous descent continued. With a bone-jarring crash, the monster slammed into the earth, sending a violent spray of debris across the landscape. Yet, more shadowy forms streaked across the sky, portending further chaos. The ground was pelted by rapid, successive impacts from the sky. From the swirling dust, two more grotesque monsters materialized, their red eyes glowing ominously. A grotesque monster fixed its glowing red eyes on the unfolding chaos, an unsettling intelligence behind the gaze. Its vigilant stare remained unbroken, calculating and cold. The two hulking monsters raised their massive arms skyward, seemingly preparing for what was to come as another form descended. Their colossal fists smashed into the ground, sending an explosive shockwave of dust and rock outward. Amidst the settling dust, a squad member stood ready, twin swords held firmly. Through the dust, a single, glowing red eye of a monster peered, an unsettling presence. Though clearly shocked by the sheer scale of the threat, the squad member held his twin blades, poised for battle. A truly gigantic grotesque monster loomed over him, yet he stood his ground, a minuscule figure ready to face the impossible. A blood-splattered, monstrous hand violently slammed into the earth, cracking the very ground beneath it. Another grotesque monster impacted the ground with immense force, sending rocks and dust flying. The ground became a sea of chaotic movement as numerous smaller monstrous figures swarmed forward. A grotesque army, including massive centipede and spider-like creatures, charged relentlessly while more objects continued their descent. A male squad member screamed in agony as a bloodied, wolf-like monster lunged, tearing into him. The wolf-like monster let out a fierce, guttural roar, its purple eyes burning with primal aggression. With a burst of purple energy, the female squad member pierced the wolf-like monster with her spear, drawing blood. Standing over the defeated monster, Mask's white-haired friend challenged him, asking if he had any plans for a comeback. Mask confidently affirmed that he would make a comeback, if only given an hour for preparations, even amidst the monstrous horde. His white-haired friend dismissed the idea as too late, acknowledging their dire predicament among the fallen. She declared that even if they died there, it wouldn't be humiliating in the slightest, her determination unyielding against a lurking monster. The female squad member crouched, her spear crackling with intensely charged purple energy. A devastating burst of purple energy erupted, signifying a critical strike. A potent beam of purple energy pierced through multiple monstrous figures, shredding them in its path. She slid aggressively across the ground, spear poised, continuing her relentless assault. From her vantage point, she surveyed the swarms of monsters below, many defeated, others in disarray. She admitted hating her father ever since her mother died, feeling every part of her life was still covered by his pervasive shadow. She reflected on her own formidable lightning power, too great for her to control without her mask, which suppressed its fatal, explosive surges. Her enduring confusion and resentment toward her father remained, unable to understand why he hadn't saved her mother in the monster-infested sea. She resolved that it was finally time to visit the underworld and demand answers from him face to face. Surrounded by crackling purple lightning, she took a decisive step. With a surge of power, she propelled herself into the air, her white hair flowing amidst the purple lightning. She asserted with grim resolve that this was not suicide. It was simply that she had failed to fly, embracing a powerful, uncontrolled descent. A concentrated beam of purple energy struck the ground with devastating force. The potent purple energy beam carved a destructive path through the very air. She unleashed a powerful purple energy attack, tearing through numerous monsters even as a towering grotesque beast loomed behind them. With a shout, she plunged rapidly downward, enveloped in a powerful purple energy blast. A monstrous, rock-like hand reached out, attempting to strike the rapidly descending female squad member. She cried out in shock and disbelief, her eyes wide with fear. A grotesque monster delivered a devastating blow, sending a cloud of dust and rocks skyward. The impact sent her flying backward, screaming as she lost control. The ground fractured and exploded, unable to withstand the sheer force of the impact. In a heroic act, Mask caught the female squad member midair. Mask, still holding her, plunged into a deep, spiraling crater. Protecting her from the collapsing debris, Mask carried the injured female squad member from the crater. Mask, kneeling beside the clearly weakened female squad member, acknowledged that she had done well enough. Behind his mask, his expression was serious and intense. He stated frankly that her current self was simply not strong enough to face an 8th-rank monster, the scale of destruction around them serving as a stark reminder. And then, he added, she had said something wrongly just now. Declaring he had no wish to die here, Mask began to draw a sword from a swirling purple portal at his side. Dark, swirling energies began to intertwine with dramatic, cutting lines. He was engulfed in swirling black shadows, indicating a profound transformation. His body continued its monstrous metamorphosis, a clawed limb emerging from the darkness. Mask's transformation was complete, he stood as a colossal, demonic, armored being, emanating shadowy energy. In his new, menacing form, Mask declared that it was time to end the conflict. A colossal, transformed Mask stood, radiating a dark, powerful aura with swirling red tendrils, ready to end the conflict. His menacing form loomed over the squad member, who lay defeated amidst the red energy, her fate uncertain. A terrifying roar erupted as a monstrous hand and gaping maw emerged from the darkness, prompting the squad member to call out Xiao Qiu's name in desperation. A powerful dark purple energy beam violently struck the ground, catching the squad member off guard. Mask soared, rapidly attacking the gigantic, shadowy monster's hand with powerful strikes of his sword. He moved through a web of red energy, binding and piercing the monster's immense shadowy hand with forceful precision. With a swift, powerful strike, Mask slashed through the grotesque monster's body, causing it to shatter into bloody debris. The grotesque monster, its red eyes glowing intensely, recoiled in agony from Mask's relentless assault. Mask stood confidently, his sword still drawn, as the red energy of his attack dissipated, signaling his momentary triumph. The grotesque monster's form was violently torn apart by surging red energy with a loud, rending sound. The grotesque monster roared, its chest glowing as red energy pulsed violently from its core, indicating its severe damage. Blood violently erupted from the monster's chest as it suffered further, devastating damage. With a sharp crack, the grotesque monster's body shattered, glowing red as its destruction became imminent. With a final crack and splash, the grotesque monster violently disintegrated into a shower of bloody tendrils and particles. Mask stood triumphant, a vast, blood-red energy formation towering above him, rising from his raised hand as the monster was vanquished. The squad members watched in stunned disbelief, wondering how such a terrifying monster had been eliminated so swiftly. A man with glasses asked Congressman Song if he had witnessed the event, to which the congressman confirmed it was the humanoid monster from Day City, definitively transformed from a human. Who could have imagined such a wild modified human existed, the congressman mused with a cunning smile, envisioning significant leaps in technology if they could capture and study him. An urgent message crackled over the walkie-talkie, announcing the launch of 35 tactical nuclear warheads, intended to eliminate the large monster near the city wall. The congressman and his associate stood in grave silence, observing the unfolding scene with heavy expressions. With a terrifying whoosh, numerous nuclear missiles rained down from the sky. The squad members recoiled in terror, realizing with dawning horror that they might be bait for the nuclear attack, trapped with nowhere left to run. Polishing his glasses with a chilling detachment, the congressman declared that the squad members' sacrifices would not be in vain. With a faint, sinister smile, the congressman offered chilling consolation, assuring them that the entire Federation and all of humanity would remember their sacrifice. As nuclear missiles continued their relentless descent, a single spear lay abandoned on the ground, a silent testament to the fear. A powerful purple energy blast snapped through the sky, cutting the tension. A massive, glowing eye-like purple portal, surrounded by jagged tears, manifested dramatically in the vast sky. The congressman gripped his glasses so tightly in shock that they began to crack under the pressure. In utter terror, the congressman cried out, recognizing the terrifying emergence of a demon god. Sweat beading on his forehead, the congressman frantically repeated that it was impossible, questioning how a demon god could possibly break through space and appear on Earth. In the long war against monsters, humans had discovered a net between the unknown void and Earth, through which monsters, like small shrimps, could descend. Even calamity-level monsters were merely like small fish, capable of swimming through this dimensional net. But the demon god was something far greater. It was the bloodthirsty great white shark of the void. It was this understanding of the net, and the belief that demon gods could not break through, that allowed the Peace faction to dominate Federation officials, leaving Mask and his War faction in the minority. Mask's unwavering belief that humans must eliminate the demon god at all costs, with no room for compromise, alienated high-ranking officials and ultimately led to his downfall. With a continued whoosh, nuclear missiles streamed relentlessly downwards. The large, purple eye-like portal pulsed and glowed intensely in the sky. Fiery nuclear missiles continued their rapid, destructive descent. With a powerful whoosh, dark energy spheres were conjured, intercepting the descending nuclear missiles. The giant purple eye-like portal seemed to repel and redirect the incoming missiles with dark energy, a bewildering sight even to distant human figures. The congressman watched, aghast, realizing the demon god had used its teleportation ability to transfer all of the nuclear bombs away. The man in uniform, defeated and terrified, admitted he couldn't summon the will to confront the demon god's power as the congressman walked away. When asked where he was going, the congressman declared he must personally return to Star City to report that the demon extermination frontline had spiraled out of control and the demon god's appearance would change the world's balance. The man in uniform, sweating, realized with a surge of betrayal that the congressman simply intended to flee. The congressman justified his departure, asserting his authority as commander-in-chief and the critical need for his personal report to Star City. The female squad member, spear clutched in her trembling hand, asked fearfully what monstrous thing she was seeing now. Several squad members cowered, looking up in collective terror at the unseen, overwhelming threat. With a heavy thud, a terrifying horde of grotesque monsters, their red eyes glowing, charged forward. A single grotesque monster loomed, roaring ferociously, its dark form a terrifying presence. Mask's monstrous, spiked tail slammed down with immense, rumbling force. With a sickening crunch, Mask violently struck a grotesque monster, causing it to bleed profusely. Mask fought actively, twisting and striking within the crushing grasp of the grotesque monster's gigantic hand. With a violent crunch and a deafening boom, Mask's attack caused the grotesque monster's face to shatter and the ground to explode. Mask lay amidst shattered rocks, seemingly defeated, as remnants of his swirling red energy lingered around him. In a close-up, Mask's masked face revealed glowing pink eyes and an unwavering, determined expression. The massive purple eye-like portal pulsed with crackling energy, glowing brighter in the sky. Still splayed on the fractured rocks, Mask remained surrounded by swirling tendrils of red energy. As his mask partially broke, it revealed half of Mask's serious human face beneath the demonic facade. The massive purple eye-like portal pulsed with a sudden, powerful burst of energy. The ethereal purple eye, a harbinger of the unknown, fixed its unsettling gaze, while Mask's half-obscured face remained resolute, a mystery unto itself. The female squad member, her voice laced with growing fear, realized the strange eye was fixed upon Xiao Qiu. She grappled with the terrifying illogic, questioning why a monster god, capable of such immense calamity, would ever fixate on a solitary human. Then, a chilling truth dawned on her, the object of the monster god's attention could only be Mask. The ethereal purple eye continued its silent, radiant vigil in the sky. Mask's unwavering gaze remained as steadfast as the dark, textured world around him, a presence of solemn power. With a sudden, urgent acceleration, the glowing purple eye streaked across the sky. The female squad member exclaimed, her eyes wide with unexpected revelation, that the mysterious entity seemed utterly terrified. The glowing purple eye pulsed, unleashing bursts of pure energy into the charged sky. The formless purple entity swirled and contracted, no longer an eye but a dynamic vortex preparing for transformation or retreat. With a fading surge of power, the swirling purple entity rapidly diminished, then vanished entirely from the serene sky. Two colossal, rocky monsters stood as oppressive sentinels in the desolate, dusty landscape. One of the massive rocky monsters began to crumble, its ancient form disintegrating into numerous chaotic pieces. A tide of various monsters, from wolf-like to rhino-like, stampeded across the barren plain in a panicked, desperate retreat. A male squad member, observing the bloody aftermath, questioned if the monsters had truly given up the fight. Relief washed over another squad member as he shouted confirmation, the monsters had indeed retreated. A wave of triumph and relief swept through the squad members, their cheers echoing across the desolate landscape as they celebrated their survival. Mask, standing fully armored and calm, remarked that his unseen foe was just as cowardly as he remembered. Mask mused that in his previous world, the entity known as treacherous wisdom would always hide within the void, never daring to face him directly. Yet, once he announced he had shed his mask identity and released his power, treacherous wisdom had finally mustered the courage to launch its attack. He found it surprising that in this world, the entity had been so frightened by his mere presence that it turned tail and fled. Mask confidently asserted that if the entity had calmly perceived his true power, it would have known his current self was as easy to squash as an ant, despite his 13th rank strength. A system message proclaimed the completion of the Sea of Monsters objective, granting partial transformation into a monster god, a path to surpass earthly limits and become a true deity, though requiring vast real-world resources to maintain. Mask stood powerfully, enveloped by dark, crackling energy tendrils that pulsed with menacing intensity. He struggled to suppress a horrifying, crazed urge to destroy and consume everything, a raw surge of monstrous strength threatening to overwhelm him. A man, his eyes wide with profound shock, urgently questioned Mask's true, terrifying nature. Mask stood calmly, facing a confrontational line of squad members and men in suits across the barren landscape. The female squad member defiantly argued for Xiao Qiu's humanity, while a congressman vehemently accused him of being a monster's lapdog due to his appearance. The congressman, his voice filled with accusatory fury, listed a series of calamities, claiming Xiao Qiu was a monster whose presence directly correlated with monster outbreaks and the reanimation of the great obscenity. A male squad member eagerly voiced his agreement, bolstering Congressman Song's inflammatory accusations. The female squad member, frustrated, desperately tried to reason, pointing out Xiao Qiu's fight against other monsters and the monster god's unexplained retreat. A male squad member angrily silenced her, accusing her of the grave offense of defending a monster. The male squad member, asserting his self-appointed role as commander-in-chief, insinuated a conspiracy, accusing them of colluding with demons to unleash the devastating sea of monsters. The commander-in-chief, flanked by his armed subordinates, authoritatively declared Mask and his companions under arrest. Mask and the female squad member found themselves surrounded by several masked, armed enforcers on the desolate, grey landscape. With a decisive hiss, Mask began to draw his sword, an unmistakable sign of impending action. Mask moved with potent intent, his arm outstretched as he prepared for an imminent attack under the charged, cloudy sky. The commander-in-chief, his fists glowing red, launched an aggressive punch, remarking that Mask was finally revealing his true self. Mask skillfully blocked the commander-in-chief's aerial assault with his sword, deflecting the glowing impact. The commander-in-chief strained, surprised by Mask's sustained and terrifying strength, even after a previous battle. Mask seized the congressman, engulfing them both in vibrant green energy as he maintained his powerful hold. His armored hand glowed with green energy, holding its captive in a charged grip. Mask hoisted the screaming congressman into the air, the moment fraught with violent terror. With a brutal, sickening impact, Mask impaled the congressman with his weapon, splattering blood in a fatal blow. Blood pooled and splattered across the gray, textured ground, a grim aftermath of the sudden violence. The congressman collapsed to his knees, impaled and bleeding, his face contorted in a final, agonizing struggle. Mask calmly observed the devastating consequences of his attack, dark energy tendrils swirling around his expressionless face. Mask stood over the fallen congressman, while the commander-in-chief watched the brutal scene unfold in shock. The commander-in-chief frantically ordered his subordinates to attack, but they hesitated, their resolve crumbling before him. Mask, his eyes glowing red amidst dark energy constructs, questioned the commander-in-chief's sudden fear, unleashing bird-like energy forms that intimidated his terrified opponent. The commander-in-chief fearfully hurled accusations of betrayal and monstrosity at Mask, who calmly responded that he would simply do what a monster should do. Mask unleashed a dark, tendril-like energy attack, embodying the monstrous role thrust upon him. Amidst a splatter of blood and dark energy, Mask stood powerfully, his form menacing and overwhelming. A large, grim pool of blood now covered the barren ground. The female squad member reacted with profound horror, covering her mouth as she witnessed Mask's brutal actions and the bloody scene. With a sudden, urgent sound, a new figure arrived, running quickly across the textured ground. Commander Jiang, a man with white hair and beard, knelt before Mask, apologizing for his late arrival. Commander Jiang explained that though his eyes could not see, his heightened senses of smell and hearing, along with his perceptiveness, had allowed him to know Mask's true identity from the very beginning. With enthusiastic welcome, Commander Jiang joyfully exclaimed that Mask had returned. Commander Jiang revealed a widespread network of loyalty, promising Mask that upon his arrival in Star City, they would seize control of everything that was rightfully his, with countless allies pledging their support and all mundane power becoming his. Mask observed the fervent declaration, his masked face betraying no visible reaction. Commander Jiang looked up, a surge of surprise crossing his face as he reacted to Mask. Mask unleashed a powerful burst of dark energy, his menacing form growing overwhelming. A booming dark energy attack erupted from Mask, forcing the cowering Commander Jiang to recoil from its overwhelming power. With the united efforts of the Human-Monster Battlefront and Star City supportive troops, the Federation achieved an unprecedented victory. In this great battle, millions of demons were annihilated, including 6 7th rank, 25 8th rank, and 12 9th rank demons obliterated in one swift blow at Army Camp A1. Though the Federation sustained casualties against the Sea of Monsters, their selfless sacrifices ensured human civilization's continuation, yet, in this vast battle, turncoats and traitors emerged from their midst, obstructing actions and causing immense losses at the front lines. Faced with monstrous threats, some willingly became lapdogs, turning their weapons on fellow humans to preserve pathetic lives, causing immense, unneeded death and injury. One man found it unimaginable, questioning how many identical threats lurked among them, while another panicked, insisting everyone was at risk. An unknown voice abruptly commanded silence. The blonde-haired speaker praised the fierce fighters who sacrificed for humanity's survival, then revealed that some individuals, linked to monsters, were saboteurs infiltrating society, a small group of humans willing to be the monsters' lapdogs. The blonde-haired speaker vowed to catch all traitors, subjecting them to trial and verdict, while assuring that the Federation would falsely accuse no individual. The blonde-haired man declared that no criminal would escape the Federation's grasp. A female reporter urgently instructed her cameraman to record something new unfolding. The surprised reporter questioned what the cameraman was focusing on. From a modern rooftop, Mask stood, unseen, targeting reticles already locking onto his form. Mask remained poised on the rooftop, his sword held ready for the coming confrontation. Panicked men cried out, mistaking Mask for a monster and urging everyone to run. Two masked figures aggressively attacked, demanding to know how Mask dared show his face in Star City, declaring him a monster who must die. A masked assailant lunged, striking at Mask with a sword. Mask's gaze sharpened, his focus intently locked on the unseen opponent. Mask's sword flashed, swiftly cutting down a masked assailant. Mask fluidly fended off multiple masked attackers, holding his ground. Another masked assailant crashed to the ground, defeated by Mask's power. One masked figure questioned Mask's incredible strength, while another defiantly insisted backup was coming soon. Amidst the defeated forms, Mask stood victorious, the final assailant thudding to the ground as remaining enemies watched in terror. Mask calmly walked away, leaving another defeated enemy behind, the city stretching out beneath him. Mask observed the terrified civilians, their fear a stark reflection of the conflict he had just ended. A man in a suit intently watched Mask from a distance. The man in the suit realized with a jolt that the silhouette was none other than Xiao Qiu. Rao, the man with blonde hair, realized with a shock that this hero was the very same friend he had fought alongside, and also the man he had previously impeached. Mask wondered if the blonde-haired man now saw him in the same way he used to. Rao wrestled with self-doubt, certain that Mask wouldn't even consider him worthy of attention, feeling entirely incomparable to the legendary Mask. He was the hero, loved and respected by everyone. Rao secretly believed this was his chance to finally prove himself, under everyone's watchful eye. Rao's eye gleamed with crazed ambition as he thought he finally had a chance to defeat Mask. Rao plotted to inject the newly developed monster transformation medication, believing it would make him as powerful as Mask. Mask looked down at Rao, who stared up with an unreadable gaze. An unknown voice urgently demanded to know what Rao was waiting for. A massive foot descended, casting a terrifying shadow over Rao. The unseen voice frantically declared that time was running out and urged Rao to act immediately. Rao, clutching a syringe, stood back to back with a calm Mask, both poised for a confrontation with vastly different intentions. Mask stood calmly behind a podium, a quiet prelude to his impending address. Rao knelt humbly on the ground. Rao knelt before Mask, who stood commandingly at the podium above him. Mask declared his identity to the world, "I am Mask." Civilians reacted with shock, questioning how the criminal could be Mask, or how Mask himself could be a monster. Amidst the crowd, a female squad member watched Mask's image on the large screen. The female squad member, Chen, uttered Mask's name in profound shock and confusion. Mask declared his return, not as a hero, but as the one and only thing humanity truly needed. Mask asserted that only he could lead them from their hopelessness, regardless of his name, and condemned their past idiocies as leading only to their graves, insisting he never needed them, but rather they needed him. They all needed him. Civilians reacted with surprise, unable to reconcile Mask's arrogant pronouncements with his once humble and taciturn demeanor. Mask accused them of exiling him out of fear, a fear born from his immense power. Weakness was never a sin, but pride is, Mask declared, leaving Rao utterly defeated. Mask declared his intention to drain the world's resources purely to increase his own power, a chilling message sent to all. From this day onward, Mask proclaimed, the entire world was his. Chen realized with deep shock that Xiao Qiu had been Mask all along, explaining why her teacher spoke so strangely and how he knew secrets about the monster gods. Chen wept as the crowd below, including the black-bearded man, cheered wildly, shouting for the esteemed Mask to live for 10,000 years. Numerous men in suits prostrated themselves, chanting adoringly for the esteemed Mask to live for 10,000 years. With his power and following cemented, Mask brazenly challenged the monster gods to come forth.